years.
Yami Shinta just subscribed. Wow, it's been 2 years since all my pants disappeared. What a coincidence. Clappy cat.
Hello? I'm so sorry. I'm
I'm trying my best to multitask. I'm not really good at doing that. But I'm making a funny Instagram story. I'm really funny. It's okay. If no one ever laughs at my own laughs at my jokes and it's only ever me, I'm okay with that. I put a picture of myself and I put Shadowbringers patch 5.4 featuring me begging fictional men to not make me cry. Sorry, it's really funny. I should change my stream title. Actually, I'm gonna change my stream title really quickly. It's really funny. Begging. Okay. It's really funny. Okay. All right. I'm good. Oh, actually, wait, you all, wait. I gotta go back. I gotta lock in. I gotta catch up on chat real quick. Wait, how are you not first? I don't know. I was actually kind of 30 minutes late, even though I woke up really early today. And that's only because oh wait, you know what? That should not be up. Well, it's only because I needed to get food. I needed to get food. I'm okay now. I'm good. I had to get food and lock in slightly. Sorry for being a little late today, but it should be okay. I think we should be able to still make pretty good progress. Hi everyone. It's good to see you all. I know you can't see me yet. Give me a second. I gotta put part of my food away as well. I ended up getting a salad because apparently I can't stomach, well, I'm not good with breakfast, but apparently I just don't want to eat a lot of foods when I first wake up. And I haven't even had caffeine today. I just didn't want to eat. Wayward! Thank you!
Happy 1 year plus 1 mode not being noticed.
Thank you! Thank you so much for 13 months! Thank you for being here for so long, by the way. My co-healer, my Nidhogg co-healer. I appreciate you. I hope your weekend has been a little bit... I hope life and weekend has been a little bit better for you. Also, hi Sophia. Let me go all the way back up and say hi to everyone. Yami, thank you for the first. Hello, Pen. It's a pen. Hi, is it Raguna? Hello, or do you want me to call you Raiden instead? I don't know if you have a preference, but hello. It's nice to meet you. I hope your day is going a little bit better as well. Yami, thank you for 2 years. That's really weird. I don't know why your pants disappeared for that long, but you also should find more pants because you got to go to work or something. And it's not my fault. I think it's a you problem. Hi Terry, how's it going? Hello Oats. I hope your stream was well, by the way. Wait, was today the other Battlefield beta? I forgot. I thought about it. I really want to defibrillate people. I think that'd be fun. Also, hello Super, how's it going? I assume everyone was sleeping. Insta, let's go. I posted in Discord at like 8:30 this morning saying I woke up. Hi Annie, how are you? Not fictional? Yeah, I'm hoping no one makes me cry. I'm not crying. I'm not gonna do it. Unless apparently it's people in Final Fantasy 14. It's not just men in 14, but apparently that's the majority so far. What's your Insta? I was like, I don't have it. She's like, oh, okay. Like, do you... You said no? Do you live in 1990? She said that? How old was she? That's so funny. That's so funny. Hi, Elle. Hello, fellow gamers. Hi, Sophia. How are you? You got a yogurt protein drink? Nice. That's good. I ended up getting a little bit of like a probiotic protein thing as well. Hi Isaiah, how are you? Speaking of co-healer, let me know when you get closer to B-Day. You'll resub? No, you don't have to resub. Oh. I don't want to like, you know, make you force you to resub. Oh, ideally, hopefully Wayward. Maybe though. Maybe they'll have a free weekend on my birthday. What if they just have a free weekend on my birthday? That'd be so great and amazing. I don't think it'll happen, but I can hope. But also, I don't want to force anybody for birthday stuff. My birthday is gonna be on the 7th. Yeah, 7th of September. But otherwise, do not worry, do not stress. We should be okay. So it's going until early Monday, so I still have time to defibrillate people. Okay, got it. But also, it's like 60 something gigabytes. And you all know how in dire straits my so I posted a picture in Discord, but my storage predicament at the moment is a little rough because I have been downloading VODs and stuff. Here, let me find a link for it if anybody. Copy link. So this is my storage currently, and it's a little painful, and usually it's not this bad. I have rearranged things slightly, but what happening? Super, thank you.
Gotta run to eat German and EU.
Ooh, that sounds so good.
We'll catch on VODs.
Have a good one, Super. Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. I appreciate it. That will go towards me buying a new hard drive. I really appreciate it. But yes, I'll probably eat a little bit of food before we end up starting too. But yeah, I need another hard drive so I can download the VODs. Because Twitch won't store them anymore. And yes, I am uploading them to YouTube, but I still need some VOD storage until I can get them out into the void that is the internet. Looks like your drives are sweating a bit, a little tiny bit. They're three out of the 4 of them are now back in blue, but they're very close to the edge. I don't like Facebook giving them my data. Yeah, I don't like Facebook. I don't like Instagram either, honestly. I don't like a lot of social media. I don't know. I already get like, cause I know there's potential for me to get like really sucked into it and like kind of like mindlessly scroll. But I still do it. I don't like it still, but I will say there is really good content out there. Like amongst the trash, there is still diamonds and treasure. You gotta lurk. Okay, no problem. I appreciate it. I bought 4 large terabyte USBs that I only use for that reason. Yeah, I filled up. So I have my one of my drives is a 6 terabyte. I already filled up, and I think I'm gonna hopefully work on getting an 8 terabyte one next. So yes, all support will go towards that, and then also potentially another keyboard because we know about that later. Full game comes out October 10th, so you have some time to sort out storage. I have never played a full Battlefield. I don't think I'm gonna buy it, okay? I don't think I'm gonna buy it. It's... I can't afford to get into an FPS again. Hi Thistle, I noticed your stream is starting soon. It is starting soon. Oh, I'm on the Heaven's Ward loading boot stuff. I will make sure to organize the to-do list for whenever we end up playing on my birthday. I was thinking perhaps we could try to do like a alliance raid, like a full only healer alliance raid kind of thing for silliness, but I'll let you all know whenever that happens. Yes, we are in the yapping section at the moment. I know, we're at hour 0 still. It's early as well. I haven't been this early in years. It's all good, Justin. I appreciate you swinging by though. Also, I'll be right back. I'm gonna put some of the food in the fridge and I'm gonna hopefully eat one of the salads. Okay, yeah, we're starting soon. It's fine. We're starting the first 30 minutes of starting soon. Heck yeah. I think I could really probably only stomach a salad. I don't know. Maybe it's something I ate recently, but... Or just morning times. I just can't eat a lot in the morning. And I love eating. But I just kind of feel like slightly nauseated. Maybe I'm just dehydrated. That could be it, to be honest. did have some grapes earlier, so I snacked a little bit. We should be okay. I'm probably gonna put... Sorry. I think somebody TP'd to the wrong place because they were just at the door in the Marauders Guild, and then they went away. It was just like a Lala standing there, and they're like, because the door, I feel like the door opens automatically when you TP to the Marauders Guild, which is kind of funny because it looks like they were just looking in and they just walked away. You have a hard time eating in the mornings too. I usually try to force yourself a little bit by mid-morning. I don't know what it is. Maybe we just need more water? I will say fruits are okay, usually. But usually they have a lot of sugar. Maybe veggies are okay as well, but I don't know. I'm not a big sweets person, so I've never really liked sugary, like not even sugary, but like carby breakfasts. So like pancakes and cereal and stuff like that. Pancake cereal. Maybe I just need to move more. But yeah, in the mornings I always feel a little... I can probably drink water, but that's it. Maybe I need caffeine. What time is it? It's like 1? It's actually within a correct amount of time to have caffeine still. Maybe. I will consider a little bit. Okay. And then I'm also gonna have lunch. So if anybody also needs to have lunch with me, or lunch too. Ooh, applesauce is smart. Oh, that's good. Like a applesauce or maybe like a fruit cup or something like that. I could probably do that. I could probably do an applesauce because I'm Italian. I will say, I used to have those like applesauce packets for stream when I knew that my blood sugar was like getting low and I needed something because I was fading fast. I was fading fast, so I understand now. Okay, once. A little bit more brain power today than yesterday, which is nice. Hi everyone! I'm alive! I hope you are too. I hope you're doing well. I'll probably just head back to Gridania. Maybe. Probably. Yeah, let's just do that. Also, this song's good. I like this song. It's just handy to have around. It is nice. It really is. I mean, partaking in applesauce too. Using it in cooking? Yeah. I've heard like sometimes you can use it to replace eggs in certain recipes, I think. Also, I ended up making ramen eggs yeah, a couple days ago, and they did really well. They ended up getting like pretty, I would say most of them were hard boiled. A little some of the yolks were a little bit softer, which was nice. And then I ended up like letting it marinate long enough so it like went like through most of the white of the eggs, and it got a little bit like it got a little tiny bit of the yolks too, which was really nice. Oh, I really want to make tea eggs one day. I've never had a tea egg, but I've heard they're fantastic and really good. And yeah, that is on my to make list soon, hopefully. I don't know, I guess eggs are kind of stabilizing in price, so they're not a luxury. They're not a luxury grocery item anymore, I think. So that's good. I'm trying to think. What are we gonna do for MSQ? Do I just go SH? I probably... Hi, Annie. I probably could put some some XP on some of the other ones. Maybe XP on my Astro. And if there's any instances, I'll probably play as White Mage. Or put XP, oh no, wait, put XP on my Paladin. Because I don't want to play, I'm sorry, Paladin mains. I don't want to play Paladin. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just me. It's me, not, it's me, not you. Does anybody have Goldsmith? Is anybody a goldsmith? Can anybody do, it's at 31%. You know what? That's not single digits yet, so that's not the worst. It's just a little concerning. Give me a minute, I'll be there. Okay, call Godbert. I'm an Omnicrafter. Whoever gets here first, I will give you some 8 matter and then craft, please. If you don't mind, if it's okay with you. Can you repair? Wait. Let me trade. Oh, frick. Wait, do you need more Phoenix Downs? Did I give you enough yesterday? Here, have some more Phoenix Downs. And then also, I'm gonna give you... Where's my... Here it is. You know what? I'm gonna get you to repair more. Here, just have 10 of these. I think we have to be in the party. Oh, hi, Win. Okay. Request repair. Thank you, Win. I'm sorry. I didn't know if you had all the stuff. Anyways, it's fine. Keep all the stuff I gave you. Thank you. You came running, Win. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Are you at work today? Thank you, Stell. Thank you, Annie. Thank you, Kiwi. I'm glad you all came running to my aid. I needed it apparently for my Paladin. Everything's repair for Paladin for now. Let me see for healer. I guess I probably should repair as well. I'm here. Yeah, I guess. Request repair. You'll get mad at me. Yes, give into letting it reach single digits. Well, it's not your work. Okay. It's not too bad since this is augmented gear, but any gear that y'all give me, I probably should take care of it or something. Something like that. Okay, nap time in the rain. As we have lunch for a little bit. There we go. Despite being max crafted, I never used to repair. I don't want my inventory filled up with dark matter. Well, it's not too bad right now if you just have like one, if you just have a bunch of 8, right? You have hundreds of dark matter. I think I have just 8. And I can repair some things actually. I can repair certain items. Only if it's a weaving, if I can do weaving items, and I can also do alchemy. Up to level 70 something. It's not the worst. Okay, I need to inventory manage a little bit. I need to sell these. And then lock boxes. I need to put this in the house. Let me discard this. This is stuff for later. Oh, I can use this too. Begging fictional men to not make me cry. Okay, you have to read the whole sentence. It's very important. You need to read the entire sentence, Ian. Also, hello, how are you? I'm begging to not be made... to not cry today is the goal. Please, I don't want to cry. Okay, 5.4. Oh, did I do the wrong one? Oh, frick. Thank you. Let me fix this. Everything's a little messy today. Everything's a bit of a little wonky. Oh, yes, thank you. But I did do that backwards. It's fine. 5.4. There we go. Thank you. It's a very good, but it's a very good part. Wait, oh, the first part. Wait, really? My notification also said begging. Did anybody screenshot that? Because that's really funny, actually. If anybody has that screenshotted as like the notification of like the go live one, please send it to me. Maybe we'll just have the same thing tomorrow, so somebody can send me the screenshot. So out of context, it'll be incredibly hilarious and amazing. And maybe we'll put it in the YouTube as well, in the VOD in the future. Well, we're hoping we don't cry today was what yeah, that's my goal. That's my end goal. Okay, I need to sell this off too. Oh my gosh, no! I'm so jealous. I want the purple one. It's so cute. I remember us talking about this one forever ago. So where do you get the purple cushion though? Is it through allied societies or something? Oh, that's so cool though. I just use seals to buy yeah, 8 matter or grade 8 matter. That's what I do too, because it's like I mean, what else am I gonna use the seals for? I'm always just like putting, or I always have a bunch of stuff from my retainers as well. It's so cute. It's so good. Allied societies. Okay. All right. That's what I thought it was. I think I remember whenever you all told me. But I know it takes time. We'll have the pink cushion at least. It's cute. One day we'll get the purple one. It's so good though. It fits smaller characters and Lala so well. Win is pretty much like comfortably napping on it. Oh, that's so cute. But yeah. So today's, I'm trying to think. Should we do seat later on? If we gather enough people, should we redo seat just as a little refresher? As a little treat? Everyone's showing off now. Hi Wolf, how are you? I keep my ventures and glamour prisms high. Spend extras on miniature etherites to sell. Oh, really? That's smart. I didn't think about that. I didn't realize there's a market for the miniatures like that. Something tastes funny. Trying to figure out what was funny tasting. I'm having a salad right now. I'm trying to properly feel myself for this patch. I do really think it's gonna take 2 days. I know Annie was able to finish it in like, I don't know, probably 6-7 hours, right, Annie? Right? But you were like locked in though. I'm not always that locked in. You do all of them to max for the pillow? Wow. Okay, y'all are very dedicated to get this pillow then. Check Discord for screenshot? Okay. Let me see. Oh, okay. I think it was probably the mobile notification that has it like cut off. But that's good to know. That's what it looks like. Thank you, though, Stel. Maybe it wasn't notification. Maybe ADHD. I show you. Okay. Maybe it was the mobile notification that cuts it off, like part of the title. We'll try it again tomorrow. 5 hours. All right. 5 hours. I will be taking a lunch break. L, thank you so much. That's so funny. That's so funny. Out of context, it's so wild. For me to not cry, okay? So if anybody did not see it, here, I'll show you. It's really funny. Happens to the best of us. Here, I can pull it up as well and show you. This is so goofy. Where is this? So this is what L's this is what L's, I guess, notification looked like. I believe it, you noticed. Hi Idolac, thank you. Thank you, Pen, I appreciate it. I'm fine, just prepping some more guiding scout sprouts through Realm Reborn. Are they friends? Are they like in your FC or anything? Got a couple friends who finally infected with 14. I'm working on that too. Been mentoring and guiding them for a week as their personal mentor. I have a couple friends who ended up getting into Magic, and I think they want to get into 14 and give it a try. And I also need to get them in. Ian, is this what you saw? Is this what you saw, Ian? Elle, thank you so much. This is hilarious. This is pretty good. This is my notification for tomorrow. I'm gonna be posting this on like on Blue Sky on Twitter later. It's like you saw. Incredible in and out of context. We needed the laughs today, truly. I need to go back in some of our older VODs. Like, there's just a couple times where we're just always cracking up, and that makes me so happy. Ooh, I almost have a coworker playing. He's intrigued by Dalamud. You have to take him through coils, 100%. That's exciting though. I'm gonna try to also infect other people to join. I don't know if they'll actually ever like. I'll probably just like play on my off time with them and everything, but I'll tell you their experiences. I'll recount what happens, just to see another, you know, point of view going through it. I'm forwarding this to live notification. It's so funny. Oh my gosh, you're so right. You're so right. Thank you so much for putting it in community quotes. It's so good. Okay. But yeah, I'm excited. A little nervous, excited though. I might just like go through. Maybe I'll watch a couple cutscenes in the inn later on. I'm down to do Seed again if we have people who are up for it. If not, I'm good. It's all good if we don't have to, or if we don't want to. We can always do it off stream. I mean, we plan to do the extreme of it one day too. But yeah, it's very exciting. There's so much going on. There's so many friends who are finally caught up too. Oh my gosh. Amanda, I've been watching her too. I think she's getting there. Like, depending on like her pace in the future, she might even actually like, she might get to certain, like to some stuff like before I do. And then I also know Stell is basically caught up. I think you're like one quest away. Did you end up doing that other quest, Stell? Are you like fully caught up now? I know Pen has fully surpassed. I do see depending on when. Okay. Yes, I'll let you all know whenever, if we have enough people for seat. Or I guess I could put that in the chat as well. Recruiting people to redo. Let's see, where is it? I just want to make sure I seat. Yeah. After you have a cutscene and then the last 4 raids, and then you'll be caught up as much as you're trying to. A 26-minute cutscene. Have you? Wait. Hi, Frosty. Did you see the out of context? Did you see the out of context notifications? But what was it? So have you done the trial for 5.3 yet? Or is there a cutscene that you need to go through as well? Yeah, they're friends. They were reluctant for the longest time, but I think the magic cards pushed them over the edge. Okay, them too. And then the other one followed them. So I have a tank slash healer duo. I have majority lower DPS, so they can actually see the mechanics and stuff. Oh, you've lowered your DPS as well. He says last quest is 26. Trial was done. Okay, trial's done. Okay, perfect. So you know what the trial is. Seed of Sacrifice. Mine redo. Let me know if anybody wants to join. Yeah, I was a little late. I was like 20 something minutes late, but we're working on it. I'm also having lunch right now. So just catching up and hopefully having a good time and hopefully not crying. You know what I should also do? I probably should go into the in-room now. I should go rewatch some cutscenes. BRB gotta do some work-related business. Okay, no problem. I would, but power is out right now? Was it like a storm or something, or just like a wonky power outage? I could also read a little bit from here too. Is it in the second one? Oh no, we haven't done that yet. We're not in that area. Oh my gosh, okay. Yeah, just having the journals is kind of nice too. Everyone's saying their goodbyes. Oh my gosh, this one. Oh, I remember the cutscene. Okay, I know the cutscene you're talking about now, Stell. I'm realizing it. Oh my gosh. Ah, sorry, I'm like thinking back on it and it makes me really happy. I didn't even know the stream started was an Insta. You didn't update with a notification store. I did though. I'm pretty sure I did. Wait, did I not? I thought I did. I did that earlier. The wind blew, so the power is out basically. That's rough. Do you have cable? I'll see if I can make it to Sark. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Anyways, we were able to unlock the manor last night before break. Hopefully it goes well. Hopefully they're enjoying it. You can do the trial now. I'm looking for people to, if anybody's available to do the trial, because if we don't, I can just kind of like review and we can hang out for a little bit, but I'm just mostly eating. What trial? Seed of Sacrifice. No, in search of Seed of Sacrifice Mine Redo group. Can't make it to Sark at the moment. Okay, no problem. Oh, I wonder if Sark is Sark closed? You're buried in yarn because arts and crafting and cheering up from the couch. Okay, no problem. Also, I was actually looking up. No, I actually like saw a video about like somebody talking about how arts and crafts and like how like knitting and crocheting is like really nice and it's kind of like methodical because it's like a repetitive movement and it can relax people a lot. And honestly, and possibly like lower just like stress levels because like you're really just like focused on doing that one thing. And I know like once you get good, like you're still focused on it, but like it becomes like muscle memory a little bit, and it makes me want to maybe get back into crocheting. I kind of want to start crafting or like doing crafts again. It'd probably be good for me. We'll come for the trial. Okay. You'll also come for the trial. Thank you, Terry. I feel like about crafting and gathering in this game. I feel like for crafting and gathering in the game, it is like nice and methodical, but I will say sometimes macros just kind of help zoom through it, which is very wonderful and great, and I appreciate that. I feel like I should probably make like either a spreadsheet or some kind of like Google Doc of certain actions so I can just like copy and paste into a macro instead of like typing it out every single time. But no, I think it would be really nice to get into crafting again. I would love to. So I've made scarves before. I've made a beanie once, kind of, and I think I want to try to do amigurumi one day. It's so satisfying to finish something. A rug! Oh, that's so cool! Oh, I love that. And now you're crocheting some vines. That, I feel like that would be so nice because like you could always get like fake plants and everything like that. But I love the look of like crocheted plants and crocheted flowers. I was following somebody on Instagram and she had a shop doing like crocheted flowers and like crocheted game flowers too, which I think is so neat. Like just like flowers and like fake flowers in various games, but I think also have like fake plants or like fake like vines or anything like that as like decoration or background just to see some greenery is really great, especially if like you either can't have plants or, you know, you can only take care of so many plants or have so much space for plants potentially too. Oh, I really want to do that. Also, hi Yilda, how are you? Control C, Control V. Yes, I think I really need to do that because I have macros, but they're not. I need all the abilities in one place so I can like easily just like put like the steps together. I'm at your house. Thistle. Sorry, Thistle. We're in Gridania. We're on top of the canopy over here. We're just chilling. Teamcraft will let you do it. Oh, really? Okay. Got it. I see. Macro solver, so much easier. I probably should do that. That's probably, like, if it already exists, I guess it doesn't really matter that much if I end up making one myself or whatever. I'm chill with that. Amigurumi is doable if you have the basics down. I can watch a guide. I can watch a guide and do what the guide tells me. That's where I need to get better because I don't really know how to read like instructions for crocheting or knitting, but that's probably like my next step. I need to be able to understand what it's saying and do the thing. But I can usually, like, if it tells me, like, if it shows me how to do it once and it tells me and like to go through it, I mean it's easy after that. Doing well, just got done with the crazy a solo Darktide run with 3 other they quit. 57 minutes of chaos, getting 14 to chill out. That's wild. Do they not like backfill or anything like that in your run? If anybody is having trouble with the jump, just let me know. If you have Blue Mage, I can just res you up. If not, I can try to teach you how to do the jump. If you don't know how to. Never backbuild? Why? Do you think it's just not enough people like looking for that match or something? Good job, Pen. Yay! Thistle, if you need help, just let me know. Nodding. Amigurumi is just increasing and decreasing singles. Wait. Singles. Single crochet for the most part. You get very good at making circles. I think I probably need to practice making circles. But I think making... I have one friend. I think she ended up crocheting a carbuncle, which I think is hilarious and adorable. I would love to do crocheting for... I would love to crochet a 14 thing one day. Yay! If you need help, so try to aim for the little, like above this little black band. And I highly suggest you sprint before you jump. Like back up a little bit and then run. Run at it. There you go! Yay! Yay! Yeah, sometimes we hang on the canopy. Sometimes we go to the carbuncle corral. It's just whatever we feel like it. Wait, I'm trying to think. Wood. Let me think. Where's the minion? Where are my minions? Would this stay up here? Oh, it would. I'm so sorry, Annie. I did not mean to put you on fire. One moment. There we go. I think that's 8. Wait. That's 8 people? Wait. Okay, so Win is at work right now. Stop stop, Yilda. You cannot put the fire alarm song on. Turn that off. I was like, what's that sound? I mean, look at you. That was really good, actually, but no, you cannot do that to us. Why would you put a fire alarm sound on? Made it? Yay! Okay, let me see. Let me gather people. Sel, did you want to go in too? Thistle as well? Oh wait, I'm not. Oh wait, no. Annie's busy right now, actually. BRB backroom, bathroom. Going to the back rooms. Whenever I end up starting, when I start crafting again, I'll let you all know when. Yeah, whenever I start crafting again, I'll let you all know, and then I'll do it all at once, so I level everything back. No, you're crafting? No, you're good, you're good. Your friends list is full. It is. Should we do it now or later? Should I work on the friends list now or later? Should I? I'm trying to figure out. Do I work on the friends list? Has a solver, it's less efficient than Raphael. Let's see. I don't remember who this is. Actually, I might know who that is. Back? Welcome back. I am looking to see who I can maybe unfriend. I think I only have time for one trial. Okay, okay. It is the one with the limit break. You know what? Whenever we get back inside of this, I'll work on the friends list. Yeah, I'll work on it later. But you know when you have to do it, because I don't. You have to do it when there's a limit break 4, I'm pretty sure, right? Isn't it limit? Oh, okay, okay. No, Terry knows. Okay, we're good. Purge day? I don't mean to purge, but I might need to unadd some people. It's fine. I'm happy to add people back again. Okay, so what am I gonna play? I've never tanked this or anything like this before. I barely started on Picto the other day, but can join. Yeah, you can do whatever you want. All's good. I'm trying to think. I think we're full right now, but does anybody want to sit out? If Annie wants to go, perhaps? Or is everyone wanting to do it? I'm good for either, but just... yeah, actually don't know if Annie wants to do it too. You can sit out if you need. Annie, did you want to come in? What are we doing this mine? Yeah, why not? It'll be fun. I can sit out if Annie wants to tank. I'm trying to think. Sure. Okay, thank you, Idolac. You can tank, don't worry. Okay, I'll play with my white mage. I can sit out. Wait, I'm not in the party. I appreciate it still. Alright, let's do this mine and we can... Where is it? Trial. Seed of Sacrifice. Wait, do I have cutscenes on? I think I do, actually. If you would usher in the end, then with my all shall I oppose you? So spoke Elidibus as he took unto himself the power of champions from beyond the rift to arise as his self-proclaimed warrior of light incarnate. Yet as resolutely yet as resolutely as your foe believes in his cause, so too do you believe in yours. Thus light and darkness must collide, invoking the ancient magic imbued with the memories of Azem, the forgotten final member of the Convocation 14th. You summon the star to your side, prepare to face your foe in a battle to steer the very course of the world. Okay, also Phoenix Bound's not allowed. let me ready check. One brings darkness, one brings light. I'm happy to do this again.
For my people, for our world, I will strike you down.
It makes me want to watch the cutscene all over again. Like after this. Oh wait. Is this fixed? Oh, this is not fixed.
This battle shall be our last.
It should be fine. I don't need to see that badly. Ooh, pen! You were out of that! That's so dumb! Ooh, we gotta watch out where he's swinging that. Two. We gotta keep moving. Okay, gotta keep moving. Thank you.
Be gone, spawn of shadow.
Ah, the cast bar is so nice.
Darkness must
To be honest, I kind of. Oh, we gotta go. I'm in. I forgot to move inside of it. Man, maybe we shouldn't have done this mine. It's fine. It'll be fun.
Gleaming steel, light my path.
Maybe, I don't know. I made a good choice by doing this so early. The music's so good though. I gave the wrong person the shield. My bad. It feels really good playing White Mage again. It's been a little bit. You didn't heal me to the max!
Spawn of shadow. Darkness must be destroyed.
Oh, okay. The one with the circles on the blade is in. Good dive again? Elder Dragon Dive? Eld Dragon Dive. Ascendance? Oh yeah, okay. We got this. This is fine. Hi Hoshi, how are you? I love him so much! Olympus! Maybe I should fix my... Oh, there we go. I fixed it. I fixed it. Ugh. Oh my gosh. Oh no. I know who you love. Never mind. I'm so happy for cutscenes. I'm glad we get to see them all. Yassians are forced to retreat to... Wait, no, retreat. Oh my gosh. Wait! Am I not clicked in? Oh my gosh. Am I gonna fail this? I'm so sorry. Am I not clicked in? I don't know what I'm... Okay, wait, we're fine. I'm so bad at the spam. Oh, it's okay. A pro tip is don't just click with your mouse. Use all of your keyboards. Use all of your controller. By the way, all's good. We're just practicing. Yeah, yeah, exactly. You can roll. Oh wait. I'm so sorry. Wait. My keyboard. Wait. Sorry. I can't type. Why can't I type? Okay, 1 second. I'm resetting my keyboard real quick. I can't move! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My keyboard doesn't like me. We might need to wipe this real quick. I really apologize. I'm trying to reset my keyboard. Why isn't it working? Can I move? No, I can't move. What's going on? I guess better now than later. Oh, I can move now. Do we try to recover?
Very nice.
Renge Apritsune just subscribed. Aura, I am alive today.
Thank you, Riga!
Sword of Shadow! Darkness must be destroyed.
Do we wipe? Oh, frick. Maybe we should wipe. I'm sorry. I kind of, what if we just... What if we just... I'm sorry. It's not it didn't take another bath. I don't know what happened. Wanna wipe? Sorry, I kind of just left. Oh no. You know, we're not gonna wipe. We're just gonna do this. That's fine. We can recover. Never. Well, I probably shouldn't have walked out then. Thank you. I'll res Annie. You can just recover. Okay. Oh my gosh, I nearly died!
Be gone! Sword of Shadow! Darkness must be destroyed!
Okay, this is cone inside. Sorry. Time for crystal wall bath. I'm so okay, we're fine. Anyways, I don't know what happened to my computer. I had to like reset it and then plug it in and out, and I don't know what's going on. It's fine. I use my lilies. Silly. Okay. Also, Ranga, thank you so much. How are you? I'm stuck in Prey. I mean Praetorium. Return to Prey. Thank you so much for the tier. Thank you for 3 months. I appreciate it. Thank you for the streak. I hope you're doing well. Okay, we're probably gonna be going on this side then. Yeah. Sorry, I don't know why my keyboard was so bad. I should have just kept on recovering. We should have been fine. Alright. It's fine. It didn't happen like that. Okay, you can, if you have a controller, you can press a bunch of, you should be able to press a bunch of buttons. I'm hoping this time I don't freak out my keyboard again. Let's see. Sometimes the tech does that. Yesterday, 3 of your buttons on your mouse stopped working? That's so dumb! Keyboards too? It was wonky. We'll meet your demise. Now you can hear how loud blue switches are. You clutch the crystal of Azem to your breast and wish upon it with all your heart.
It cannot be.
It's so fun! It's so cool! Elizabeth's reaching out to him. I know! The snap! The wave!
To me, warriors of light! I am salvation given form. Mankind's first hero.
You know what? I wonder if these Warriors of Light are any of like the dev teams, like OCs or anything like that, or characters.
Your demise will be ours. Salvation.
Oh, there it goes! Here's the 4! Here's the limit break 4!
You'll still stand. Very well.
Runs.
Be gone, spawn of shadow.
Oh, will we need to move for this part? For the sake of our world, in the name of light. I know these are the other, like, I guess warriors. Oh, okay, there's only one here. It should be fine. Okay, there's one over here.
Darkness must be destroyed.
Oh, you forgot to move! My bad. Man, when we do seat for real, I need to remember to move. Oh, these are the orbs. These are the orbs. Okay. I should not be on that side, actually. I should be on this side because of the dragon. Back here? Oh. Oh, sorry, I gave the wrong person shield. The dev's cheating. Cheating with LB4.
My soul knows no surrender.
Oh. Oh! Wait, what happened?
Me strength.
Oh, frick. Can I do a slow cast? Do we have any other rezzers? Oh my goodness. Okay, I got this. We got this. We got this. I have abilities. Okay, LB3.
Gleaming steel, light my path.
Oh my gosh, I have. Do I. Wait, where are you? You're over there? I don't know where we're gonna go. I'm assuming this way? This way? This way? Okay, keep moving. Oh no.
Be gone, spawn of shadow.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what okay, how do I do this? Can I slow res my...
Darkness must be destroyed.
Oh my gosh! I wonder, should we maybe... I'm gonna LB3 real quick. I hope I don't die. It's gonna kill me probably. But everyone else should be fine. Hopefully. Yeah, thank you. We should be fine. You just need an LB3. Should be able to get you back up there.
Spawn of shadow.
We're fine. It's fine. Oh, somebody needs to go over to the other one. I was gonna say, like, somebody needs to come to this one, alright?
Darkness must be
This is where, in the future, pairs... Okay, we need to go out for this one. In the future, we will have pairs on the ground. Oh, I forgot. Oh, I forgot. I keep forgetting there was a freezy for that one. Oh. Where's the dragon? Which side is he being summoned on? Is it this one? It's not that side. Okay, so this side is fine. You're fine. The bomb. The bomb blast. I really adore the tower designs in this expansion. I really like this expansion a lot. It's transcending his limits.
My soul knows no surrender.
Okay, so for these markers, does anybody know? Like, do you just leave? Just be out of the way for the markers?
Grant me strength.
Oh, okay. To the limit? Is this the 4? No, I don't think it can't. I don't think only 4 happens, right? Oh, it's a cone cleave. Okay, thank you, thank you. Oh, frick. I'm so sorry. I didn't know really where else to move. Point.
My power.
I don't. Okay, I was gonna say I don't really know where the best place to be for that one. Not yet. Oh man, I probably should have ethereal shift there. I didn't realize I didn't have that much time left. It's okay. Use range LB 2 times? Is he cheating? Can we report Elidibus?
Be gone.
Thank you.
Born of shadow. Clad in prayer, I am invincible.
Oh, okay. He actually is invincible right here. So, oh, okay. Let's do this over here. I guess okay, for that one, I could see.
Darkness must be destroyed.
I could see for that one, the knockback for that one, we could definitely have. Oh, I remember this one. I'm so sorry. I definitely killed somebody there. I'm supposed to face it away. I got it. It's been a little bit.
Cannot fail. I will not.
My bad. Can't limit break him when he's unless he's casting. Okay. All right. I definitely forgot this fight too. So thank you everyone who did it again with us. You gotta face them in the corners. Yeah. I realized that immediately afterwards. Like, oh, I did that very wrong. I needed to do something else. Elidibus, you tried your best. But too many Lawless versus Elidibus. It's okay. Okay. I mean, that was the big trial, but there's still like a lot in 5.3 to kind of like remember. I think we're gonna do a review. I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna like review really quickly of like the things I remember from 5.3. So if anybody has not finished it, please mute lurk, because I'll probably be talking about the end of it and then probably hopping into the beginning. We can do. Oh my gosh, I forgot. Yeah, hopping into the beginning of this. Watch the trailer. There's a trailer for it. Can you send me the trailer? Doing that mine is harder than extreme. Really? It'll be easier to do. It'll be easier to do it like extreme. Well, I want to do an extreme mine though. Enjoy MSQ. Wait, you can watch now, Annie. I have to look up mechanics. For that one, there's a couple that I could tell you. The sword, when there's like cones on the sword, you go in, and when it's just the normal sword, you go out. I'm trying to think. For the 2 bubbles, you want to watch where the dragon spawns because you want to be on the other side of it. And if somebody has the silver marker, get away from the stack. I'm pretty sure. I also probably could have positioned myself a lot better. We've done this we've done this in Discord before, and I've been explained it, but it's been a little bit since I've actually done it. I needed to point at the dragons. If you have the tether for the dragons, you need to point them out. I pointed them in, so my bad. Definitely killed y'all. Definitely killed some people there. Cones? Oh yeah, and then the cones, the markers. And some of the people just got markers, and they ended up like spreading out. Right? And that's for that will have like a cone cleave. So you just need to not be in the direction of where your whoever is marked as. Or actually delete that. I sent it in Discord. Okay. Where in Discord? Did you put it in the MSQ progress, or did you put it in somewhere else? I recall they're Demi Bahamut. Oh, thank you. Okay. DM? Oh, okay, thank you. Ooh, okay, so that's a trailer. So everything in this I've already seen, right? So there's no, like, concerns to watch this, right, Yilda? That's exciting. It's Reflections in Crystal, the 5.3 patch. Yes? Okay, you've watched it as well, Annie? I'm watching it right now to check. Thank you, Turtle. I'll bring it up in a tab, but I won't start it yet. The Bahamut. Oh, the Baja Blast is definitely from Binding Coils. Okay, thank you. We ended up doing the Bahamut, like, we ended up doing coils on sync, so I definitely didn't see everything. They have a lot of shows side content, all the stuff you've done already. Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's exciting. I will wait though. I will still give it a second, but I'll get it ready. What? There's nudity in my Final Fantasy 14? What the heck? Okay, I'll probably end up watching it like this. And then the designs of the Sin Eaters, I suppose. Man, we need to do Seat again. I mean, whenever we end up doing Seat for Extreme, I'll get a good look at everything. I'll be seeing it over and over and over again. But we're gonna do Hades first, though. So I'm excited for that. Hopefully it won't be too bad. It'll be fine. I mean, if as a static, if we were able to do Shinryu, and as a community able to do Nidhogg, I believe in us. And yeah, I believe in us. And also lots of people were studying too, so. They usually have, is really fun. I'm excited for it. I'm really excited for it. Ranga, how was Prey? Hopefully not too bad. Sorry, I might munch a little bit real quick. Put this away, and then we'll watch it, okay? Did I get no spin? Oh, I got spinach in here. Barely any, though. Yes, Turtle, I've done all the optional content. Let me give you... If anybody is wondering about what I have done in Shadowbringers, this is everything I've completed so far. It is updated and current. Okay, Warlit, definitely. Warlit got me into watching Witch from Mercury. And it's good. I like Witch from Mercury. But that's the reason why I finally, like, I've watched an episode before. And I really enjoyed it. And I was like, I want to watch it. But then I was like, what if we have a watch party in Discord? And we did that. And it's been really great. But yeah, we've done the Warlet. We've done all of Warlet. It made me it made me cry so much. It was really good. The music was fantastic. Like, man, like it was really, really good. It was really fun that we got to be in a Gundam too. I'm gonna do a BRB real quick. I'm gonna take an ad break. We'll get back and we'll watch the trailer, okay? This will be the trailer. Okay. I'll be right back though. I'll see you in a little bit. A new relic? New relic dropped? Or do you see something fancy? You're still there? I thought you were done with Prey. Is it fun and fancy, Kiwi? Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. Sorry, I'm also like eating a little bit. We're also going to be watching the 5.3 trailer. Yeah, we're going to be watching the trailer before we end up going into 5.4. I'm really excited. But thank you so much. Hello, Raiders. I hope you all are doing well. Thank you so much for the raid. Kat, how was 14? What'd you end up doing today? I'm trying to stuff my face real quick. Did you get anything good? I hope luck was on your side today. But we ended up doing, we just did Seed of Sacrifice. We didn't mind for fun. I'm excited to do the extreme one day. But if you all want another Final Fantasy XIV friend to hang out with, please follow Kat. Currently doing Dawn Trail stuff. Doing maps. Ooh, got 2 minions. A mount, items, mats, and God, you got glasses? Are they nice? And super cute? I know. Elorian? Is that how you say your name? Also, welcome in. I appreciate you stopping by. You did it! You're out of Praetorium jail! Also, thank you so much for the raid again. I'm so sorry. I'm really trying to eat really quickly. I'm mostly done with it. I'm just gonna throw the rest in the fridge. And hydrate. You still have more maps? Only did the ones on your EU character? You still have many more on NA? Are you doing the maps that have the Figmentals? Are you doing the newer maps right now? Want to try the chili crab special they released this month? Ooh, it sounds actually really, really good. A chili, I'd 100% be down for chili crab. There's no 24/7 Chick-fil-A. What time do they open, Ranga? Nice. Okay. That's really, really nice. A Figmental copper dropped as well. Did you get a Figmental? Oh my gosh. Okay, I can show you. So, Kat, I can show you three? I can show you 2 Figmentals. 3 Figmentals. I have 3 Figmentals I can show you if you are curious. But otherwise, that's all I have. So far, I've hit 0 portals on the new maps. No, have you been going solo or have you been doing with a group idolac? Oh, minions from the new ones cost a lot. Are people really? I wonder if there are some people out there who end up like, because I've heard some people like are I've heard, I think Yami was telling us that like some people for the new alliance raid like will pay others to pass on stuff, right? Yeah, to pass on stuff. So it's really interesting to see if people will also do maps doing the same thing. Like start a map, like a map group, but like everyone passes on all the stuff. Like if you get far enough. We got to fight Trash Dad and got no wipes. Back from Mentor Roulette. I hope it was okay. Well, oh yeah, I hope it was good. We saw 3 Figmentals? That's wild. That's so good. Yes, I have heard that they've gone down in price. I think yesterday, Hexing checked and they were like 1.5 million, which is still pretty high. But like it has come down from like, I think it was 10 at like the max I've seen it. $40 million, Gil? From not the newest, but the ones before that. Okay, and you had a few of those, did not get them yet. I got a funny stick relic. You got a stick? You got the umbrella. The umbrella's cool. I really want to like Machinist. If I like Machinist, I'm getting that bouquet, and I'm giving everyone allergies. Yeah, that's not bad at all. It's like 1.5 around. Around like 1.5-ish, but I'm saving for an FC house, so I can't afford to be spending my guild too much right now. I do technically have 1 spare Figmental that I'm waiting on to eventually open, maybe, or save forever. We'll see. Ooh, I was thinking maybe my ult account. If I make an ult account, maybe I'll give my ult a Figmental. I'll have to just do arbitrage or something in materia in order to get the Figmental over. Yeah, the price it's gone down a good chunk. What? 400 to 500? Wow. Yeah, maybe it's just ether that's expensive or something. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm so sorry. I'll see you in just a second. Okay, almost back. Back to crafting. Thank you, Terry, for joining. Thank you for tanking. Also, great job, Pen, where I ended up killing myself, and then you took over for main tank. Yes, there is a sub girl. No, sub girl, sub goal. Okay, the thing is, Ranga, I have an SSD. I have 2 SSDs. I have 2 SSDs, but my problem is I need a hard drive. I need a high capacity hard drive because I need to save my VODs. And I need to save my VODs because Twitch won't save them anymore. So I need to store them somewhere. That's the only reason why I need a hard drive specifically. But I do have a dedicated game hard drive, and I have a boot hard drive, or boot SSD and a game SSD. Yeah, exactly. The Twitch policies are so stupid. New equipment, bitch. She needs a huge hard drive. I'm hoping to get an 8 terabyte one. It's my next goal. Cause I already filled the 6 terabyte. But okay, I will say, when I say I already filled it, that was VOD footage from that was VOD footage from 2014 to now, technically. Everything that I had saved on Twitch. So that's why it was a little bit of a backlog. So I'm hoping it'll be a little bit easier going forward, but I actually don't think that's gonna be the case because now that I can, I have quality up until 2K, and that's just gonna make the VODs even larger. I made it so I have to delete VODs because I don't want people to have to watch them on Twitch. Yeah. Oh no. I'm so mad I have to delete. Yes, I agree. That's why the VODs that I do save, if I make any playlists or anything like that on Twitch, it needs to be very the most recent thing that's available. Otherwise, I have to move them all to YouTube, which is fine because I have a VOD channel on YouTube. But I don't know. I want to try to release them a little bit better. Okay, putting on my other earbud so we can watch the reflections in the crystal. Yes, there is a YouTube. Oh wait, don't look at that. That's actually not right. No, that's wrong. Look at the VOD channel. There's nothing on that channel, unfortunately. Well, there is something, but they're old and I need to take them down. Look at the VOD channel instead. YouTube, to be announced. Update that. I really should. Well, that is my channel. It's just, it is no longer on Mondays and Thursdays, and there's not new content on that at the moment. That channel still exists. It's just my older stuff. When I was not a Final Fantasy 14 variety streamer. Okay, we ready? Let me turn this up a little bit, just in case. I don't know how loud it's gonna be, but hopefully it's not too bad. It's a little loud? A little loud? Oh my gosh. 5.3! Shadowbringers!
Yours is a long road, my friend.
Oh, we get to hear his voice!
Another star
Oh my
shell.
gosh.
Wait, is that?
And there may come a day when you forget the faces and voices of those you have met along the way.
Oh, the head pad!
Excellent. I had intended to speak with you alone.
A little bit, get out of here! Get out! Oh, wait!
Your strength from such a
Oh, that's so
cacophony
cool.
of voices. Can you truly be sure you still speak with your own?
It really shows all of it. Wow. I'm so glad I did everything. Oh, it's so good.
I won't let you go alone. Not this time.
Oh, the song. I know we just listened to it, but like in context. I'm so glad I did everything. It's funny because we actually went back to Limsa recently to do Warrior. Ugh.
The joy you have known. The pain you have felt. The prayers you have whispered and answered.
Oh my gosh, this is a really good recap.
They shall ever be your strength and your comfort.
This is
When
the
all is said and
trailer
done,
for it.
I would ask a favor of you.
Oh my gosh, if we end up watching that cutscene again, I'm gonna cry. But like, what if I watch the cutscene? What if I watch the cutscene and I cry? Oh no! Even spoilers flying a Realm Reborn. A Realm Reborn flying? Oh, is that one when flying was available in a Realm Reborn? Yeah, this is when they added flying. Really? Okay, okay. They usually release 11 days before the patches come out to get people hyped up. I still recall dreading starting in Limsa that I deleted that character starting in Gridania instead. Limsa's too long. There's a lot in there. Now you know how we feel. Oh my gosh. I'm so glad I ended up I am so happy I ended up doing everything just to kind of like essentially get like a small mini recap of like everything that we've done so far. And if I watch the cutscene, if I watch that cutscene, the very last one for 5.3, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna be sobbing. Yeah, I will 100% be sobbing. I honestly, like, even watching the Seed of Sacrifice, the Seed of Sacrifice, I'd probably be balling too. A special fate is happening, apparently. I'm not gonna go myself, but if anybody wants to. Called using Crystal Tower trap against the Ascians before Heaven's Lure. I heard, no, y'all told me about that. Y'all told me that, like, whenever he ended up doing it, he called it so famous. Yes, he said famously. Goes out of his way to watch every 5.3 reaction so he can feel something. Are always the highlight among the post-base expansion. It is... I don't know. Do I want to watch it again? Do I want to see Hawthorne? It could be Odin. Do you think it's Odin? Wait. Tell me. Is it Odin? I would only maybe want to do it because then I could be Odin. What if I'm Odin? I kind of wish that I had, like, 5.3 wasn't so long ago for me, because it feels like it's been a good chunk of time at this point. And I guess I could really go back into my notes and kind of look at stuff. Okay, so there's a good chunk of stuff here. So, Sundered Souls, Elidibus. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay. I think this is where it is. Iander, no, and Eider. So it was Elidibus who's saying the true course of the star, and he's, oh my gosh, there's so much. So true course of the star, and then we were seeing how all of our allies were getting like dizzy spells as well. And then we saw the star showers, and we realized what Elidibus's plan was as well. And then we ended up going back to Amarod at some point. I mean, several times. There's pretty much after Elidibus kidnapped Ystrola. Catnapped Ystrola, which has happened twice now. That they keep trying to do to her. Sorry, I'm just kind of like reading through my cutscenes. I have to kind of make sense of them too. Oh yeah, so there was like my theory of like, why is he making more Warriors of Light kind of thing? And then we find out. Oh gosh. So yeah, we find out a little. Wait, I know. Was that my thought? Oh no, we did find out. We did find this out. What Elidibus was. Let me check the elemental. Oh, sorry. I think. Let's see. Go back to Emerald all the time. MSQ took you there. Yes. It was a big plant person. Okay. The in journal's pretty close. A cutscene. Leo, maybe a flood of Warriors of Light. Yes. I mean, I guess I could watch a cutscene. Perhaps I could do that. So I wrote here, Elidibus, Primal, Zodiac's heart separated from Zodiark, not Zodiac, Zodiark's heart separated from Zodiark, battle lost, ill-suited, which is the fragmented Elidibus, as well, because there was that cutscene of somebody saying that like he was ill-suited for the spot. So according to Elidibus, the Warrior Light is currently strong enough in the current form and he would not be able to defeat us. So he's creating more Warriors of Light. Let's see. And then we ended up seeing a soul stone with a star on it and it's red. So I was putting more Warriors of Light equals more bust. Sorry, more bust power. More Warriors of Light equals more bust power. I mean, yeah, I could see it. Wait, is it Odin? Oh no, you're Odin. Did you get Odin stuff? Quantity over quality. Yes. Oh, whoa. Wait, is that an emote? Like, is it a... Yeah, is that an emote? An Odin emote? That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, though. Oh, yes, and then we talked about the defector. Of, like, who the defector was? Or who made the crystal in secret? And also, who made the crystal in secret, right? Who's the friend? I think I wrote this down. A crystal bearing the forgotten name of her office, along with the magic of her own conceiving. Singular incantation embodying her spirit. Gaining knowledge of the world, traveled and befriended, calling upon comrades to resolve matters together. Oh, that's really cool. It's really, really neat. It costs hundreds of dollars. Oh, it's from the statue. Oh, okay. It was really cool though. It looked really good. It was, you bought it at your first fan fest as well. I'm assuming they're like much more rare now, unless it's like I'm assuming it was like a limited kind of thing. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm gonna cry. If I think of that scene again, I'm gonna cry. And then I wrote down about how with Elidibus, there was like the 2 crystals that he ended up holding. And then it seemed like, oh no. It seemed like he was like talking to somebody else and he wasn't really necessarily talking to us. And then he was talking about the sky as well. And so it was like there's the green crystal we have to figure out, and I'm assuming there's the green and sky blue one. Oh no. Do I watch it again? Do I watch it again to feel it? I think I already actually need a tissue. Hi church, how are you doing? I'm okay. I'm fine. I'm like super normal. Going through this. The in-journal calls for you. Okay, which one do we watch first though? Yeah, Leo, which one do we even watch first? So normal. So normal. Wait, where's my... Okay. One moment. I gotta go. No! I don't, like, not, like, just even reading it. I'm not gonna be okay. I'm not gonna be okay. Alright, so let's go all the way back. It's in the first set. So... Very normal reaction. Very normal reactions to have tears in my eyes. And just reading it. And I kept on saying, they're not gonna make me feel bad for you, Elidibus. And I went on my word. I felt bad for Elidibus. It happened. It happened. I felt bad for Elidibus. I understand. Because it's the same thing when the same thing happened for Emmett too. It's like, because we can empathize exactly what he is doing, and like Elidibus is just doing the same as well. He also just stole our friend's like body essentially too, because so that was not the best or great. But everything they're doing for their world, we are doing for our own too right now. Empathy? I just like killing Asians. No. Okay, so what else? So so I was writing down as well, like the convocation speaker, La Habrea, and so then we have to figure out who the member is. So the orange crystal, where the seat of Azem is the orange crystal. And then I wrote down, summon the stars to your side, wish upon it with all your heart. And then, what else? So there was a voice within at one point, and we were thinking, is that Ardbert? Is that our boy? Oh yeah, and then I was writing some more stuff about like half the people of Amarant got sacked for sacrificed for Zodiark, and then half of those people again to fix the poison for the planet. And then we learned about how we have a dense cat boy, because so we're thinking the crystal, like, so Graha was there after the 8th Columbo Calamity, and then he did the Crystal Tower things, and that's why I think that his soul is as dense as ours. And then, yeah, before then traveling to the first, and that's why Yashola was saying our souls are similar. Oh my gosh. Ugh! Van Daniel? Who is this guy? Who is he? Anyways, and Xenos is still feral for the Warrior of Light. So Van Daniel is a Sundered Asian, and Xenos is feral for the Warrior of Light. What else did I write? I think that's the end of my 5.3 notes. Because then I started talking about Eden here. Oh no, not yet, wait. Yashola speculations about how Emmett is helping. What did I write there? What did I write there? What are we reading? I'm actually reading my notes, my 5.3 notes. Where are we in the story? We are recapping 5.3 things, and I'm reading from my notes that I had taken during the time, like during MSQ. Hey, Notice, I mean Normal. Hi, Normal. Hi, Ken. That was pretty good. Hi there, hello, Nova. Hi, Roger. How are you both doing? Catboy is very dense. We still love him. Yes. Fan, damn it. Yeah, we're currently reviewing at the moment, so we're going. Yes, so yeah, that's why we think our Catboy is extra dense, because of the calamities and stuff in time travel and everything. So yeah, I ended up starting taking notes when we got to Amarant, for Shadowbringer stuff, and I've just been taking notes ever since, and we're just kind of reviewing what I had written down. Let's see what else. So yes, something about Yashola's speculations about Emmett helping us in order to spare Elidibus, right? And then we, of course, our promise to Emmett to remember. And then, Sundered and Unsundered Asians are just our antagonists. Oh yeah, and then Ur-Andre had speculations too about how Azem, which is the 14th seat, right, is very familiar to other names in the source, right? So there's like Azim and Azama as well. So Azim was the Dawnfather, and then Azama is like, I guess, one of the 12 or something? And it's like the personification of the sun. And what else did I write? Oh yeah, and the rest of this is about Eden. So this is about Mitron, which is still relating back to the Asians and everything, right? Honestly, it was really good to do Eden to kind of like understand, or like the broader stuff. But also, who the frick is Van Daniel? Is one of the big questions going into 5.4. And I'm considering maybe watching a cutscene. I don't know which one yet, but considering watching one of the cutscenes we've done so far. I know, frickin' Fan Daniel. Frick Daniel. So Azim is the god for the Uras in the East. Yes. And then you can throw him in the water tank and see if he floats. Wait. What about Graha? Squeeze Graha like an avocado to see how dense he is? Do you think he'll let us? Yeah, he would. I think he would. I think Graha would let us see how dense he is. Love this part of the story. Doing good. 5.3 was very emotional. If anybody is curious, here, let me find my one VOD. My 5.3 VOD. You might have to do some scrubbing through it. Actually, no. My VOD, the VOD is still on Twitch, I think, actually. It hasn't expired yet. Where is it? It was cut up into 2 parts. Yeah, it was cut up into 2 parts that we did it. Right? Alliance raids? Did my VODs already expire? Oh no. It's okay if they did. It's fine. Trolley bringers? No, trolley bringers are right here. So this is... So this is part 1 of 5.3. And then... part 2, if anyone is curious of what happened. What happened in Shadowbringers. It was great. It was great. I just, like, cried a lot. 5.3 was a spectacular patch. It was good. I liked it. And I feel like, I'm trying to think. Do we watch any of the cutscenes? Maybe this one? I don't know. I don't know which one we would even watch to go back. I mean, the really, really long one is Reflections, probably, right? Of them coming back all together. I mean, we need to... A bright-eyed youth. Sorry, I never read the journal. Some days later, with great jubilation, the Scions welcome a new addition to their ranks, a bright-eyed youth named Grahatia, and together with comrades old and new, you set your sights upon many adventures to come. Though you have reached a momentous milestone in your journey, the road stretches on to places beyond imagining, yet whatever may lie ahead, and whatever hardships you may face, you have faith that your experiences in the first will give you strength to forge ever onward. Oh. Maybe the last one with the Scions? You think that we should do that one? I'm down with it. That boy's not very buoyant. Visceral. Alfie is not buoyant at all. No, we need to see how much volume he displaces. He's just a fan? He has the face of someone we don't like. A bowl cut boy. But like, who is Fan Daniel? Who is this freaking guy? Okay, let's go back. Let's see. 5.3, but we're viewing more. Yes. Hey, normal. I was so mad at Elidibus, then all of a sudden I was crying about him. I was mad too because he stole Arbert's body. Like, Elidibus stole Arbert's body, but like also like, I am not forgiving you for doing that because like you're sullying his name, kind of. Yeah, you are. That's Lamit's Arbert, by the way. By the way, Elidibus. Anyways, but then he's just doing what anything that he could. To, like, for his mission, for his goal. Okay, I'm fine. Okay, alright. Do we talk? Is it this one? But this one's like 26 minutes though, right? Oh no, this is a different one. Is this the meanwhile? Oh no, this is the meanwhile.
So it was that a new adventure began.
Do I want to watch this one right away? With his new outfit? This guy in his new outfit? Okay, alright. I guess we could start from... I was practically broken by the memories. Being fractured. I just wanted to hug him. That's what it was! That's what it was! Still gets you. I actually teared up earlier reading the quote. Do we watch it again? Is it this one? Okay, maybe watch it really quickly. We actually just did Seed of Sacrifice, mine, just a little bit ago.
I cannot fail. I will not.
Because I wanted to get back into the mindset of like where we were. Okay, so it's just this part, and then... Oh no.
Fool. You have achieved nothing. I am immortal, yet I will never surrender.
I think Elidibus's voice actor did really good. Because they're like the moments where you like hear his voice like falter.
So fixated were you on my memories of the future, you failed to heed the lessons of the past. Your obsession blinded you to the true nature of this tower. This beacon of hope for mankind.
It's good to see him again. We're gonna go back to Mordona and see him again.
Created to serve as a reservoir for the limitless energy of the heavens. To harness and bind the boundless. Not unlike white orosite.
Okay, this is a good refresher, actually, at the very end.
Ill-begotten power. Obtained by exploiting that which is best in us. I shall have it. Your soul and all!
I know. Wait, that Ranga, are you talking about the statue? I cried so many times for Lena. Every single time Lena cried, I was bawling. I could not take it. Honestly, I would say Arbor was one of my highlights in Shadowbringers. But there's so many good voice actors in this expansion! Oh my goodness. And it's so amazing too, because like we've heard time and time again, they don't have a lot of context for their script all the time, right? Oh, the sky's back. I think that this Eternal Wind rendition is gonna It's gonna KO me. Oh. After this. We paused a lot here, and I ended up taking a lot of notes in this area too. For the crystals. And we did end up learning. We did keep Azem's crystal. I guess ours.
This. Yes. I would become him. I would save everyone. This, I believed. Yet still they cried out in rage and despair. Divided over the fate of the star. A rare occurrence, always fleeting. But not this time. Not this time. Reconciliation. Elizabeth. I was needed. I withdrew myself from Zodiac. For them. My people. My brothers. My friends. Stay strong. Keep the faith. At duty's end, we will meet again. We will.
No.
We will.
And I was
The
saying,
rains have ceased, and we have been graced with another beautiful day. But you are not here to see it.
and then also one of the crystals. It talks about. It's very similar.
concede I may have overexerted myself.
I feel like Eternal Wind is cry on command.
Steady now and listen. I told you before that I had a plan, and that when all is said and done, I would ask a favor of you.
Crunchy
You
cat!
have averted the 8th umbral calamity, found a way for everyone to return to the source, and last but not least, we have secured the future of all the people of Norvrend. We have won, my friend.
Oh, your warrior light's face.
So, I hope you'll forgive me this moment of selfishness, and while I wouldn't want you to feel obliged, promise me you'll take me on your next adventure. A journey. Together.
Oh my goodness.
That's all I ask.
You could have asked me earlier. I don't think it matters actually. I think we did both.
If I were to tell you that this isn't the end, that we will meet again, would you believe me?
I already know what happens. He is crunchy.
My friend, with you, my mind and memories shall travel to the ends of the world and beyond. But in this place shall my body stand immovable. May it serve as an undying promise, not only to those who look to me for leadership, but to any soul who has known despair, that hope is everlasting.
So we ended up doing or finishing this cutscene and finishing this trial on Saturday, and I gave myself a break for the rest of the patch afterwards. I don't know how I stopped though. Like thinking back, like now knowing everything, it's like, how did I stop it? How did I stop at this point? I think it was just a lot emotionally, so it was probably an ideal place to get, like... It's fine. It was draining. Yeah, it was late. Oh, your warrior of light's face! No!
There, the exarch would remain, keeping his silent vigil. When the scions were not released from his summoning spell, we proceeded with the plan to return them to the source. The warrior of darkness, however, retained her ability to traverse the two worlds at will. And in time, the Crystal Tower became a symbol of her link to the First, and of hope.
It always hits harder when a cute character is sad. Is this law? It's okay, it's because how many polygons are in Lala's faces. It just makes them extra expressive. Okay, thank you, Yoshi P. Thank you, Yoshi P, for the extra polygons. And, like, because my first hit of tragedy in this game was the Volt. And, yeah, I think it made it extra worse seeing how much... Because I was in denial, right? I was like, no. I was in denial. But seeing my Lawless face, it twisted the knife. It twisted the knife in... So it's fine. Anonymous. Thank you for gifting us sub to the Crystal Exarch. We're fine. Destroyed you the first time around too. I was definitely not okay. Not at all. He has a sub! Yay! Thank you so much, Anonymous. Do healers try to help in the vault? I forgot. Not that time. No, that's Alfie. Alfie ends up doing it, but not us. Let me do it. Let me give him benediction. But you do get to help a little bit in during the attack in Stormblood of what's that city called? In Ralgar's Reach. Afterwards, if you're a healer, you're able to do a little healing thingy there. They do now? I thought it was just Alfie. Did they add something else? Because Alfie tries to heal the Reach. Yeah, in the Reach they do heal there. So that's good. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, my alerts are off, but I really appreciate it. Yeah, there is an area though. That's why I always want to try to play healer, just in case if there's like a moment where I could try to heal. Let me try. Let me allow me to feel like I could try to do something. This Catboy is responsible for all of your Shadowbreaker tears? I would say a lot of them. A lot of them, it's his fault. Some of them, Emmett, some Elidibus. I definitely cried for Arbor. I also definitely cried for Seto. I love Seto so much. Seto, I mean, like, I've heard that for pet owners, Seto absolutely destroys you. I was also destroyed. Not a pet owner. One day, someday. But I love Seto, and I love how much he loves Arbor. And I was saying earlier, like, Arbor was probably one of, like, my huge highlights, I would say, in Shadowbringer's base. I really loved his character development. I really like his voice actor, fantastic. Like his voice actor was so good. And like I will say, like, I don't want to say like fall for him or anything like that, because like, you know, that's Lamit's Arbert, first of all. But like, I love Arbert so much, I would do anything for him. But I would do anything for that dumb boy. And of course, we love the Crystal Exarch. Emmett, I can't stop thinking about. For some reason, I can't stop thinking about him. And then, oh my gosh. There's just so much more that there's just so much that we still need to go through and still need to learn. And then also, like, some Xenos, and then also there's like, you know, there's like a civil war happening with Garlemald that we gotta figure out and deal with later on. Okay, so I'm trying to think, what other cutscene could we maybe look at? Because I don't want to watch one too long. My first Shadowbringer tears about Arbor and our general torture and determined response. And the tragedy of the first? Oh, I think my first one was our classic welcome to Shadowbringers moment. Which one was it? The test. Well, I don't think I have it, but the Tesline one. Yeah, so that was my first. I think that was. Wait, yeah, I'm pretty sure I cried. Yeah, I definitely cried during it. I think I was in shock for a long time, but I definitely cried for that. And then, what else? I do love the balcony scene. If you want a nice, the balcony scene. I think this is the balcony scene. Testing was rough to watch. It was. We just want Alizé to be happy. I will say was it during 5.3? Wait, some days later. This is it. Okay, but like, I just want Alizé to be happy. She deserves to be happy. I mean, if you ever have the urge, a lot of the times some people, like some of our friends in Discord, they'll just stay in VC and just yap to each other, so they sorry, so they aren't tempted to say anything in chat. She's so antsy.
What is it, Alizé? Are you all right? Do you still feel under the weather?
Physically, I couldn't be better. Thanks to Kryle's ministrations, I'm already looking forward to our next fight.
She's so silly.
But seriously, don't you have anything to say about that?
Look at them in their outfits. Oh yeah, Alizé. Alizé's quest is next. We gotta do that. I forgot Urashi did this. They are feeling themselves.
No less impressive than our garments. You've outdone yourself, Tataru.
Was that a reference? Also, hi Benja.
To give credit where it's due, I had help from a certain fiery pixie who visited me in my dreams.
I
They gave me
love
all
that
the
laugh.
information I needed to get the details just right.
Tataru's laugh right there.
For your
Perfect.
weapons, though, I needed a lot more help. Thankfully, our favorite heads of state were happy to place their finest craftsmen at my exclusive disposal. Oh, and speaking of the Alliance leaders, they all expressed their unreserved elation at your safe return and promise to come and see you in person as soon as they can.
They really needn't have gone to such trouble. But we'll be keeping these gifts all the same. Do pass on our gratitude.
Lala Joy. She's pouty.
I realise we haven't taken up new martial arts, nor have I ever been one to set much store by appearances. But I can't help feeling a certain lack of, I don't know, personal development.
She's so pouty.
I quite understand. But as you observed, the others had the more pressing need. Rest assured, our turn will come.
Is that the start of 5.4, hopefully? I hope so. A little adventure with the twins. Oh, I love it. I love seeing
If
this.
I expend any more ether, I swear I will blink out of existence. I need a bite to eat.
I love Kryl. I know. Archon bread. Benja,
Tataru!
thank you.
Tea, if you would be so kind.
Thank you so
And something
much.
sweet.
Does Kryl have a sweet tooth? Do you think Kryl will come get tea with me and Alizé and Yostrola?
Mistress Kryle's
Do you think we'll do
exhausted
that?
state. May
Do-
I assume that the ward has been restored?
Do you think we'll have tea time with the girls?
Indeed. We succeeded in weaving it anew, albeit at a slightly diminished potency than when I had Becklug's assistance. It is no cause for concern, though. The tower is not easily reached, never mind breached. And even should some few succeed, their presence won't escape my notice.
Excellent.
Our newest
Duty
scion.
thus discharged, thou art free to go wheresoever thy fancy taketh thee. Upon which note, hast thou perchance come to a decision? The offer remaineth open.
It's question mark, question mark, question mark.
Well,
Oh.
if you're certain that's what you...
Oh.
I mean, if you think I...
It's his tail! Look at him! Oh my gosh. He's such a sweetie. he's so cute. Our trouble magnet is back with us. I know. I probably won't be around as much because class is starting on Monday. Thank you, Benja. We always think about you, even though you're always stuck in class. Don't worry. Whenever it's been a little long, we'll be like, how's class been with Benja? Girl, I want to call him Raha. You should be able to if you're like close. Okay, if Kryl can call him Raha, right? Don't you think we should be able to as well? Like, aren't we like potentially that close at this point? Maybe? I feel like we're that close, probably. I mean yesterday, okay, if y'all have not done the level 80, if you have not done the level 80 White Mage quest, you get an option to basically talk about, you potentially talk about him, about us. You get to tell a story. You get to just tell a story to the girls about someone who traveled time and space to save the world. And you. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Not to mention we've all done wait. I mean, honestly, I feel like we're probably close enough to call her Strolla as well. Got 2 cats now, one's sassy and then one's sweet. Oh, that's so cute. We got the good cat and Graha and the no, one's just sassy and then one is just like a little ham. That's it. Braha, no, Braha, no. You're not wrong. Benja, please. Good luck. Do you feel like are the classes interesting? Wait, no, you're starting Monday. No, you haven't gotten to class yet. I hope classes are fun and your professors are not the worst ever. I'm gonna send you all the luck. But it is exciting though, you're making more progress. And then hopefully fall semester will be we'll go by pretty quickly though. I'm afraid. Do you have study buddies? Do you have a designated spot in the library where you're gonna study and do homework? Stola, BB girls, stole our hearts. Wait, no, stole our heart and then grabbed our heart as well. You run the Stola hater club? I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see it. I can see how she's kind of like, I can understand because when Reen first met her, she's very blunt, right? She's very blunt and I will say, let's see. Shola can be very blunt. She can be a little, I don't want to say abrasive. That's not the word. She can be very like, gonna work on it. I'll come back to it. I'll come back to the word. 2 streams? Yeah, we're gonna actually have 3 streams. I'm streaming tomorrow too. This is the last normal semester, taking a variety of courses. Spring is gonna be the architect internship. Next year is completely dedicated to your thesis. So is it gonna be a fun-ish semester? Or do you think like being like locked into like your studies or like your dedicated studies will be like extra interesting? Or like hopefully that won't be too bad though. Like you'll be mostly focusing on like what you are interested in. Stern, grounded, straight to the point? No, that's not the word. Direct but condescending, courtesy of Matoya? Not abrasive. I'm gonna find the right word because I think it's the word that Reen had used when she first met Yustola. We're gonna work on it. Okay, alright. Graha, really? I feel like we've been through a lot. I feel like, oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, right. I forgot about that. Ah!
I accept. Henceforth, I shall count myself a scion of the seventh dawn.
Our newest scion.
Grahatia, at your service.
Oh. That was so good.
When
It
I
was
was
so
a boy,
good.
Many long years ago, I yearned to stand tall as the heroes of Eld. But, like a fool, seeking to pluck the stars from the heavens, my every attempt to reprise their deeds fell short.
Help! Somebody help!
She's gonna jump off.
Hippogriffs! Hippogriffs on the rampage! A giant flock of them! Please, we need help!
I could do with a little rampage myself.
Alizé.
What? Now wait, just a...
Jumping off the roof.
Here we go again.
I mean, I think it's poetic because the first time we met Alizé in Shadowbringers, she was also jumping off a rock. So it only makes sense at the very end here. Jumps off the roof, right?
I will join the fray when I finished my tea.
Thus did the Avatar of Destruction descend, and in her wake leave naught but tears and ash.
And then, one day, an all but forgotten dream from my youth stood before me, in the flesh.
Oh. We're going on that adventure, I hope. Also, I really love Uranger and Yashtola's relationship. I think they definitely confide in each. I mean, minus the part where Uranger kept another secret and then Yashtola was not happy, right? Yashtola's not happy about that. I still do really like their relationship because I do feel like they're really close because like it was during the Light Warden in, I think, Ratika, of like after we defeated it and how he described, I think that was so cute how he described the sky to her. It was, I cried during that too because it was just, it was such a nice moment. Do they know they can fly in this zone? Now they can. Hi Penny, how are you? The only thing I took away from that that's the only thing I took away from that cutscene. Honestly, like him being like theatrical and just like, I don't know, telling a story and everything linked to her. I love it. It's cute. Avatar destruction, you say. Such flattery was your intention. And then best cutscene. Oh my gosh, did you arrive at the perfect time? We were just reviewing the very end. We're gonna have to... We're gonna watch the last one. We're gonna watch frickin' Fandaniel real quick and Xenos, the Warrior of Light Lover. we gotta watch that cutscene really quickly, and then we gotta do Alizé's quest. I'll probably have to go to the bathroom, then we can do Alizé's quest. Uranger theatrical? Never. How you doing? So let me go back. Also, hi Kume. Their sibling vibe. I could see it a little bit. I just love their friendship, honestly. It's super cute. When I saw that part, I was thinking, reawoken Graha was focused on designing a lab to appeal to the player base, and it worked. In a lab. Was focused designed in a lab to appeal to the player base, and it worked. We're going on a trip. Okay, let's go back. It's a callback from the first time met up with her. She jumped off the pillar there. Yeah. She used engagement. And that's how red mages joined the floor tanks. There's only one time when I accidentally jumped out of bounds, but I didn't die. You just woke up from a coma. She's fine. Physically, she's fine. She needs a little adventure in her life. Sometimes I think that Graha's the reason why the male Miko model has the ear wiggles. Yes, today's going to be 5.4, Benja. And it's also the classes you've been putting off. Well, hopefully, once you're done with the semester, you'll have a nice little winter break, right? Hopefully. Get to relax a bit, chill, have time to yourself, and then get into the fun stuff, hopefully. Ishtola's a little smug, direct. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah, I think it's the, like, she's very, like, confident. And maybe that comes off as, like, smug and direct. And I could see how that could rub people the wrong way. But the thing is, I love Matoya. I love how direct she is. Like, despite how they may come off as, like, not abrasive, but, like, something along those lines, they care a lot. They care so much. Like, especially when, like, Matoya was not really comforting Alphino, but Alfie, but, like, kind of, but saying, like, he needs to get it together, like snap out of it, boy. And she's kind of, like, trying to talk him through, like, to process his feelings, process his feelings after Anti-Tower and everything. Okay, let's go back. So I got to tell the head of the 14 English localization team how much I think diamonds strewn across a raven gown. I think about it. It's whenever those two are together, I 100% just think about their moment. And I like the little touch as well, like on like Urange's back before we're like she ended up talking to us. It's a really sweet moment. Not our best friend, no. No, not our best friend. He thinks that we're his best friend, but it's not mutual, okay? He's a character. We've already defeated Zenryu once, alright? Okay, I'm also, like, really concerned. Okay, so let's talk, like, as we're gonna watch the cutscene, I'm really concerned about Xenos, not just because he's, like, super obsessed with us, right? And he would do, I guess, anything to fight us again, really. Not just that. I'm worried because he knows a lot about the Asians, right? So he knows a lot about that. And surely they're, like, I hope that he does not do what he did with Shinryu, what he tries to do with Zodiac. Or, like, I hope that him merging with... okay, him attempting to merge with Shinryu, I hope he doesn't do that with Zodiac, is what I'm trying to say. I'm very concerned about that. Don't do that, please. Anyways, I don't know what Fan Daniel's doing, and I don't know what he's trying to influence, especially since at this point, none of the unsundered Asians exist now, just the sundered ones. So this is going to be an interesting step forward into the rest of Shadowbringers and also Endwalker, maybe. I don't know. Who's Zodiac? Zodiac is, the Asians' primal god. Which is, I mean, Heidelin is ours, and wait, no, is that even possible? Maybe, I hope that's not, because technically, if Xenos was basically given an artificial echo, but it was Kryle's artificial echo, wouldn't you think that, oh, it's like influence from Heidelin, and that's why he was probably able to fuse with Shinryu and become Zenryu, right? That's why he wasn't tempered. But how? What? Sorry. That wouldn't make sense if he tried to do that with Zodiac. But also, I don't know. We don't know the rules of this game. I don't know at all. They can make up whatever. I'm like, whoa, they can do that? I don't know. Anyways, I'm just concerned about that. I probably should write some notes down. Anyways, so today is the 16th, 8/16/25. Please no. Please No. Xenos X Zodiarch. Please. No, please no. That's it. Okay, that's what I wrote down. Anyways. This is such a cool reveal of Zodiac and hiring. Yeah, honestly, that was so much as well. And it causes it, there's so many other questions now, especially like so the part about Azem, right? Azem and then Azim and Azima, right? That is such an interesting little like nugget of like info that was like, if you end up talking to Orange inside in the Rising Stone, like inside the back room, inside the back room, like otherwise you wouldn't have really like gotten that like at this point, I'm assuming, unless like people just like connected the dots and kind of like thought about it, which I did actually think about it when I heard of like the 14 seats name, like Azem, right? I'm like, oh, do you pronounce it like Azim? Like, you know, in store-bought? And I was like, no, Azem, okay. The backrooms? I'll show you the backrooms in momentarily, don't worry. Xenos X Zodiarch sounds like a fanfiction title. I wrote it as such as well. I actually put the X in there. I actually put the X in between Zodiac and Xenos. Anyways, tempering is very much a gray zone. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it too much until I come up with more thoughts. Which actually, I did come up with thoughts the other day, which is really great. So one of the notes that I had wrote down, because yesterday we did the Scholar level 80 quest, I thought about, before we ended up doing the quest, I thought about Stoneblight and how Tonberries and the relation to Stoneblight and Tonberries and how they are potentially similar afflictions between the source and the first, and I was right, and that was really cool, and I really like the Scholar quest, that's it. There's romance in the Scholar quest. Thoughts with notice should be a time segment. It only happens sometimes, though. What's the grand company you can join if you have ADHD? I wonder which one I have. Which one? I wonder which grand company I join. I love how you laugh before the punchline. I really like the Scholar quest too. It's really good. Okay, all right. Let's review Xenos and Fandaniel. Really quickly before we move on to Alize's quest. I will say, I have to admit, his outfit is good.
That a new adventure began.
As much as I'm like, his outfit is kind of really, really good. It's kind of fire. He looks really good.
The memory of a dying world's end. Night after night. And I thought it but a tired old dream.
I say, I knew that securing the palace would provide your radiance with depressingly little sport, but that you should fall asleep out of boredom. Splendid, truly splendid. And my own preparations, you will be pleased to hear, proceed apace.
What is his preparations? What is he preparing for? What is Fandaniel preparing for?
Oh, yes. They proceed very well indeed. Frighteningly so. And we owe it not least of all to this singularly useful body I chanced to find.
Chance to find.
With the Populares now all but destroyed, it will be the simplest of tasks to discredit their groundless assertions that I met with a grisly end. And as the very much alive Lord of House Brutus, I have a vast fortune at my disposal. Ah, money, 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 the great motivator. There is simply no better way to move men and expedite plans than with its alluring glint. Would you not agree?
Man, I didn't notice some of this from the first time we watched this.
You end.
Oh yeah, this is the reveal. I forgot. For Bowl Cut Boy. Which I will say, his voice actor does a really great job of like making you hate him so much. He does it so well.
Should our familiarity cause you distress, I beg your forgiveness.
Who? I forgot his name, to be honest. All I remember was his name. I called him Bowl Cut Boy.
What did you say your name was?
Oh, a dagger through my heart, that my deepest desire should forever remain unfulfilled, to live unrecognized, to die forgotten.
Man, a lot of the Asians are just theater kids.
So it goes. Whatever this flesh may have been before, it serves only as a vessel now. And I, faithful Fandaniel, labor only to advance my lord's ambitions. Speaking of which, with the palace in our hands, we may now proceed with the next phase of the plan.
What's the next phase?
But how very odd. Despite all our havoc wreaking, old Elidibus did not deign to appear. Dare I hope
That all the unsundered.
the last of the unsundered is gone?
His howling. Yeah, it is very Kafka-esque. I can see that.
Of damnable duty, free at last to live for the moment.
Huh. It makes me wonder as well, does Van Daniel even care about rejoining?
Your radiance. But give the word, and I shall go forth and prepare for you your hunting ground.
That which awaited was a fell beast.
Huh.
Ferocious, ravenous, remorseless.
Do as you will.
He seems so, like, over it. He seems so exasperated. He's like, yeah, that's a good point. Very Jester-esque. It's like, it's very over the top in terms of like how he's acting and everything. And it makes you wonder, is it a show?
It has been too long, my friend.
Ugh.
And insufferably dull in your absence.
I think this is a confession of love.
When you return to me, you will share everything. Every blow will be a story unto itself. Every triumph, every kill. Rest assured, we shall have a fitting stage for our reunion. Oh yes, to reprise that transcendent moment, I will set this world ablaze. And we shall dance before the pyre.
He definitely has a crazed look in his eyes. Oh, he very much has a crazed look in his eyes.
The beast shall kindle the flames of the apocalypse. Into its domain shall the hero set forth for the final chapter in the tale of this star.
Ooh, interesting. All right. So, Yeah, so that's actually a really good point about Fan Daniel though. Like he's very Jester-esque. But like I do wonder if it really is just an act though, right? Like what is his motives really? Like what does he want? And like does he even care about the rejoining? I'm writing a couple of notes of like the ideas and thoughts, right? A meme about Xenos and shared in Discord? Yeah, you can put it in Discord. Xenos is normal about us, you know? No red flag aside. Oh, like, yeah, Xenos is normal about us, like how we're normal about the game. Is he actually normal? I don't know. Is he more normal? Wait, is Xenos more normal than us? Or is he less normal? I don't know. Don't ask me. I might say something. We still talking about your Stola? Are you talking about the ferocious beast? I love this pairing. They're so good. I would absolutely watch an odd couple sitcom with these two. Honestly, it is Asahi's like dream to be this close to Xenos now, even though he can't ever tell that it's happening currently. He's more normal than us. That's very interesting. I will take that. I will note that. But we'll be the final judge of this, depending on how normal we are and how normal Xenos is. So let's see. Let's see. I feel like a lot of plot could be framed as a stage play. Oh, that's fun. From a literary stance, and like we know more than our protagonist. That's true, actually. Oh, I see it. Every meanwhile is a cut to another part of like the tapping of the story. Immaculate dynamic, more like a jester here though, and then ruined the Asahi beer brand for them. It's interesting. I've never had it before. I'd try it once. I think the Astians have more than one. That strike you as well adjusted as either. Every group has the crazy one. Yeah, La Brea. I don't know what he was just taking over people's bodies left and right, pretty much. Who would why would you want underpants? Were you a theater kid? No, I never did theater. I didn't do anything in high school. I went home, I watched TV and played my little video games, and I read I read like manga or books or something or whatever. What else did I do? And then during my junior and senior year, that's when I did weightlifting. And I ran a little bit. That's it. I didn't do anything interesting. Oh, I guess I did like some club stuff, but that's it. It's so fitting. And then we really need to start cremating our villains. We really need to start cremating our villains after we kill them. That's so smart. That's so smart. Because we've had multiple instances where people come back, and that's not the best thing. Or not ideal. I dropped it in memes only. Okay. I'm gonna also go to the restroom really quickly. I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick, and I'll play an ad, and we'll come back, and we'll do Alize's quest, alright? I feel like we have a good, we had a good mini review of, what was going on with everything. I'm sure there's stuff that I definitely have missed, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna scrub through my 5.3 VOD, and hopefully some of my other, Shadowbringers VODs before 5.5. 5.5 will be next weekend, because I'm pretty sure it's already almost 3 hours in, and I haven't started yet! Sorry! I got very distracted. Tomorrow might be a long stream, but I'm gonna start early tomorrow too. I have to lock in tomorrow. I'm sorry, we haven't done MSQ in a little bit. Anyways, I'm gonna lock in as soon as I come back, okay? When I come back, we're locking into MSQ. I'm so sorry. I'll be right back. Throw villains' eyes into the abyss. It always works out for the best. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure Astinian agrees. That was me when Xenos came back. Okay, let me look. I gotta lock in? You sure about that? I'm gonna try my best, okay? I have the spray bottle ready. Okay. Oh, so many memes to catch up on. Ranga, yeah, I see it. I see it. You know what? I'm also gonna already just... I'm gonna TP to Reverence Toll as I go to the bathroom and everything. I've never seen notice. What are you talking about, Idol? Have you not seen my Shadowbringers playlist on YouTube? Go check out the playlist on YouTube. It's updated currently.
Ooh, very nice.
The Nova 129 just subscribed.
Nova, thank you! Thank you so much for subbing. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna try my best to mostly just play ads like at the top of the hour when we need to take breaks, but I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoy it here. I'm gonna work on hopefully kiting my VODs and like timestamping them a little bit better, but right now they're kind of just as is. But hopefully when I do, they'll be a little bit more enjoyable to watch. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. See, all of those are MSQ. That's all my Shadowbringers MSQ. But yes, so next week my goal is like to really work on like editing a lot, because I want to hopefully get the word out that we're gonna finish Shadowbringers and it'll be a good time and we're gonna do great. And we're just gonna cry just a little bit. That's it. I love seeing people go through the story. I'm really enjoying myself so far. We're a little obsessed with the game. We've actually we have a spreadsheet that a community member has made. So a community member has made, and this is like everything I've done in Shadowbringers so far. I made sure to do all as much optional content as I could. Haven't finished all of Boja yet, but like I'm halfway through. So it was like really nice to kind of like be able to watch that the 5.3 trailer, and then also just like, I don't know, just like take all the references in too. Did you do the relic farm? No, I have not. Is that the next raid Tuesday? All right, let me move y'all over here. Just a little bit of caffeine. It's only 4:20. It's only 4:20. I should have had this 3 hours ago. Oh, it's the next one? Okay, okay. Bloom? Yes. I found this at Costco and I tried it. I thought it was sparkling water. That was just caffeinated and it was wrong. It is actually sweetened. I'll just sweeten with whatever artificial sweetener they chose to throw in this one. It's fine. It's good, it's fine. It's like 200 milligrams, I think, for a can, so I think it's similar to a Celsius. Oh no, it's 180. That's still a lot for this size for a can. But it's not bad. I try not to drink caffeine daily because I have issues falling asleep as is. thought you were gonna say it's sparkling water, but it's 12%. That'd be really funny. No, does that exist though? A 12% sparkling water? Why would you even want to drink that? I mean, I guess those exist anyway. 5% at least. I consume caffeine and I sleep. I like sleeping more than I need caffeine. Yes. 12%. Okay. Like bourbon barrel ones are like in the double digit percents, like 18, 15%. Like 12% for a sparkling water? Oh. Okay, I see. All right. Hi everyone. How are you doing? Oh my gosh, these glasses are so cute on you! Oh my god. The top! I want to do the Moonfire Fair one eventually. That's so cute. I love the top. Wait, is somebody behind us? Okay, no. The crystal? You're doing that now? Are you climbing the tower too? Okay, I'll see y'all soon. If you need me, you can crossword link shell or DM me, even though I don't have a sound for that. Okay. I gotta catch up with that later. Alize's quest! Oh, let me also go into the back rooms and I'll show you. Oh, we get to see our cat boy! Our Duns cat boy! I love the twins so much. I try to climb the tower while in queue for things. It's a nice way to, you know, make some slow progress up there. So yeah, you weren't able to go back here until you finished 5.3. Because I always tried. I was always like, can I go back there? Can I go see my friends? But it is kind of neat to see what it looks like over here. So this is where Uranger talks about Azem and then how familiar it sounds, right? So over here, Azima? Personifications of the sun. And then also like tracing their origins back to the 14th seat, which also makes you think, if that's the case, if one of the 14th has like were, I guess, deified like in at least in the source. Interesting. It's just what yeah, that's a little interesting note that Uranger brings up as well. But then he also says this is speculation, right? So he is musing on this, and it's not, you know, necessarily fact or anything like that, but a theory within the realm of possibilities. I think I ended up reading Yasholas and Thancreds, and I don't think there was much more. Though it's been a short time has passed in the source. For me, it has been several long years. Just passing strange to see how little has changed being here in the Rising Stone. Sometimes I can't help but feel as if I'm dreaming. Oh my gosh. I really hope Reen and Gaia can come to the source one day somehow. I don't know how they would do it, but like, I mean, they should go visit Datcrid. It'd be really cool. It'd be really cool if they could come over. I mean, if anyone, I feel like those two would potentially be able to. I don't know, if we could figure out a way. Oh yeah. As you know, the Seeker of the Sun culture, the title Tia indicates a male who does not preside over territory. In regards to this, Alphino came with me with a consultation. Cristero may not be a territory in the traditional sense, he said, but our friend governed it with leadership nonetheless, such as, would it not be inappropriate to call him Tia? As it is by no means disrespectful to admit the title, I told Alphino that he is free to do so if he wishes, but I, for one, intend to call him by his full name, at least until he decides what he wants for himself in his new life. The way I squealed in delight with putting the hat. Oh my gosh, it was so cute. So like, I think Saray showed us like the little like, it was like a sun hat, like with her outfit and everything, and it looks so good. I'm so happy for Buns. I like Buns and Ross that you actually get some options. I know not all the options, but they still look really cute. Pen, where do you need the res? Trapped in the back rooms? No, we're okay. We're okay. Were you able to get a res pen? It looks so good. So exciting. And then Warrior Blight is a man bun likes the first thing. When you try on all the hats. Apparently the Matoya hat does work on Roths. We have learned this out. Nia did show us it works on her Roth gal. I'm really happy for Buns. I will say this is my signature look for my Lala is my signature look for my Lala at the moment is sorry. Why isn't this working? The signature look for my Lala at the moment is some kind of hat. I actually wore a beret from Around Reborn through Stormblood. And then we went to the source, or no, we went to the first. I was like, well, everyone else has a different hat and a different look. I'm going to too. So that's why I ended up putting this little cap on. It's cute. Oh my gosh. He's so small. He's barely taller than me. Look at him. He's so small. It's really funny. I'm actually taller than Graha by I would say 1.5 inches. That's how much I'm taller than him by. If you count his ears though, maybe he is taller, but technically I am. Anyways, it's very cute. It's the shirt. The world shirt is Miko. That's not true. There are actual like baby Mikos in the world too. He does have to crane his neck a little bit. But it's not that bad. Do you mean since I reawakened in this body? The hunger being par for the course, I have no complaints. All appears to be well. Though my memories straddle the lives I have lived, there are no contradicting fragments, which cause me confusion. Yet, by the same token, 'tis a strange feeling to be possessed of my young body again. Even accounting for the crystallization, I do not recall ever being so light and spry. As for my soul, Ishola assures me it's similar to yours, notice. That is to say, it's somewhat denser than others, but otherwise normal. On the face of it, it appears to make sense, but I couldn't help but consider the differences between your circumstances and mine. You, of course, merged with Ardbert, and as similar as your souls may have been, the fact is that you were different people. Thus did your soul gain in density. How were you able to merge with how you were able to merge is another matter. Given what we know of the soul that you possess distinct memories should have rendered the process more complicated. But theorize, perhaps, your strong shared desire to do so made it possible. In contrast, I simply merged with myself. Whatever additional experiences the older me may have had, my fundamental existence remained unchanged. Mind you, that is not to say that I hadn't improved, far from it. At any rate, when our souls combine, he's challenging Uranje on who can yap the most a little bit, just a little bit. But I say that in the most affectionate way. At any rate, when our souls combine, it shouldn't have been a process of augmentation, but rather, should I say attunement? It seems somewhat strange that my soul has become denser. Well, it makes sense. It kind of, what I was thinking is, so his body in the source, right? And then his body, like his soul in the first. So, so it's, that like basically it kind of like overrode, I'm assuming it kind of like overrode, like it evened out like all the density of the souls up to the point where he had faced the 8th calamity, and then when it rejoined, It's denser, is what my thoughts were. And it makes sense to me. If so, it would serve as proof as a future that many fought and died to prevent. Lest we forget, my friend. Lest we forget. What I also hope one day is, what would be really neat is, I hope maybe him and Lena can reunite. That'd be really cute. That'd be really cute if him and Lena could reunite one day. I think I already talked to them. Okay, let me talk to Tosaru and let's talk to Kryl and start Alize's quest. No problem, Turtle. Thank you for staying here. I'm so sorry, by the way. I'm so sorry that I am a little late on starting MSQ today, but I will lock in tomorrow. I'm gonna lock in tomorrow. I'm gonna try my best to lock in tomorrow, but I'm gonna also do my best today too. He's not inclined to be concise. No, not at all. It's okay. I don't mind his like his blabbering, honestly. And like that's the other thing too. Like it's fun to listen to people who are really like passionate and like really excited about subjects and stuff like that. So I'm good with it. Twice as tall as Notice. He's barely tall. What are you talking about? He's barely taller than me. He's not 2 Lalas tall. I'm also mid-height, okay? So it's fine. Hehe, everyone likes the garments I prepare for them. The time I spent polishing my skills wasn't in vain. In case you're wondering, Grahatias is an outfit suited for traveling, while his weapon uses a piece of the crystal tower as the focus. Brilliant, right? Now, I know we shouldn't go around chipping bits off of Allegan relics, but it was just a little piece. Tsaru. He's a nerd, he is. He's like, okay, alright. Are you too tall? Are you 2 Lalas tall? Okay, maybe. It's fine. If I stand on here, we're basically the same height. Yeah. If I stand on this box, we're basically the same height. He's barely taller. Alize's class! I don't know. It also, like, I feel like we've come so far. I mean, clearly, but it feels like we've come so far to see the Scions, like, back in the source and, like, seeing them in this, like, the little preview. And then also seeing our sleepy Catboy awake. Our sleepy Catboy isn't sleepy anymore. He's, like, fully awake. Okay, alright. Gotta lock in. Kryl's eyes light up at the sight of you. Oh, greetings, Notice. Come to look in on our friends? Rest assured, everyone is quite well. I've been keeping a close eye on them, and I've satisfied myself that they are all in fine health. As a matter of fact, they're about to convene at Dawn's Respite to discuss how best to use their pent-up energies. Let's join them, shall we? I'm actually really excited. I'm really excited!
Well, my friends, now that we have all settled back into our bodies, it is time we resumed our duties in earnest. Let us speak of our plans.
Ever since the Emperor's death, it's been one unsettling rumor after another. I've a mind to pay a visit to Garlemald to ascertain the truth of the matter.
A prudent endeavor. 'Tis of the essence that we establish the full extent of the threat. Not least if it should prove that Xenos doth indeed orchestrate events from the shadows.
It seems like it's...
In light of which possibility, I shall accompany thee on thy mission.
Oh, he's playing spy?
Be assured that thou shalt find me more a help than a hindrance. Thou requirest another to imbue thine ammunition, dost thou not?
True! We got a tank and a healer combo! He doesn't have green anymore.
Assuming that's settled, there's something I've been meaning to look into as well.
Gabu? Is it gonna be Gabu? Okay, is it Gabu? Is she gonna look into Gabu? Oh my gosh, it's Lise! Oh, it's been so long. Lise. Oh my gosh. The Scions are really back together. Oh, this is so nice.
You're fine now, right? No more headaches or keeling over?
That's right. We're fighting fit and raring to go.
This is really nice. I love this. A small sweet reunion.
The famous Lys Hext, former scion and hero of the Alamegan resistance.
Oh, he's such a nerd. He is.
I don't believe we've met.
He's read all about them in the books.
It's so easy to assume that all Archons are acquainted.
Oh.
But then I suppose your fields of expertise are rather different.
Grahatir at your service. I have read much and more about your exploits, Commander.
Oh.
It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance.
This is so sweet.
Likewise. The others told me all about you.
Do not be so sure. Words scarcely do justice to the vital role he played in our victory in the first. A more dependable comrade one would be hard-pressed to find.
Oh, it's so true. This is so cute. Oh my gosh, stop!
Oh, right. I did glance at the report. But I'd be
It's
lying
so
if I said I
cute.
understood half of it.
Oh my gosh. Okay. That was very sweet and very cute, and I really enjoyed that. And also I do need to make a note. I will tell you something very important afterwards.
Well, that's a lot to take in. Just to be clear, this means we're not heading for another calamity, does it?
Shorn of their unsundered master's leadership, what Ascians remain shall struggle to see their plans to fruition.
I hope so.
And though I would ever advise caution, I believe we may rest easy for a time.
I'll take that as a yes. Even so, I don't know what to make of this business about Hydaelyn and Zodiac being primals.
A difficult truth to bear, yes. But at last we understand the nature of our adversary. And if there are no further calamities, neither will there be rejoinings, meaning Zodiac will never regain his full strength. Even so, as the oldest and mightiest of primals, he remains a force to be feared. Though his is a power born of the desire for salvation, we have seen the havoc it may wreak. And it falls to us to ensure that it is never again brought to bear upon this star.
It makes me worry a little bit about Hydaelyn too.
But tell us, Lys, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?
What do you mean? Isn't seeing my long-lost comrades reason enough? All right, there was one other matter. I have a message from the Alliance, and before you ask, yes, it's about the Empire. So, after Emperor Varys' assassination, it seems his cousin Nerva made a bid for the throne.
Huh. Okay.
The trouble is, he wasn't the only one with designs on it, and it didn't take long for a civil war to break out. And it's not just in the provinces. Early reports say huge swathes of the Imperial capital have been reduced to rubble.
Oh, wow. We saw that too.
The Alliance will soon convene in Alamigo to decide on a course of action, and we were hoping you'd come along.
Well, as it happens, Urianger and I were just this moment planning a little trip to Garlemald, and we should be grateful for any advice the Alliance can provide on how best to make the most of our visit.
To Alamigo, then.
Why don't you go on without me? There's something I need to look into.
Gabu, right? Maybe?
Ah, forgive me. You were just telling us. What is it, if I may ask?
I want to find a way to cure the tempered.
Oh, Alize.
Of course. You think it may be possible to adapt the treatment you use to help those corrupted by the Sin Eaters?
I'm sorry, a cure for tempering? But that would change everything. Alizé, consider yourself uninvited. Go and find us this cure.
I'll do my best. I was hoping you might join me.
Oh, of
Don't worry if not,
course.
though. I won't hold it against you if you'd rather attend a stuffy meeting.
No, we'd love to see. We'd love to help her. I like stuffy meetings. What meeting? Lead on. Oh, I'm so happy. Also, it's like, okay. So it's like, I'm also extra happy because, you know, at the end of Stormblood, like, we got ripped away from each other, okay? Very rude. Very, very rude. Final Fantasy XIV, critically acclaimed, but now we get to go on a little quest together. I'm excited. Also, there's a couple of other things I wanted to mention too before I forgot. Hearing Graha say his name instead of like him calling himself the Crystal Exarch, I don't know. It does something to you, right? It does something to you, right? Because it's like, it feels like we've definitely come so far, but then also it feels like really good for him to be able to admit and say who he is. It's like every time he says his name, it's like it's really nice. Yeah, it's really nice. Girls would rather try to find a cure for tempering than sit through one meeting. Girls would rather try to find the cure for tempering than sit through one meeting. Girls only want one thing. Girls only want one thing. And it's sick. But no, it's really nice here, like hearing him say his name. Also, like, it's so fun to hear Elise again. Her voice actor is really fun. She puts a lot of emotion into Lisa's character, and I like that. Another thing is, like, talking about Zodiark and how much, like, destruction he can bring. It makes me a little nervous about Heidelin, because potentially she has potentially the same, and I don't let's not and I did not forget about how in the source there are some places that seem to like that are being like affected by potentially, I don't know. No, I'm taking it back because I wonder if that was actually just the first kind of like leaking into the source, because we were talking about that, how like it seemed like there was a abundance of like light, and I wonder if that was more so the first leaking into the source, or if that's gonna still be a continued issue, because there were certain areas before we ended up going to the first that like I think Yashola was saying it, but it's like it seems like there's like balance issues, right? Like something like that. That's something that I need to remember. A lack of ether? I think so. I think that's what it is. It looked like there wasn't ether, in those areas. Which is very interesting. No, I was thinking about like, I wonder, no, maybe not like the empty, but something like that. Yes, thank you. It was the ether thinning. Thank you for helping me put like words to the things I'm remembering, because like this once again has happened before Shadowbringers, before I started taking notes too. So I'm gonna note that down about the ether thinning, and if that's something that's going to continue, or if it's potentially resolved for stopping the rejoining of the first kind of thing. So ether thinning, and then I don't know, like Heidelin and Zodiark as well. Well, really, Heidelin was like kind of summoned in order to it seems like kind of balance out Zodiark, and it makes me a little bit nervous because like the Asians technically were telling the truth just through their lens, in terms of like there is like, okay, anyways, I'm not gonna, I'm gonna wait on that. I'm gonna wait in terms of like blabbering more about that. I just have like some thoughts of like, I think they'll eventually come up again as like little tidbits keep dropping. But anyways, girls gotta go cure. Gotta go find the cure for tempering. The burn, the empty. No, was it the burn? I was thinking of the. No. No. It wasn't. The burn. Oh no, I remember what you were talking about. The burn. The burn is in Shadowbringers, and that was the area that Alfie and Gaius had explored. No, I was thinking actually of the empty, like in the Eden, of like it being maybe not like that, but like something of like in my brain of like connecting the two. But that is also potentially a good point as well. Okay, anyways. Yeah, exactly. No, that I was thinking of the empty in the first specifically, but I was trying to figure out like I was trying to think of like a not a parallel, but like something similar to it. Okay, let's go back. Time. There's a place that Y'shtola and Uranger was investigating. Yeah. I remember that. Conducting ether from the ground. Okay, that's something that we can like when they probably will touch on that again in the future. We'll go back to it and we'll connect the pieces. That's something that, because like since like kind of finishing that arc in the first, like there's more and more parallels that we like associate between the two, like with the Stoneblight and Tonberries, and with like I mean, it was the biggest one, and then potentially finding a cure for tempering as well. So I know those are gonna continually show up, and I think as we go through, and as I remember more, I'll note them down and remember stuff. Yeah. Okay, so what meeting? Lead on. I like stuffy meetings. I think it'd be funny to say that, but I want to go with her.
I knew you'd say yes.
What does she say? We say we like stuffy
I'll come
meetings.
too, if you don't mind.
I mean, I think it'd be great to have him come along. But would Alize be okay with it?
Mind? I'm sure they would be glad of your company. Pray, enjoy your time together with your hero.
Y'shtola!
No, that's not. I mean, I simply thought my knowledge might be of some use.
Y'shtola! How could she... Everyone's laughing!
We shall be on our way then. Godspeed.
Yeah, my face would be red too. And I kind of also love it because like Alize, do you remember, oh my gosh, in 5.3, Alize and like Graha being goofballs? Because like, it was just so funny at the docks and everything. They were just being so goofy and being so how I thought of it was like Alize was egging Graha on because, but like, yeah, egging him on and like teasing him like relentlessly. And it's for sure because Alize has a lot of experience with Alfie already. So it kind of feels like that she treats him like in that way, in the way that she treats Alfie. And I think that's really funny. And it's really cute. The sass the cat boy, even before that as the crystal. Yeah, honestly, like I've talked about this a lot, but like the Crystal Exarch pissed off a lot of Scion women. A lot of them. Alize, Y'shtola, me. He had a very bad track record, and it's with Alize, it has not. It has. I don't think all has been forgiven. A lot has, because he saved the world and us and everything, but not all has been forgiven, is what I think. Do the ether extraction to create Azazla. Ah, thank you, Raya. Okay. Thank you for reminding me of that. That has been a little while. Azazla. It's just elegant things, basically. Whippy! Thank you! Thank you so much. Thank you for 11 months. Oh, let me replay that. How are you doing, by the way?
Ooh,
Is mad.
very nice.
Worldwide_Wimpy just subscribed. The Sunere is mad at the Sunere lol.
Let's see. It was more overloaded, and then it was stagnant to the standstill. Was the one that absorbed all the ether? Well, no, in Eden, so what we had figured out is when, was it Mitron? Yeah, when Mitron was struck by the purest of light, Mitron became the first Sin Eater, aka Eden, right? And then that area had a lot of light. And then Ardbert had the desire to banish the light. And then Mitron into a Sin Eater. Oh no, yeah, then Ardbert had the desire to banish the light. And then Mitron spread the flood, the flood of light unleashed because of that. Yeah. So that's what my notes were. Yeah, we're good. So I was saying it's like similar similar in my thoughts of like it like being like not void, but it didn't have like a lot of growth or a lot of like how do I say it? Never mind. I wasn't trying to compare because I knew that there was a lot of light in that area, but I was trying to figure out like what the comparison would be or something similar because I couldn't find the right words for it. Anyways, I'm not gonna worry about that. That was a very cute cutscene. That was adorable. It was so funny. It was very, very funny. Also, welcome in everyone. Okay, so let's go back really quickly. You promised him an adventure, not time. Like the presents make it. I know. And I'm excited and I'm ready to see them be silly together. I'm ready to see Alize and Graha just like, I don't know, just be goofballs. I think they're gonna be really funny and silly because they were like this in the first, and I feel like they're definitely gonna be like this here too. And also, didn't Alize say that like, wait, did Alize say that she is Graha Senior in terms of like being a Scion as well? Did she say that? I'm pretty sure. Or am I making that up? We lovelies, let's not go to meetings. Yes. Okay, and then, but no, it was, you stole it. You stole it, teasing him so much. It was so good. I can't wait to watch that cutscene again. Okay, all right, lock it in. I'm sorry. When Y'shtola is about, one cannot afford even the slightest slip. Don't worry, I can say with complete confidence that Graha is dressed for anything. Tataru, we love you. Graha, you're so silly. Oh my gosh, they're all so silly. They're all so cute. All right, let's talk to Alize now. When I set out to save Halric, I think Galbu was always at the back of my mind. And having proved that the light corrupted are not lost, I'm convinced that the same must be true for the tempered. Similar to those corrupted by the Sin Eaters, the ether of Gabu's soul has been rendered stagnant. And though the root cause is different, perhaps the solution is the same. It is by no means an unreasonable hypothesis, Alize. It warrants full investigation. If there's even a chance we can save Gabu, we have to try. Though however much I'd like to race over to Limsa and set to work, there's no room for recklessness, not when a child's life is at stake. As I'm sure Backlug would remind us, we still know little and less about the soul. Any number of things could go wrong if we don't exercise due caution. And so, before attempting anything, we should learn all we can possibly can about the tempering. There's just one problem. Research into the condition has long since ground to a halt, and the combined work of those many scholars involved doesn't exactly amount to a wealth of knowledge. Not to mention modern scholars, perhaps, but what if they're ancient counterparts? I know the Allegans took a more than passing interest in this subject. Interesting. The Allegans took some interest in the subject. And and if we were to seek it, no, and if what we seek is to be found anywhere, it would surely be at the Etherochemical Research Facility, which we have been to, where they experimented on primals and their worshippers, yes, and many dragons, and made many chimeras. Good thinking. I've never actually been there myself, but I did read the reports on Azaslaw, which means we'll be needing an airship. An airship, you say? Tatara's face! Meet me at the northern bank of Silver Tear Lake. I've got a little surprise for you. Oh, and come well prepared to travel. Okay, we gotta pack snacks, everyone. Oh, the head nods! That's so cute! That's cute, I love that. The terrors of Tataru! Also, good night, Rango. Thank you for being here. It is so late for you now. Please get some rest. Hopefully tomorrow you'll be able to catch a little bit earlier when I'm hopefully on time. And starting a little bit earlier too. Oh, it's so good. You know, also another thing as well, which we have not been to. Noodle's not in the solar anymore. Noodle isn't in the solar anymore. He's just not waiting there. Oh, the book is still here though. I love that. It does, I will say, it does feel very empty here now. Because, like, Noodle isn't here. Oh, you have work tomorrow? Oh, please get some rest then. If you need to work, please go rest. In Midphilia. I hope we see her again one day. I don't know. I know technically she gave the last bit of herself for Reen, but like, what if? What if we see her again? It's Gloom. Oh man, like seeing the Crystal Tower hits different. Sorry, seeing the Crystal Tower hits different now. Over here? Yeah, over here. It really do. It really be hitting different in the source. Oh, look at Tataru in her outfit! Oh my gosh, Tataru, you gonna fly this airship? No, you're not. But like, what if you flew this airship though? A time machine. I love her. She's so cute. I love Tataru. I love all my Lalas. We have so many good Lalas. I love this little adventure. When did we enlist an airship to our disposal? I give you the... No. Bana? No. Bon and... Banan... Wait. Bonanza? Bonanza? Sorry. I give you the Bonanza, the Scion's very own airship. I built her as a company project with help from our friends at the Rising Stone and named her for good luck and prosperity. Bonanza. Bonanza? I said it. I said it right. Bonanza. Okay. Bonanza. Yeah. Okay. We did it. I built her as a company project to help with for the help from our friends at the Rising Stone and named her for luck and prosperity. Tataru, this is amazing. We'll be able to fly just about anywhere we want. Our garments are impressive enough, but to build an entire airship? I see the annals did not exaggerate the many talents of the Scion's fabled coinkeeper. I'd also introduced myself as a pilot, except the training didn't go as well as I'd hoped. But that's alright, because we've hired this capable fellow here instead. Tataru was gonna try to be our pilot! Oh my gosh! Oh, Tataru. Our sweet little bean. The Bonanza. Bonanza is equipped with a fully... Sorry. The Bonanza is equipped with a full complement of man cutters, by the way. Feel free to use them when you use them to get around Azisla. But enough talk. Time to fly. All aboard. Banana? Bonanza? Bonanza? We're getting there. She is a sweetie. I can't wait. I know we're gonna eventually... I know the twins are eventually gonna get their outfits. I wonder... Maybe they'll get their outfits in Endwalker. I don't know, maybe. Did I ever mention that I was fond of flying? Because I am. Be it on an airship, an Amaro, or a chocobo. There's nothing so exhilarating as feeling the wind on your face. The wind on your face as the horizons unfold before you. Yeah, I know some of y'all have that adorable chocobo 2-person mount, the one with the little swings and the flowers. And it's for you and Graha, right? It's so cute. I know! The wind on your face! It's fine. It's basically got Graha placement before he came back to 5.3. Bonanza. Okay, Bonanza. Got it. I think we're getting there. Also, hi Shio. Hi Faye. My favorite is Tataru and Wedge. I think Wedge needs to thoroughly quit her in order to potentially get a chance, because Tataru has many suitors. I mean, in A Realm Reborn, there's a whole person with dialogue that was like obsessed with Tataru. And as we know, in Kugane, she had many suitors. She had many people. She had that town wrapped around her finger. Okay. Did I ever mention that I was fond of flying? Because I am. Be it on an airship, an Amaro, or a chocobo, there's nothing so exhilarating as feeling the wind on your face as the horizon unfolds before you. Graha would 100%. You would 100% use, like, chocobo porters. Because you like to fly, you get to look around and stuff, and it's a good time. Okay, let's talk to Alize. Honestly, Sid would be jealous of the way the airship flies. Tataru has outdone herself. Anyway, here we are, on Azisla. An Alphina's report did not do the scale of this place justice. Oh, wait. One moment. Don't mind me. I'm just placing XP elsewhere. So, this is the place where you had your reckoning with Thordon. I wish I'd been with you. Well, also, I miss you, Zale. I miss you, Zale. It's fine. She made her choice. She did it for us. That's 22k XP. I don't care. I don't want it. I thought Notice was reminiscing Heavensward days. I am. And also, like, yeah, we saw Alize like once. We saw Alize when she got stabbed in Heavensward. That's all we saw of her, basically. No, I really love Heavensward. It's my favorite expansion. And I think loving Heavensward really, like, it makes Shadowbringers even better. But even though she wishes she had seen it, I don't wish upon her the trauma of seeing Yselle sacrifice herself for us. Because I was not okay. I was not okay at all. I was struggling a lot. The wisdom of Alag. Grahatia surveys his surroundings with an expectant glint in his eye. He's so excited. This appears to be a helix, which means we stand in the Alpha Quadrant. To the east lies the Beta Quadrant, and... Did you just read all of this in books? Yes, I believe I have my bearings, though This is my first time on Azazla. I do have some familiarity with the place thanks to the records in the Crystal Tower. Unless I'm mistaken, this path leads to an etherite, beyond which there will be an informational terminal. I suggest we begin our search there. I'm glad they're getting along, though. And also, his knowledge is coming in handy. So, yes. Garha, stop looking up the walkway before we do the content. Let's go. Bonanza? Bonanza? Oh, Bonanza, not Bonanza. Bonanza. Wait. Over here. Over here. Smart boy. He is a smart boy. And then let's go back. But hey, Alfie got his fair share in in Shadowbringers. Honestly, Alize definitely got her fair share in Shadowbringers. Like, so much sorry, not Shadowbringers. Stormblood. Time for our authority on elegant artifacts to show what he can do. And here's the terminal. A moment while I search for the archives for referencing to tempering. Ah, there we are. Iconic corruption. An overview. That sounds promising. Indeed, let us see what the report has to say. Confounded. The contents appears to have been deleted. Huh. What? No. Isn't there something you can do? Not from here, I'm afraid. But it may be that another copy of the report exists somewhere else. The question is, where to look? I mean, there is like another terminal, right? It says here that the report was written by someone named Owen. Is it likely that he kept a copy? I would say it is a distinct possibility, assuming he was a researcher here. He would have he would have quarters on the Habisphere. We can ascertain the details at the Habisphere control. Let's return to the Bonanza and avail ourselves to the man cutters. Mana cutters. Sorry, the mana cutters. I remember the mana cutter. We got one from Sid in Heavensward. That was his test stuff. Wow. Okay. Of the mana cutters. We'll need them to reach our destination. I forgot you already have a suitable means of transportation, don't you? No need to waste time accompanying us back on the ship then. We'll see you at the Habisphere. Man cutters? I'm sorry. Oops. Where is it? It's all the way over here. I forgot how large this area is. If I can give me— wait, you know what? I gotta get out. Just gotta go. Got enough men? Sorry, usually, in my brain, I usually abbreviate Stormblood as STB, just to slightly help the brain, like, recognize it from, I guess, SHB. Belly flops in style. He's just not very buoyant. I've seen one episode of Bonanza, and then let's go back. I miss Yazel would have been such a good scion. Literally, that girl tried to scholar that one time. Our friend, went rogue, but ended up running around and bringing an AoE to the World of Light? Wait, what? This way. That way. I've always wondered what some of these spheres were for, or these areas. I'm assuming it's this one. How does she recreate them perfectly? Honestly, she's our crafting god. She crafts like Tataru's our crafting god. She's so talented. The mana cutters appear to be ironworks made. I dare say Kataru will craft her own soon enough. If the late Owen did indeed have chambers here, this node will be able to tell us its number. There. From what I recall of the layout, it should be somewhere in the vicinity of... Warning. Evacuation order is presently in effect. Entry to the Havosphere is not permitted at this time. Foiled again. In all likelihood, the order would have been imposed during the 4th Umbral Calamity, and I doubt it will be lifted in the near future. Bzz. Energy levels critical. Returning to base for recharging. Well, surely there must be some other way to gain access. Force, for example? Ere we resort to that, I have an idea. Were we to send an urgent surge of energy through yonder control mechanism, it should prompt the system to restart, releasing the locks. As for a suitable energy source, a concentrated lightning shard might suffice. Happily, I seem to recall they are known to form at points of stagnant ether throughout the continent. You seem to recall? Are you honestly telling me that was in the records too? I am. A report sent to the capital mentioned that lightning aspected ether was prone to pooling on the continent, resulting in surges that interfered with equipment. A minor detail, I grant you, but in my role as a minor detail, I grant you, but in my role as caretaker of the Crystal Tower, there is no such thing as too much elegant knowledge. Besides, my studies helped me feel connected to the source. To home. Oh my gosh, that's something that you wouldn't think about. Like, that's something that, like, because so much was going on, like, at the time, of course he would have been homesick at some point, right? Like, everything he knew, like, he was taken out of, and he was, like, solely focused on his mission. But, like, even if you were, like, hyper-focused on a mission, and, like, you're doing all you can for it, like, there are gonna be moments of silence and moments of, like thinking and reminiscing, right? Our beloved nerd. But, like, him being homesick? Besides, my studies helped me feel connected to the source, to home. I must have explored this facility 1,000 times in my mind, but to finally stand here with the two of you, it is more exhilarating than I can well express. Aww. Now then, the lightning shard, if I may. I suggest we split up and search the beta quadrant. Oh, but beware of sprites. They aren't wont to manifest where ether is stagnant. Now you're just showing off, which makes me think we should make a contest of this. Alize, another contest. The first is to return here with a shard wins. What do you say? Very well. It would be my honor to come to come third. To be third. I feel like we're gonna be in third place. I'm sorry, I get distracted sometimes. I love how the Graha girlies are squealing in chat. And I love that for you all because we're all having such a great time and it's so sweet and so nice. Over here? A corpse flower. There it is. I'm not sane about this man. Oh, some of these are level 80. Oh, that's such a pretty lily in the middle of it. Oh, cutscene. Wait. Disembodied voice? Bravo. That was quite a show adventure. Why the spectacle proved so enthralling that all my thoughts of the prize slipped my mind. Who is this? Who's disembodied voice? I appear to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations, the lightning shard is yours. Ah, who are you? Show yourself at once. No, what? No dramatic entrance? You've changed. Very funny. Now let's get back to work. It's very interesting the way that the disembodied voice kind of talked to. There's a certain flair about it. So, interesting. Disembodied voice? This callback to Crystal Tower cutscenes? He did it in Crystal Tower? This dork? Oh my gosh, we haven't done Crystal Tower in a hot minute. Ugh, you remember that? In my defense, I was caught up in the moment. It isn't every day you meet an honest to God's hero after all. Why? Why is he so very adorable? I can't believe him. You remember that? When you were gathering dense crystals near the labyrinth? Well, the contest continues, so you better... Wait, well, the contest continues, so you had better hurry back. Ah, but one last thing. Thank you, Notice, for bringing me here. Oh, my heart. That was a very critical attack. He crit on that. He's so sweet. Is this during the sand hunt? Ah, okay, to Crystal. I love this callback. I should have redone the Crystal Tower, like logs. Or I should have reread the script. Yeah, I should have reread the script. One day I should go back. I know a lot of y'all have done it over and over again. Cats and stealing things from their humans? Name a better duo? At Journeys? No, stop, Ken! No, I don't know if my heart can handle this. Where am I? Sorry, I got distracted. At Journey's End, the opportunistic thief makes off with the hero's prize. And our heart, oh my gosh. He definitely, he 100% took off with our heart. You have a shard? Then you win. I searched high and low, but I couldn't find so much a trace of a stagnant ether. Okay, alright. I do want to reread this part again. The disembodied voice? Bravo, that was quite a show adventure. Why the spectacle proved so enthralling that all thoughts of the prize slipped my mind. I appear to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations. The lightning shard is yours. Okay, alright. He goes back over here. Another line that made me emotional and it confirmed it was him. Honestly, like what the scene, okay, I will say for anybody who's new, I knew that the Crystal X Heart was Graha. Because I went on Etsy. All right, I went on Etsy because I wanted Oshafont stuff, and yeah, you find out real quick. So don't do that. Also, don't read fanfiction either. I mean, you can't do this. I mean, you already know at this point. Anyways, that's how I found out. But I will say, during the scene on the cliff when he's like asleep on the rock, right? I had recently reviewed like Crystal Tower stuff. I'm like, wait a no. I read that line about how his destiny lies in the future or whatever. I'm like, wait a second. I go back to Crystal Tower logs, and also I had a VOD of my Crystal Tower runs. I'm like, he said that verbatim. Anyways, that's it. I know, I'm better now. I don't know anything about Dondrail. If he keeps up like that, he's gonna steal my dang heart. It's already too late. I knew from TV tropes too many years. Oh no, just Dontrail? I don't know what I know about Endwalker. You know, I don't know anything about Endwalker either. Anyways, I will be in the moment and I will not allow myself to really dwell on things that I may or may not know, because out of context, it's like, oh, I know this thing, but it's like, okay, I don't know anything surrounding it. So don't worry about it. I'm not gonna reveal what I know and what I don't know. But you wanna see something cute? For any new friends here? Well, where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Okay, any new friends who are here? I'm so happy I bought this. This is no longer in stock. Ah! Thanky's falling. Look at these two. They're so cute. You know what? They would be great friends. They would get along so well. They would gush about the Warrior of Light. They would like it. They would be such good friends. They would be such good friends. I was already a big fan of Crystal Tower. I was like, that's definitely my cat. I love that. That's my cat. That's so cute. That's so cute. I can't believe Notice got spoiled on Redacted, and that was the best part. No. Okay. Gotta lock in again. We're the only one to find a shard. It appears Alizé had no luck, so the victory is yours. Congratulations. Now then, may I have the shard? Yes. Handle with care. Is that what it... No. What is it that makes you so much better at finding things? What do you have that I don't? Oh, Alizé, she won the other contest. Like, whenever we were, out in Lakeland, she won that contest. That is a question that I too have asked myself on numerous occasions. I suspect we could both learn a great deal from Notice, and not only about the secrets of adventuring. But come, we should attend to our mission. They're both so sweet. I love them so much. Excellent. The system responded exactly as intended. We now have access to the Haptosphere. Only one obstacle remains: the security system within. Should they be triggered, they could make life rather difficult for us. In light of which, pray leave the rest to me. If I'm right, my royal blood should allow me to venture in unmolested. Well, if he needs help, just yell. Assuming this place works like the Crystal Tower, yes, but if it doesn't, you'll be on your own. I want you to promise us that you'll get out at the first sign of trouble. Alizé, oh. Yeah, assuming this place works like the Crystal Tower, yes, but if it doesn't, you'll be on your own. I want you to promise us that you'll get out of there at the first sign of trouble. I promise. Wish me luck. Well, nothing for it but to sit tight. They're all so cute. Oh, more cutscenes. I'm sure this Owen fellow was very was very learned. But iconic corruption. An overview. Sounds like a stadium thesis. We all had to write one. Unless you wonder, mine was about combat applications of ether. I'm nothing if not practical. Alphino's was more Alphino was more philosophical, of course. Political, dare I say. He chose to write a lengthy discourse on our nation's duty to the world. Interesting. I think it'd be fun to read. A controversial subject, to say the least. He asserted that Charlian's knowledge should rightly be used to protect all life on the star, in direct opposition to the country's cherished policy of non-intervention. Being a leading member of the Forum, our father was not happy. Oh. At the time, of course, Alphino was utterly convinced that his views would convinced of his views and would cheerfully argue to the death with anyone who saw things differently. By which I mean, the rows were long. To be fair to him, though, he's since learned to be a bit more open-minded. But deep down, he still holds fast to that one belief. I admire him for that. I love that. I do too. I'm also like, I guess for all of it he's been through, right? Like what Alize was saying. I should like to meet the young I should have liked to meet the young Alphino for what it's worth. No, so for sorry, I can't talk. I should have liked to meet the young Alphino. For what it's worth, my thesis concerned the Allegan civilization as depicted in folklore. All a bunch of nerds. Oh, you're back. I didn't know you attended. Oh, you're back. I didn't know you attended the stadium. No, I didn't know you attended the stadium. I didn't. A thesis was required to earn my Archon's mark. My peers at the Student of Baldesion convinced me to write one with a promise of unfettered access to forbidden tomes. Forbidden tomes? Okay. Though, I consider it no more than a means to an end at the time. I'll admit it was gratifying to have my efforts acknowledged. Good gods, an Archon's thesis? I shudder to imagine the work involved. But enough about that. Is this the fruit of your foray? Also, that's actually kind of like fun extra like little bits of lore, because we know little bits and pieces from like their times before like coming to Eorzea, right? But like hearing a little bit about like honestly their parents and then their time at the stadium, and we know a little bit from Kryl as well. And Alfie's art exploits, and we know that Alize did not like class very much, but that's interesting. That's really cute. And now we know Grawha didn't go to the stadium. Yes, Owen's archive node. It was waiting for me in his chamber. If a copy of his report still survives, it would be stored in this device. Shall we find out? Blip. Initializing. Scanning for registered user. User not found. To proceed as guest, please complete biometric authentication. Authentication? Authentication? I think I need a snack break in a little bit. Will he be able to override it? Flip. Verifying. Bloop. Authentication complete. Guest identified. Member of royal family. I am at your utmost humble service, Your Highness. Your Highness. It never ceases to amuse me. 'Tis but a pity the effect will not last forever. I think it's also just hearing the music too. Doga and Ani said as much when they granted me this gift, but until such time as it fades, I shall use it gratefully. Search archive for iconic corruption. Searching. One item found. Iconic corruption. An overview. The report is locked by the author. Please state password. Ooh. Well, go on, Your Highness. Go on, Your Highness. Tell the nice node the password. Right. Let's see. Glory be to Alag. Oh. Long live Emperor Zane. Or Zaid, whatever. How many attempts do we have? Blip boop. Password incorrect. Please try again. Confound it. Come on. No, come now. Passwords are invariably short and simple. For instance... What's the password? Password! I was wondering if it was password! No! I thought she was gonna say password! I was thinking it was... Alizé, please! Password. She said it with her whole chest. Alizé said that with her whole chest. You have the same password? Oh my gosh, no way. No way, you same password? Should we make a poll? Do you have the password as is your password? The look on our faces. The notion that password could be something so inane would be laughable were it not dangerously stupid. Furthermore, your conduct in the presence of His Highness is grossly inappropriate. Know your place, handmade. That archive node is about to. The archive node is. This is its last seconds. This is its last seconds. What did that thing call me? Wild Rose! Courage! What do I pick? Something's gonna get LB3'd. What do I, okay, what do I even pick? I don't remember if Wild Rose was Wild Rose? I don't remember. Better not fail. Chat will remember this. Chat will remember this if I fail the password. What do I pick? Wild Rose. Courage. I don't think it's courage. Would courage be too simple? I'm trying to think what Wild Rose would... Wild Rose. Did we even use that here? I remember Wild Rose, but I don't remember if it was here. Scallion? Okay, I forgot how hilarious that bit was. They got her ass. Always remember, always put a number. Password 1. So true. Password 1. Oh, Scion, not Scallion. I'm so sorry. I read that wrong. I can't see apparently. No, Scion, not Scallion. Sorry. I read one of the I's as an L. I'm like, Scallion? I'm also missing an A in that. Don't worry about it. Notice letting her hungry self out? I'm a little hungry actually. Scion is not salad. Wild Rose? I don't know. I'm not courage? We'll yell something too. Password incorrect again. Be warned that any further inappropriate behavior in the presence of His Highness will not be tolerated. We have to call him His Highness now. Alright, that's it. I say we dismantle and manually extract what we need. Alize, no. No, Alize. Now, let's not be too hasty. A single mishap, we might risk losing the report altogether. I believe this may be a task for Sid and his colleagues. If anyone can coax Machina into cooperating, it's them. Yeah, it's true. I agree. And also, has Graha even met Sid yet? Come, let us bear the node back to the Rising Stone. And I say that because I don't... Wait. I don't think so. I don't think he has met... Wait, did? Wait. Sid? Was Sid? No. Did Sid in Crystal Tower? Duh. Yes. I was like, wait a second. Let me backtrack. Yes, he did. And also, I was thinking, because he read about Sid later on. Duh. Sid was part of Crystal Tower. I'm sorry. It's been a little while. Which one? No. So, yeah. Also, Graha did read about Sid in the books as well, like after the fact when he woke up. And like, I guess everyone who followed after. Sorry, I forgot about that. Sorry, Sid. Sid's been a part of a lot of stuff, right? Sid isn't like all optional content. Even though Crystal Tower's not optional. He hasn't seen Sid since going to the tower, though. Yes. There's many Sids from the games. No, this one, though. Was totally part of Noah. I do recall it now. It's coming back slowly. I was like, when I said that out loud, I was like, no. I said... Like, as soon as I said it out loud, I was like, wait, no, he was in it. As soon as I said it. Okay, so, come, let us bear the node back to the Rising Stone. Maybe Wedge will give this node a nickname, too. Oh, sorry, I gotta... Oh, no, I was on the right one. Don't mind me. I'm not skipping cutscenes, don't worry. Look away, blink right now. No, just blink right then. Wait, is there another one? Oh, blink again right now. Blink again. Wow. That was such a good cutscene. It was so funny. I liked it a lot. Fine. I'll let Sid try his hand first, but if it doesn't work, we're doing it my way. Threat detected. Blip, threat detected. We're a threat on His Highness? Retrieving the legacy. Grahatia seems eager to bear the node away. Okay, alright. I should probably mention that I have yet to meet Sid since waking up. There it is. Okay, before I asked, I should have just continued. Rembros did send word to the Ironworks, but it appears our friend has been afield on urgent business. Yeah, a lot happened recently in Baja. Nevertheless, I assure you, my proposal to seek his help is no pretext. However much I might look forward to seeing him again, him and everyone. But come, let us be on our way. Look at him, all but running. Look at him, all but running. How sweet. Still, it wouldn't do to keep him waiting, shall we? Cute. And they're so cute. Alright, back to Rising Stone. Clip it! You have no proof. That didn't happen. My warrior of light would have started referring to Graha as His Highness. Honestly, I'm referring to him as His Highness. I feel like it's only right. It's only right. Welcome back. After this, it would be hilarious. I really hope that we get a chance to call him His Highness later on. I would love to do it. It'd be so good. I'm not skipping cutscenes. Close your eyes. You have to close your eyes when I tell y'all to. I take it you have news to share. So do I. What kind of news? I'm pleased to see your mission a success, but in no small part due to the bonanza. Carl's back too. I wonder what was decided at the council. Are there friends? I want to check real quick. Are our friends inside? Well, we know Orange and Thancred are busy. I'm assuming Stola is too. Yeah, probably. They got things to— Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness! I need Y'shtola and Matoya to reunite! I need them to see each other again! I need it! I need it so badly! I want them to see each other again! Oh my goodness. I need a reunion. I need a reunion episode. Large, low-born large, low-born presence detected. This node is calling us lowborns. My goodness. This node is calling all of us lowborns. All right. Your Highness. Wonderful news notice. Tataru had contacted Sid on our behalf, and he is on his way here as we speak. While we wait, I should like very much to hear what transpired at the Alliance Council. Would you be so kind, Cryo? Yeah, we're a bunch of pores. As you know, this music. As you know, the meeting was convened to discuss how best to respond to the recent events in Garlemald. According to the intelligence from our Doman allies, the War of Succession rages on and the Empire remains without a leader. Amidst the chaos, the Imperial Legion and the provinces have begun moving independently of the motherland. So that's exactly what's happening in Baja right now. It's like they are independent. They're not really paying attention that much to the mainland. And then even there was a call for the Fourth to like help people in the capital, and they ignored it too. Of our greatest concerns is the third, a legion aligned with Lord Nevra. It appears they have received substantial financial backing from the House Brutus. Interesting. So Finn Daniel has his grubby little paws into this as well. So let me write this down. Lord Nevra. And this is the third legion. For financial support. Okay. Brutus. Aren't they the ones who took in Yotsu and Asahi? This bodes well. Xenos' movement, meanwhile, remains shrouded in mystery. We're hoping that Thancred and Orange will be able to shed some light on his activities when they return. Well, we know Xenos is hiding, not hiding out. He's like camping out in, like, what was it? In the capital? Like, I forgot what room it was. It was like the main room. It's the main room in the capital. The castle or something? Was it the castle? What? Okay, alright. I'll replay that in a moment. So, Xenos' movement, meanwhile, remains shrouded in mystery. We're hoping that Thancred and Orange will be able to shed some light on his activities when they return. Yes, the throne room. Yeah, thank you, the throne room. Until such time as they do, the Allied leaders feel it would be unwise to interfere in the conflict. And so, thanks in part to the Imperial withdrawal from Gimlet, they have decided to turn their attention to the primal problem once more. Working with friendly factions amongst the beast tribes, they hope to reopen dialogue and explore new avenues for peace. Given the timing, I suspect they wish to put their respective houses in order ahead of the decisive clash with the Empire. Whatever their intent, this is not a problem easily solved. The Lomencians, in particular, struggle in their efforts. Alphino and Stola have been called upon to aid them. So long as we are dealing with the Tempered, I'm afraid no amount of dialogue will avail us. If we can develop a treatment for tempering, then anything is possible. I'm playing the long game, hopefully, which is why we must succeed. And on that cheery note, why not make yourselves comfortable at Dawn's Respite? I'll show Sid in as soon as he arrives. Okay, so Dawn's Respite is in the back room, which is where all the beds are and everyone's chilling, I suppose. We've made the respite cozier than ever. You're going to love it. I understand you took a trip to Azisla? Oh, I understand you took a trip to Azisla? Raha made himself useful, I trust. I love Kyle so much. I love that you can tell how close they are. They are as well. Okay. I'm not skipping cutscenes. I just had to redo it just in case, really quickly, just because I wasn't sure and I was nervous. All right, it's fine. We're fine. Also, Control, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Also, thank you for the follows, by the way. Is this too loud? It's kind of loud. Why is it so loud?
Wee woo, wee woo. It is the cutscene police. Ma'am, license and registration.
Ma'am?
The streamicle for my safety.
Did you say ma'am?
You blew right past that last cutscene. You will be cited. Court details will be listed on the citation.
Ma'am is hilarious. That's ma'am is actually really, really funny. And it's so funny that it actually said that. Thank you for the 100 bits. And you can't catch me. You never saw anything. There's no proof. It doesn't exist. I love Kryle and Raha. I love it too. Scallion. Sorry. I didn't read it right. I didn't read Scion right. I said Scallion. Okay. I'm sorry. English is my second language. It's my only language, but don't worry about it. It's my second and only language. Ma'am. Food on the brain? Surely. Do we need to take, do you think? Maybe a quick break right here? Maybe a quick ad break, really? Like, and then I go get a snack and down it really quick, maybe? Because apparently my brain needs a little bit of little sugar or something. Curly food break? Okay, alright. I got an idea. We're gonna lean against the door and be like real cool. Yeah, that's us. I want a snack. Everyone go get a snack. Scallions of the 7th lawn. The lawn. Snacks. I went against the diet though. What about healthy snacks? Or like snacks that are low calorie, but like good fiber, or like popcorn or something. Healthy snacks? Popcorn can be healthy as long as you don't add too much butter or anything like that. Popcorn could be nice because it's like, you know, it's like a lot of volume. You have some veggies. Some protein? Carrots and hummus. Ooh, yes. Carrots and hummus could be nice too. Popcorn is a great snack. Yeah, that could be a nice one. Or I want water. I'll probably have a little. I definitely need some more water, but I'm gonna look in the fridge to see what I have. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna play an ad. It's gonna be about 3-ish minutes. And I'll be back and we will start and see what's in Dawn's display. Or like, we'll see how... Okay, so Tatara said that she read, like, that it's much cozier now, right? So I'm very curious to see how she redecorated. So I will be back. Go get a snack, get up, stretch, bathroom, whatever you need. I will be back in a little bit and I will see you soon. And thank you so much for the bits and the subs and the resubs. I really appreciate it. Ooh, avocado dip sounds nice. I can't have cottage cheese, sadly. I can't have any dairy. Ooh, I do have yogurt, though. I have a yogurt drink. That might be a good snack. And maybe something, like, to eat. Let me see what I have. Oh, I have grapes. Also enjoying some grapes too. Bye, Sophia. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate. I'm so sorry. It's. But have a good night and take care. It's a dairy-free yogurt drink, okay? It's dairy-free. Ooh. Faye, avocado is nutritional use in tomatoes. Honestly, on some like toast too sounds really good. I love tomatoes. Four tacos? Oh my gosh. You know what I'm gonna do tomorrow? Okay, this is a guilty pleasure, but I'm gonna get Taco Bell tomorrow. I'm gonna get Taco Bell tomorrow and eat it throughout stream. Well, the thing is, it depends what it is for yogurt that makes it yogurt. Is it the fermentation or is it specifically the dairy in fermentation, right? Anyways, it's dairy-free yogurt, so it's like, it's still like, there's like a fermentedness to it as well. Hi, Quizzled. Lolly, am I late, ho? Also, Quizzled, so we were just gushing over. We were just seeing His Royal Highness and how adorable he is sometimes and how he freaks out. How he freaked out when Y'shtola called us his hero. I'm sorry. I would love real Mexican food. I mean, I'd be down for it too. And also, there have been several times where I've gotten a whole pizza box of tacos. A variety pack of tacos. But I probably shouldn't spend $50 and get another variety pack of tacos for one stream. That's fine. Maybe, you know what? Maybe if we hit the sub goal again, I can use some extra leftover monies and get a box of tacos and get my hard drive and maybe in my keyboard. Trash taco sounds tempting. If we don't buy trash tacos, maybe we probably just make trash tacos. Or fake tacos. I mean, the real ones are ideal, always. I already have a small pile of tissues on my desk. We also ended up rewatching some cutscenes. So that's what we've been, what we were doing at the first chunk of stream. But honestly, I haven't really gotten that far. I think I've done 2 full quests at this point, and we're on number 3 now. So do not worry. Do not be concerned or too worried that I got too far today. Tomorrow I gotta lock in though. We're all doing if only we're all doing Allagan orbs for the VODs? Wait, what? Really? Right in front of us? Wait, what am I doing? No, but that actually does remind me. You know, I want to go to some like local restaurant and maybe get like a tostada. I like the crunch from it. Okay. Oh, if we put your VODs in an orb, there'll be plenty of space. That would be amazing. I would love an Alec. Do I want an Allagan orb? I mean, it already exists. So if it already exists, then I can put all my VODs into it and I can save storage. I don't want... I mean, it's hard. It's not... I think Graha understands, like, how conflicting the Allagan Empire can be and how destructive it has been, but also how much it advanced in terms of technology and whatnot, and even things that we've used today. In-game, of course. Anyways, let's go back. Hi, everyone. Time to go in. I might end up making some of these a little bit smaller, or maybe having them as drop-downs in the future. Let me clean up the bottom over here. I guess I don't really need this right now, but it's fine. Hi, Kevlar. You can't go without wait, no, you can't go in without chat. I can't go in? We can all go in together. Let's go into Dawn's Respite and be cozy. Honestly, it'd be really cute if you had, like, I know this is solo instances, but if you were in a party, it'd be really cute to have your friends just hang out in the tables and just sit. I think that'd be adorable. Okay. Time to go in. I think it looks the same. I didn't know if it was gonna change or not. Oops. As important as Gabu is to me, I know only too well how much more is at stake here. Like here would change the whole world. I love Gabu too. Honestly, that's why we started that's why we started a college fund for orphans in game. Which also includes Gabu because they need to be taken care of and there's too many orphans in the source. Sid, at long last. Blip bloop. Warning, His Highness. Warning, His Highness is exhibiting elevated blood pressure. I kind of like this note actually. He's kind of funny. I kind of want to keep this note around for a little bit because it outs Graha. It outs Graha like what he's feeling or like his, I guess like like yeah his heart rate I guess or blood pressure. Well, you know what? This is his blood pressure. I wonder if he will also have elevated heart rate as well. Where are you, Sid? I think he's nervous to like finally meet Sid after like everything he's read about, like meet Sid again afterwards. I really want Wedge and Biggs to see Graha again. Cause we made that promise to him, right? Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! This is so cute. It's because at the gates, like they promised, they all like that. I was like tearing up as well. Like they all promised they would get him out, or like he would get out at some point. And I guess due to time travel, we did it sooner than we thought. Sid. Oh my gosh. I'm so happy that they came. They all came. Also Eternal Win. Forgive us for not coming to see you sooner, my friend. As you may have heard, we had our hands full. In our defense, you are up rather early. I was under the impression that you'd be slumbering away slumbering away longer. Oh, I would have been had you not fulfilled your promise. Oh my gosh. Ha, I still struggle with that idea. From where I stand, the secrets of traversing time and space seem exactly as unfathomable as they ever did. But if an alternate version of me had already laid them out bare, I dare say that frees me up to concentrate on other endeavors. Speaking of which, you wanted my help with something? What is it? Is the music too loud, or is it a good balance? I love that. I love, like, hearing that song. Well, a treat for tempering. And for the next step, you need me to find a password to this Allegan's report. Just so. With nary a clue to guide us, we would be here forever, still not guessing correctly, and thus we turn to you. Well, I'd love to say that we could help you, so I will. Once suitably configured, a Magitech terminal should make short work of identifying the password. Oh wow. I knew I could rely on you. Now, anticipating that it might be of use, I took the liberty of borrowing a tombstone from Rambros. It contains an Allegan dictionary. Good thinking. I'll transfer the information to a terminal and set it to work right away. This is cute. I think it's a little too quiet. Right here, the music did get a lot quieter, but that was, I think, in-game. Ah, it looks like it's finished. Let's see. freedom. The password is freedom. Oh. Ha. Short and simple, just as I said. Would you care to do the honors, Your Highness? Okay, if we can't call Graha Your Highness, I'm glad Alize can do it. I'm so glad Alize can do it. So I think there was like a volume shift where in game it deliberately like made it a lot more quiet. So I think that's why it was like a little quiet there. We'll check on the next little area where there's some music. I would, milady. Node. Open the report entitled Iconic Corruption. An overview. Password, freedom. Password accepted. Bloop. Opening report. Oh. This report seeks to provide an overview of the mechanism in which icons corrupt and bind men to their will. The phenomenon we call corruption refers to the alteration of ether of the soul. Oh. Said ether ordinarily exists in equilibrium, no one element being more prominent than the other. But when a subject is exposed to ether of an icon, this changes, their soul taking on properties of the entity in question. By way of an example, exposure to the ether of the fiend, Sephiroth, would cause the subject's ether to become aligned with the element of earth. As a consequence, the subject would attain high affinity with earth aspect magic, as well as preternatural levels of endurance. Repeated exposure would further enhance these traits, ultimately altering the subject's very flesh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry! I know there is human experimentation, but are some of the things on Azasla's people that they turn... Oh my gosh, sorry. Sorry. Did they turn... they experimented on... Okay, alright. I gotta reel it back real quick. I gotta finish this. The changes undergo by the subjects are not solely attributable to elemental alignment, however. Further testing has determined that the soul's subject becomes umbrally changed or stagnant during the process. So that was the ether in terms of it being aligned more, but now that we're talking about like the subject's soul. The stagnation of the soul has the effect of diluting the sense of self, rendering the subject vulnerable to the will of the icon, the thoughts of whom come to consume their entire existence. In this manner, do the corrupted become worshippers of the icon, their prayers serving to further empower the entity. Having discerned the mechanisms of iconic corruption, my colleagues and I set out to develop a material capable of shielding one from its effects, an endeavor in which we were successful, but it at a great cost. In the course of testing, many of my assistants, good men and women all, fell victim to corruption, and in accordance with protocol, they were summarily put to death. I subsequently submitted a proposal to investigate potential cures for corruption. but it was rejected, deemed non-essential by Lord Amon. Though I knew it would be fruitless, I protested the decision, and for my impertinence, I have been stripped of my rank and title, and will shortly be expelled from this facility. Subsequently, wait. I'll try it again in a moment. In all likelihood, this report will be expunged from the archives. Nonetheless, I record it in hopes that one day someone will undertake to do that which I could not. Find a cure for the victims of iconic corruption. Ending recording. So, not even the Alligans were able to find a cure, or rather, were not given the chance to do so. One cannot help but wonder what motivated Lord Amon's decision. More importantly, this confirms the stagnation of the soul is indeed the problem, and Angelo can remedy that. True, yet were we simply to reanimate a tempered soul, I fear we do not to diminish the individual's fanatic faith. Indeed, it may well intensify it. No, we would somehow need to suppress the primal's hold over the subject at the same time, or risk them ever remaining its thrall. If we could only make them remember who they were. So there's no point in reviving their souls unless we can restore their sense of self? Interesting. Alright. Let me think. Which one? But of course, memory transference. The process has the effect of compartmentalizing memories, separating them into manageable bundles, if you will. By adapting the technique, it may be possible to achieve selective reanimation. That is, limit the effects to only those memories that existed prior to tempering. Oh. Through thus restoring the sense of self, we could theoretically drown out the incitement of false faith, which had come to dominate the individual's thoughts. I see. The theory seems sound. And our experience treating the light corrupted ether would help us identify suitable memories for reanimation. That you are confident you can adapt memory transference as required? I seem to recall your attempts to do so while trying to bring us home, accumulated in literal bloodletting. They did. You're right. Despite my efforts, I could not recreate the mechanism, and I concede that the rather clumsy compromise I reached would not provide the basis for a cure. It's interesting, and it kind of reminds me in Baja, the Alligans who ended up doing the was it the Seekers? No. The Seers. I think it was the Seers. Did I write that down? Let me see. I was jokingly calling them, so the crystal focuses, and it sounded Allagan, but it seems like it was the Seers. The Seers possess like the echo, and there was ethical concerns about memory manipulation. So that's interesting. Wait, and this was during the fourth astral era. Which era was what's his name? What was his name again? Let me go back. Was Amon part of? Does anybody know that by chance off the top of their head? Amon. Yeah, Amon. What era was he part of? Because I kind of, like, I think it's actually around the same time. Was it around the same time? Because I think they were, like, banished. The Elegants in general were the fourth. Oh, were the fourth astral. Okay, okay, I see. So, because I remember they left, right? They left that area and were, like, I'm assuming refugees in Baja. Oh, yeah, because the fourth astral era happened and the fourth calamity. The calamity happened as well. That was another thing. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. So, interesting. I wonder if that would potentially be connected at some point. Also, don't look that up. Don't look it up. Okay. All right. Don't look it up. Don't look this up. Okay, I won't look anything up. So let me go back. They did, you're right. Despite my efforts, I could not recreate the mechanism, and I conceded that the rather clumsy compromise I reached would not provide the basis for a cure. Then perhaps it's better we consider another approach. Your doubts are understandable, but this time I believe we have a reason to be confident. You see, nodes such as this was built with, nodes such as this were built with the ability to simulate magics. Which leads me to believe that it may be capable of performing simulations of the transference technique. If so, we would be able to conduct years worth of tests within the space of a few days. In theory, it would be no different from how we identified the password. It'll take more calculating power, a lot more. Honestly, couldn't say whether our equipment would be up to the task. Tell me, Sid, why do you suppose Owen locked his report behind a password? To keep it from prying eyes, of course. Why else? Or... Wait. A password that could be guessed by anyone with leisure and a dictionary wouldn't keep it from a person mind to look. Well, I was thinking, like, did he lock it behind the password in order to hope for a person who would be able to potentially find a cure or have the drive to find a cure? I don't know. No. He wanted his report to be seen by those who strive for freedom. Not unlike the members of a certain distinguished engineering collective, I believe their motto was freedom through technology, or some such. You two, round up as many Magitech terminals as you can find and bring them to the workshop. Right away, Chief. The little cheering. Things are about to get very busy. Luckily, we have you to help, eh? Oh. Noah's kind of back. They're kind of back now. We're third. I remember the whole Crystal Tower thing is reference to 3 as well. Okay. It was third. He screwed up the tower. Okay. And then brain not braining. Okay, all right. Okay, and then astral coming of the umbral also learned my brain. So the fourth was being for the third era. Ah, okay. Yeah, okay, got it. Cool. So anyways, that'd be interesting if that ever were to loop in for the crystal focuses. But also, like, now that we're doing simulations too, hopefully... I wonder if the crystal focus will ever come back into other parts of 14 in the future as we continue. Suffice it to say, I shall be of whatever help I can. All those Magitech terminals don't come cheap. Ugh, shut up, Taru. Some things you shouldn't put a price on. We're getting there, Notice. One step at a time. Maybe I should stand on the chair so he's not craning his neck. As with our first foray into the Labyrinth of the Ancient, we seek to venture into the unknown. and in order to succeed, we require not only knowledge and preparation, but daring besides, just like old times. We're so back! Noah is so back! Oh, I should have talked to the node. Right. Well, Grahatia and I configure the terminals. I want the rest of you to procure supplies. Namely, ceruleum, to fuel the terminals, and ice shards to keep them cool. The more we have of both, the better. Leave the ice shards to me. I'll round up some adventurers and go on a gathering spree. In that case, I trust Notice and Alize with the ceruleum. Here's a promissory note for each of you. Take them to the Sky Steel manufactory in Ishgard and the ceruleum processing plant in Thanalan. People there will give you what you need. Yours is a well-known face in the Holy See, I believe. If it's all the same to you, I'll head to Thanalan. It'll be nice to go back to Ishgard. See to it that the terminals are ready by the time you return. Okay. It's not talking. Okay, had to look it up. I didn't remember either. All is good. I appreciate you all answering my questions and my curiosity for it. Not you. Just, specify. Oh, is this where Machinist starts? Wait, is this where Machinist starts? So you're after ceruleum. In that case, please present the note to our engineer at the airship landing. He'll be glad to assist you. Okay. Yeah, I'm assuming I have to talk to you? Oh man, why did I do this? No. I'll talk to you later. Where am I going? This way. Hi Nia. Hi Chill, how are you both doing? Go to Astro. He's so disappointed. I'm sorry. I'll talk to him later. How is it? It's gone pretty well so far. I'm not that far into it, despite streaming for 4 hours. We're working on it. We're getting there. Been thrown too many streams? Oh no. Actually, a nice video series has done different levels of spoilers, gathering the histories of Eorzea as well. Notice doesn't want to solve problems. No, I don't wanna. Ceruleum, you come to the right man. Fair warning though, the price has shot up on account of uncertainty with the Empire. So I hope you got the coin. Yeah, I probably have enough. Well now, a promissory note from the Ironworks. Don't see many of these. Not that it's a problem. It's as good as gold to me. Gun. Astro Dark Knight gun. Well, Astro Magical Girl gun. Are we gonna see somebody? Are we gonna see any friends? Oh my gosh! Ah! Oh, and also a Vanu. Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness!
My friend, after the disappointment of not seeing you in Alamigo, what good fortune to chance upon you here of all places.
Oh my gosh! It's so good to see Emmerich.
As you may have heard, the Allied nations are making a renewed effort to address the primal problem. To that end, have I invited the chieftain of the Vanu to Ishgard, that we might together plot a course. Since the war with the Empire appears to be nearing its conclusion, I would also like to call upon Estinian's lance. Alas, he is, as ever, a difficult man to find.
He's on a mission or something right now.
I am informed he recently paid a visit to the Rising Stones. Should he happen to do so again, be sure to pass on my regards, won't you?
Of course.
But tell me, what business brings you to our fair city this day?
We have some ceruleum to buy. Oh, and then also tempered, like potentially finding a cure for tempered souls.
For tempering. You never cease to amaze me. Until now, our only hope has been prevention, our every failure irrevocable. But this would rewrite the rules of engagement. It could end the cycle of bloodshed. Very well.
Oh.
You shall have all the ceruleum we can provide, and an airship with which to transport.
Thanks, Emmerich. We're getting spoiled.
In this matter, you may count on Ishgard's full support.
We're getting spoiled by Emmerich. Oh, it's good to see him. He was so happy and excited. No, it's a bit low. Okay, let me turn it up. Bye, Emmerich. Bye, Emmerich. We'll see you soon. Hopefully we're getting a house in the Imperium for the FCE. This is very cozy. This is so cozy. Oh my goodness. They got so many of them. And we have so much ceruleum. Spoiled by Emmerich. I love Cryo. Wait, we haven't seen. Are those the ice crystals over there? Oh, is Alisaie okay? Is she feeling dejected?
Oh, who would have thought ceruleum weighed so much?
No, it's the ceruleum. Okay.
Serves me right for being stubborn, I suppose. I should have just done what you did and accepted help.
Oh, Alisaie. She's so silly. She did want to get her body moving again, too.
Good work, you two. This is all we asked for and more. Quite a lot more now.
Courtesy of Emmerich.
Lord Emmerich, eh? And entirely by chance. Some people have all of that.
We have also succeeded in configuring the terminals, thanks in no small part to our able assistant.
Oh my gosh, Nero is here! He's here! I haven't seen him since
It's been a while, hero.
Oh my gosh.
You seem surprised to see me.
A little
Lest
bit.
you misunderstand, I've no interest in such things as cures for tempering.
Of course
But
not.
if you mean to achieve that which eluded even the storied Allagans, it seemed plain that you would require my expertise. And so it proved. Is that not right, Garland?
For all the effort it took to track you down after your latest disappearing act, you could find the cure for death.
Oh. After he left the bill? His consultation bill with Sid? After Omega?
That wasn't the only reason I agreed to cooperate. I'm reliably informed that Garland and I are destined to unravel the secrets of travel, not only across dimensions,
oh my gosh,
but through time.
Yeah! Nero must have helped.
Doubtless the lion's share of the credit lies with me. 9 paths to Garland's 1. And this research will be a stepping stone to that illustrious achievement.
Ugh, he's so silly.
Very well then. I'll do 1/10 of the work. Just the part that's beyond you.
They are so divorced couple.
Whatever you say, Garland.
We
By
love
the way,
them.
the healing applications of crystal foci proved very useful in getting us to where we are now. I must remember to thank Mikoto.
So, does that not come up? Does that not come up if you don't do Baja?
If everyone's ready, let's begin.
Cause we just saw Makoto! Sorry, I'm good. I'm so glad I wrote it down! I wrote it down!
All appears to be in order. Now, we just have to wait for it to find us our magic. Why not take this opportunity to put your feet up? This may take a while.
I love Cryo just sitting in the corner watching everything too. I'm just chilling on the benches. Oh, we're so sleepy! We're so sleepy! This is so cute! I want to take a screenshot. Oh, this reminds me.
Damn it. It's overloading.
Is there anything we can do?
She won't last much longer!
We'll have to shut it down.
Wait! We're close. So very close.
Can it be cooled?
Oh.
Well, this is going swimmingly.
No, you're not helping.
Please, a moment longer. I beg you. There.
No. It's not lost, is it?
I was able to memorize the magic before it faded.
Okay.
It still needs to be put to the proof, but I believe we have our cure.
That's our nerd. That's our nerd! He did it! But oh my gosh, that was close! That was too close! Oh, all this Magitech as well.
It's just as well. She'll never run again.
Sorry, Wedge. Sorry.
The fault is mine. I'm sorry.
Don't be. It may fall short of dimension hopping, but a cure for tempering is not to be sniffed at. This, my friend, is a world-changing discovery. One we're proud to have had a hand in. A few Magitech terminals are a pittance to pay.
A few.
Thank you.
Well, we've done what we can. The rest is up to you.
Okay, alright. Memorized it. Things should be okay. We should... I guess we're putting it to the test soon. Does anybody remember... Okay, just a question. Can anybody see or remember what class I'm playing? Because I forgot and I don't... Like... I didn't change back to Astro, did I? Am I still Paladin? Does anybody know by chance? I'm White Mage? Don't tell me. Or am I? No, I'm not. No, just click the button. I don't want the XP though. I don't want it. You are? I only have to skip a couple cutscenes. It's fine. XP is small though. Oh my mage. I don't want it. Oh, it really put me back on. You all are right here. It's small. I don't care. I don't want it. Just don't make me. Okay, anyways, but we can talk about that really quickly. So that's really cool that with the that like if you end up doing that cut, like if you end up not doing Baja, Makoto and the Crystal Focus does not get mentioned. I'm really glad I ended up doing it. It's 22k XP. That's still more than nothing. Oh, yeah, I gotta do that real quick. Skipping, Maj. You can't close your eyes, everyone. Yeah, close your eyes, everyone. It was that quick. What are you talking about? That was so quick. That was so quick. What are you talking about? I didn't skip anything. Anyways, so we finally have it. The cure for tempering. All that remains is to put it to use. I'll be praying for your success on the front lines. In the end, we didn't have to pay for the terminals, which is great for us, but I can't help but feel for my counterpart in the Ironworks. Alas, the Ironworks crew couldn't linger long. Far too much to do. Yet brief though our time together was, it was bloody good to see them. Oh. Time to queue for front lines? This is the only it's the only shield I can wear, really. Unless we're doing silly glam stuff. I'm just curious to see if there's anything in here. No, close your eyes, don't open them. You can open them now. You're fine. You can open your eyes now, but don't do it. Hi, Alize. Forget us not. Alize has only... Oh, okay, I'm thinking. Okay, so the forget us not, this is the memory thing, right? So I'm wondering if it's like, we're hoping that the memories we end up selectively, like, the memories that are chosen everything, hopefully it's Gabu will remember us? I don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, even if Gabu doesn't remember us, as long as Gabu has a good and healthy life. I'm thinking too far. I need to just accept and continue. Forget us not. Remember us. Okay. Alize has only one thing in her mind. At long last, we have our cure. In theory, at any rate, we cannot be certain until such time as we put it to the proof. But I'm quite confident. I'm quietly confident. Well, if we're going to test it on someone, then I suggest Gabu. His symptoms are relatively mild. It'll be fine, I'm sure of it. As long as you exercise due caution. The thing is, I don't want to say that to her, because she already knows that. She already knows that she's going to be careful, because she cares about Gabu so much, too. Like, she's visited him, like, she's brought him to us to see, like, Alfie has visited Gabu as well. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure of it. Yes, as long as we exercise due caution, it will be fine. Without further ado then, let's make for Limsa. We've kept Gabu waiting long enough. It was less than 1%? I don't want it still. I'm fine. Okay, let's go to Limsa. Not front lines. I don't want a front lines. Alright, so is he in the... Okay, he's in the Maelstrom. So F Castle. This way. Cute. Oh my gosh. Alize and Graha are here! Tis plain Alize is very fond of Gabu. To the extent that I have a hand... No, to the extent that I have a hand in it, I shall do my best. No, I should do all my power to bring him back. Well, this is the moment of truth. I'll have our host bring Gabu to us at once. Does Gabu need any, like, school supplies or food or, like, fun money or anything like that? I will give him all my gil.
Apologies for the wait. Gabu, have you been good?
Aww. The way she talks to him.
Still no change, I'm afraid. He just stands there in silence until we move him.
I hope
It's all right now. We're going to help you get better.
But it means he's going out on walks, right? Alfie, and you're still
Fancy
here.
meeting you here.
Alphino, Y'shtola! I thought you were attending to primal matters.
I'm so glad they're here.
We were, and came here for a meeting on the subject. Certain pirate factions did not deign to attend, however, and it was cancelled.
We had resigned ourselves to having wasted a journey when we chanced to espy you. Could it be that there has been progress with the treatment?
Hopeful.
Using Magitech terminals to formulate the solution. I would never have contemplated such an approach.
So this new magic, adapted from memory transference, would be used to purge the subject of their fanatical faith, while Angelo would be responsible for reanimating the ether of their soul.
It'll be interesting if Y'shtola kind of oversees and looks at it too.
Yet I wonder at the practicalities. If one were to reanimate the soul first, it would only serve to exacerbate the tempering. Conversely, a stagnant soul would not respond to the effects of the magic. Would both need to be performed simultaneously?
Ah, nothing escapes Master Matoya's inquiring eye. As you say, both must be carried out simultaneously. And thus, I propose to imbue Angelo with the tempering treatment in much the same manner as I did the spirit vessels.
Angelo! Oh my gosh!
By doing so, we also spare Graha the trouble of casting spell after spell. It's really rather efficient.
Be that as it may, certain difficulties are unavoidable. The imbuing process will still require no small amount of ether. And, as I can no longer draw upon the Crystal Tower's stores of energy, I will be compelled to rely on those of others.
Well, I for one would be glad to assist.
As would I. Since the resumption of our duties, it has been naught but stuffy meetings, and I have ample ether to spare.
Yeah,
Excellent.
we'll help too.
With your permission then, let us begin.
He's like a battery. They're charging him.
Yes, this will do.
Oh no! He's really being powered up.
Now, it's my turn.
Angelo's getting the power up!
Tis done.
No small amount indeed.
A team effort.
Well, we seek to go where even the Allegans did not. It was never like to be easy. The rest is up to you, Alize. The treatment itself will take time and focus, so we will need a quiet room. I'm sure our hosts can spare one. I will go with her. It may be a while before we return, So I would ask for your patience and your faith.
We 100% believe in them.
We'll bring Gabu back. You see if we don't.
Alize has already had so much practice as well.
'Twould seem our part is played. Let us find a place to recuperate while we wait for news.
Some tea, maybe? Oh, okay, it'll be fine. We're gonna be great. All my homies love Gabu. I love Gabu too. Power up the cat boy. Just sharing ether with the bros right here in front of the Maelstrom HQ. He said the thing from the dude. Wait, from the duty support. This goes even further. No. Let's go back. What did he say from the duty support from earlier? Wait. Which one is it? Now it's my turn? I don't know. Let us begin? I asked what he said, what he needed. Oh, the Figmental. I think that's what he wants. Yeah, I'll give Gabu a Figmental. He can have as many Figmentals as he wants. Oh, it's my turn? Oh, he says it's my turn? Oh. I don't think I've done many duty supports with him yet. I need to do more. Alize will succeed. I'm certain of it. We need but have faith. Also, hi Jenna, how are you? Okay, it's my turn. Well, it seems as a good spot as any to have a rest. Is there a bench over there? Yeah, I guess there's benches here. Limsa is very pretty.
For years, Eorzea has labored to find a solution to the primal problem, without success. Any hope that tempering could be reversed faded long ago. I myself had given it up as impossible. Given up on the tempered and the light corrupted alike. They were problems to be tolerated, or else eliminated, I believed. And to think otherwise was pure naivety. Childishness, even. But Alize refused to give up. She struggled and she struggled. And her efforts were rewarded with a way to bring back Halric. And now countless others may no longer be beyond salvation. However much we bicker, I have the greatest respect for my sister. Had I half her stubbornness, nay, her unwillingness to accept the status quo, I would be a far better person. A far better scion.
I love how much they love each other. Like, it's so... They love each other so much. They care about each other so much. Because, like, I mean, Alize's words at Azazla earlier, like, speaking so highly of him. Like, once again, like, regardless of how much they bicker. And then what he's saying now. Well, if it's any why can't I say words today? Please, I love them. I love them too. Okay. Don't tell me. Tell her. She's in all of your work. Constellation. No, I'm not trying to say constellation. Constellation. If it's any consolation, she's in all of your work. But also, I really want to say, don't tell me, tell her. Consolation. Consolation! Thank you! Consolation. Okay, if it's any consolation, she's in all of your work.
She told you of my graduation thesis. How very embarrassing.
Oh.
Nonetheless, it is comforting and not a little surprising to hear that I'm still capable of impressing my sister. On the rare occasions I'm not annoying her, that is.
They're so sweet. Alize! You better catch her! Alize! Oh.
Alize, are you all right?
The treatment. Did it work?
I don't think she would have staggered. Well, I hope.
I'm so glad to see you.
Oh my gosh!
Happy, glad.
Oh my gosh, Gabu!
Gabu!
Oh my goodness. I was gonna say, she wouldn't stumble out of here if, like, being so weak. Oh my gosh, Gabu! He's so happy! Oh my gosh.
All this time, my mind was filled with thoughts of Great Father Titan. But I never forgot about Mother and Father. Always, they were in my heart. Constantly, ever, always.
He's such
a baby. I tried to focus on their faces. Theirs and yours. Alize's and everyone's. And I found that I could remember. One thing, then another, and another.
Your hopes reached Gabu. They helped him to hold on.
Oh, I'm so proud of you, Gabu.
The head pat.
I couldn't have done it without you, Alize. Can you help the others too? Cure them, heal them, help them.
Yes, we can. All of them.
Without wishing to dampen the mood, I feel compelled to add certain caveats regarding the viability of the treatment for general use.
Yeah.
As you know, reversing the effects of tempering demands a profuse amount of ether. And while Alize was able to heal Gabu alone, I fear the same will not be true for those who exhibit more advanced symptoms. Moreover, the treatment's effects are limited to the soul. It offers no succor to those whose very flesh has been altered through prolonged exposure to a primal's influence. All of which is to say that we cannot save everyone.
Maybe we can't, or maybe we can. No one gave us a hope of saving Gabu, and yet here we are. We must find a way to treat as many as possible.
Then the next logical step would be to produce a veritable army of Porxes, would it not? Granted, it seemed a simple enough process in the first, but I suspect it will be different here in the source. Not that I am any authority, of course.
Yet there is an authority on familiars to whom we may grudgingly turn. She's stubborn, haughty, eccentric, irascible, laconic, annoying. And her name is Master Matoya, the real one.
Oh my gosh. I want Ishtal and Matoya to see each other.
But the people here will look after you, all right? And I promise to come and visit you again soon.
All right. Thank you, Alize. Thank you.
Oh gosh. I'm so glad Gabu's okay. Oh my gosh. Gabu's okay. He's alright. Okay, thank goodness, because I was really concerned about the quest name, alright? Let us not forget. Wow, we get fireworks after this quest. We get fireworks after this quest. Okay, if that Nutkin can be a Scion, Gabu can be a Scion. And also, Gabu's just a baby! Gabu's just a baby, but he's okay now. He's getting better, and there's so many people that want to support him. And we have the Gabu College Fund. I will give him all my money. Whatever he needs, he can have. But yes, he's okay. I'm really glad. I'm really glad that Alice was able to do it. And we know that, like, you know, his symptoms were more mild, right? Because he did, like, very briefly talk to Alize, just a little bit. But it's a huge step forward, right? Now that, like, Angelo is able to do that and Alize knows that it's possible, it's just finding, like, ways to treat more people and treat more advanced symptoms and everything. Oh, it's so sweet. I'm so glad. I'm so glad he's okay. Another thing I want to write down and note as well is Alligans. So I made this comment before earlier about the Alligans, and then it was specifically about the of the iconic, you know, iconic corruption, right? And how it definitely, there was some human there were some experimentations with tempering, right? With tempering. And then we know, and what I was thinking as well on Azlisla, like, were some of the, like, monsters essentially corrupted test subjects? Corrupted and tempered test subjects? Okay, anyways, I just want to write that down. We're okay. Frosty, thank you! Thank you so much. Wait, let me replay that really quickly. I'm fine. I'm good. We just did that part real quick. I'm good. Thank you so much.
Feeling Frosty has gifted 5 subs to viewers.
Is it just me? Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me that's just really loud. Thank you so much for 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. How are you, by the way? Also, thank you for the follows. Welcome in, everyone. I hope you all are doing well. I'm very glad Gabu is okay. Thank you so much for the subs. That will help me towards getting a hard drive. Yeah, towards getting a larger hard drive for my VODs. Hi, Ghetto. How are you? How's it going? And then I love you, Gabu. I love you, Gabu, too. Also, when get home safe. Alice, I'm so proud of you. You made this happen. She did. And she always believed, she always believed that we'd be able to find a way to save Gabu. I've been worried about Gabu, I've been worried about you for so many expansions. I'm so glad they gave us closure. Man, more reasons why I love Heaven's Lord so much. And it makes me love Shadowbringers, like, not more, but it makes me love Shadowbringers because I loved Heaven's Word so much. There was so much, like, there's so many, like, things that, like, opened up in that expansion, and then I don't want to say, like, always closed, but it gave us, like, more story, or, like, like you were saying, it kind of gave closure, because Noodle, Gabu, like, Arbor, the Warriors of Darknesses, right? Like, so much happened in that expansion. Okay, let me go back really quick. I think, so those words spelled out is Matoya's VA, really? That's, oh my gosh, really? It's an homage, no, an homage because of that. I didn't realize that. She's like, I've loved, like, hearing Matoya's voice in, like, the game so much. I didn't realize that. That's amazing. Farming the rings in 9. How's that going? Are you having fun? I'm doing good. I'm glad Gabu's okay too. I'm so glad. Gabu deserved this. And now we get fireworks. We get fireworks. Look, look, we get fireworks for Gabu. This is for Gabu. We did it. We brought Gabu back. And if I had it, if I have any say in the matter, he'll be the first of many. I know that's gonna be true. She's already helped Haldrix so much, and now she's helped Gabu. That's a lot. That's way more than it. Like, it's been since the Fourth Umbral era. That they knew that this was an issue about, like, you know, tempering and stuff like that. So, for this long, this amount of time that has passed, and for 2 people, like, in, like, such a short period to get help, to have hope again, that's so much. She's done so much. Okay, alright, okay, let's talk to Alfie. You may recall that in order to procure the ingredients for Angela, we had no choice but to surrender ourselves to the whim of the pixies. I should have done so with far better grace had I known that we should go on. Had I known what we would go on to achieve. Alize will be exhausted from her efforts, but you wouldn't think so. You wouldn't think so to look at her now. If she's ready to press on, and so am I. Oh my gosh, is it time? Is it time for Matoya and Y'shtola to reunite? I was hoping for this. I've been hoping for this since earlier as well. I'm so excited. Like master, like pupil. Also, what's this? Oh, did she upgrade her cave? I don't know what's going on here, but like master, like pupil. A trace of a wry smile is visible on Y'shtola's lips. As she will be at pains to remind me, I have not paid Master Matoya a visit since returning from the first, but this seems as good of a time as any. Come, let us make for her cave. We're going all the way back. We're going. I love how we're going back to to Heavensward places. I like it. I'm excited. Also, hello. You all are very adorable. I hope you're enjoying the fireworks over here. Hi. Okay, wait. It's called Sheila, and then wait. Here, let me give you all head pets. I do need to get this shirt eventually. It looks so good on all the Lalas. Okay, gotta go to Matoya's cave though. Where is the closest one? Isleshire, let's go! Didn't know that. I thought it was the same person. Oh, Sheila, but the one that took over. Oh, I see. Gotta go. Over here? Yeah. Also, good luck, Frosty, with the grind. I don't remember if I ended up doing... Yeah, I don't actually remember if I ended up doing that stuff. Who's Bori? Bori? I mean, that's Genus. Bori is in the community. Man, I miss this area. It's all the way over here. I wish there was an ether right to the library or something. Or I wish there was like an ether right to at the library. Boris is a silly little guy. Yeah. I always have trouble telling. Isn't Isleshire kind of like separate from everything else? We're going. Oh, did y'all see the update where you swing your leg over on certain mounts? It's very cute. Yes, it looks so good. The Pirogos. Oh, wait. Wait, I was like, I'm not going the right way. The copy, for the capybara too? Hi, Nightmare. Okay, so if y'all did not see it, so Like your little leg swings over. Here, let me do it again. Look at your little leg! Look at your little leg swing over! Another small. Oh my gosh, you're gonna go visit Matoya? Oh, the capybara! That was cute! It's been some time since Master Matoya last saw Y'shtola. What a lot they will have to talk about. Okay. Alize, do you remember when we last came here? It was to find out why the others had collapsed. If someone had told me that they had been whisked away in another world, I probably would have laughed in their face. You live and learn, eh? Is Graha nervous? Master Matoya is something of a legend among Archons. I very much look forward to meeting her. If not the dressing down I am liable to receive for my inept attempts at summoning you. Oh my gosh, I can see that. I can already see like Matoya like scolding him. Oh my gosh. But it means she cares though. I'm really now. That makes me very, very curious to see how Matoya interacts with Graha in general. I would love an echo of a young Matoya and fighting with Louiswa. I definitely 100%. That'd be fantastic to see. I'm here to visiting the grandma who babysit. I GG during 5.0. Is that who? She was with Matoya the whole time. I love that. That's such a good idea. I know my boy Lala has been in Ishgard, hanging out. Alright, let's talk to Y'shtola. I take it you are ready to bear witness to the joyous reunion of master and pupil? Very well. I can't wait to see. Oh, the music is so good.
Nary a word from you all this time. Then you bring every man and his pirogo with you. Did no one teach you any manners, girl?
Matoya didn't teach her any manners.
They were too busy teaching me etherology, Master. Jesting aside, I wanted to be the one to express our gratitude. I am told you spared no effort to sustain our bodies while we were away. And for that, we owe you our lives. Thank you.
Oh, the song is so good.
You were gone so long. I was starting to think you'd set your heart on staying.
It wasn't easy to leave, as it happens. Seldom does one have the opportunity to study other worlds, and I would not have minded extending my stay by a handful of years.
We know she wants to go back eventually.
Ever the scholar. Y'shtola dedicated herself to studying ancient civilizations of the first, befriending a tribe known as the Knights Blessed in the process. There she took on the name of Matoya and won the respect of all the children of the forest.
Alfie. Alfie! You should have you stole. Oh no. You should like tell her that.
I merely adopted an alias in accordance with the custom of my hosts. Yours just happened to be the first name that came to mind.
I feel like Y'shtola may have gotten a little homesick.
You mean to tell me you went gallivanting about using my name and only bother to visit when you need a favor? And don't pretend you don't. I taught you long enough.
Alfie, everyone knew.
Indeed. And devoted pupil that I am, I could not fail to recall my master's sage advice. When the answer eludes you, look to the wisdom of your elders.
You there. Were you going to introduce yourself?
You can do it, Graha.
How remiss of me. Grahatia is my name, and I'm proud to call myself a scion. I too wish to offer my gratitude for your invaluable aid in sustaining the Archon's bodies, as well as my apologies. It was my inexpert summoning spell which endangered their lives in the first place.
Ah, yes. The one bent on digging up the mysteries of Alag. Old Galaf used to speak of you, and Kryles told me all about your recent exploits.
I'm glad Carl has visited Matoya.
Do you have a bad back or something? At ease, boy. Whatever mess you made, I'm not in the habit of dwelling on the failings of the younger generation.
Oh, Matoya.
You are too kind. I've also heard much and more about you, Master Matoya. 'Tis an honor to finally make your acquaintance.
Well, that's more than enough pleasantries for anyone. Tell me what you want. I haven't got all day.
Angelo! Yeah, Matoya and Kryle would definitely have some tea together, and they would have tea together and spill all the secrets.
So that's the way of it. It should be a simple enough matter to make the familiar. The magic, on the other hand.
Ah, that you may leave to me. Being the only one possessed of royal blood, I alone can imbue the subject with the necessary magic.
So I just need to create porxes with the power to stir the soul. Just, I say. Though we're talking about a veritable herd of the little buggers, we'd collapse before we reached double figures. But if I could get a familiar to create the familiars, a mother porxie, as it were. Seems I haven't seen the last of that moldy old hole after all.
Moldy? Moldy old hole? Okay, so I'm assuming that's what we're gonna go to next. Oh, it's a summoning animation in 11 too, really? I want her dress. Her dress is good. Technically, yeah, technically. It is very cute though. Like, Graha was like trying to be very, very humble. A porxie that produces porxies. What an inspired idea. By the way, notice, do you think I misspoke earlier? I assured you it was not my intention to embarrass anyone. Yeah, like, Alfie was like, Alfie was essentially like, talking like he was a doting parent about Y'shtola, like all the things that she's done recently to Matoya, but you should let Y'shtola tell Matoya in time, not in front of the group. It was not my intention to embarrass anyone. Moldy old hole. She really must miss the place. In case you wondered, Alphino got his innocent streak from our mother, and it can be rather endearing, even useful in certain situations. But most of the time, it just makes me want to shake him. Poor Y'shtola. Yes, you can link fan art. Got carried away. He did get carried away. Oh my gosh. I wonder if their mom dotes on them a lot. I hope so. I hope we get to see that in the future. I hope we get to see Alize's and Alfie's mother dote on them. It's loading. It's loading. Oh my gosh. That's so cute. Matoya and Y'shtola. That's really cute. That's really, really cute. Oh my gosh. It makes me want to cry. Y'shtola is so small. That's so good. That's really, really good. It just makes me want to shake him. He has his innocent streak, apparently. Shmoa. Where does she mean, do you think? Some manner of hidden workshop, perhaps? Oh my gosh, that was so cute. Let's see. I wish her hat was dyeable as well. Alfie, I'm sorry. You're gonna be reduced to a pile of ashes soon. Excuse me, Master Matoya. And then let me go back really quickly. You're still wearing a little uniform. It's so cute. It's so good. Okay, let's talk to Matoya again. Alright, off to my old workshop then. Everything required to make your familiar is there. That may be, but no one has set foot in there since the Exodus. I dread to imagine what has become of it. Oh, there's sure there's sure to be a handful of feral familiars, mayhaps a monster or two, but nothing to trouble the likes of you. You can consider clean up the clean up the place payment for my help. Fine, we'll do it. Good girl. Now, if there are no other objections, I suggest you run along to Maker's Quarter. I'll send one of my pirogos ahead to let you into the workshop. You need only to tell him who you are. One can't be too careful after all. Off you go. Oh. What are you standing here? Off to Maker's Quarter with you. I'll join you when I'm ready. Go on, now shoot! I love it. It's so good. Let's go over here. Well, I'm assuming dungeon time soon. Perhaps. Let's see. I don't know. Maybe. QR. I doubt that Matoya would be that young, though. It depends. I mean... Yeah, I guess it would maybe. What am I doing? I gotta do this. I gotta figure out where I am. It's over here? Where am I? Oh, okay. I see. Alexander! Nishola isn't that old. Yeah, she's like 30 something, I think. But we can pretend. 35? I think each race ages differently. We can still pretend though. I think it's still really cute looking. Don't let her. No, she's 23 actually. Matoya could have used glamour. That's true. That is true. That's a good point. If Matoya cared about that at all, she could have used glamour at some point. And then given it up. Exactly. It kind of makes me wonder though. If that could be a really interesting theory, right? That she potentially used glamour if she wanted to like appear younger. But could that be why? If you think that if she did use glamour, then is that why Y'shtola kind of also like lies about her age kind of thing? That'd be really interesting. Yes, Y'shtola is 23, but her younger sister's 26. Which I need to do the scholar class. I haven't seen Ymitra in a little bit. I learned it from watching you. Exactly. That would actually be a really fun like headcanon as well. Like in order to like, because I don't know how it is in Charlian, but I think like ageism definitely exists as well, of like potentially like, underestimating like the elderly, like with their knowledge and stuff. So like in theory, if we were to make a wild headcanon of like Matoya potentially glamoring herself to appear younger and to get like proper respects or anything like that, then that could be it. We don't know if ageism exists in Charlian, but if it does, it could be a thing, right? That's my headcanon. I think it's a good headcanon. I think that's really interesting. She talks about being the twins' age when the Charlians left Eorzea behind as well. And I don't think Y'shtola will age now because she... Well, she got yoinked from the live stream 2 times. 2 times. We don't really know what that means, though, the long-term effects aside from her being blind. But the second time, Emmett took her out from the live stream. And I don't know if that's different from whenever we did it with the Seed Seers, though. Yeah, she just got... Yeah. It's like birds and stuff like that. Second time she was only there for like a day or so? Maybe. Something like that. Yeah, that's true. She was there for a good chunk of the expansion. What is this tarantula hawk doing over here? Okay, let me talk to everyone. Judging by the unruly state of the flora without, I think it's safe to assume there'll be no shortage of unruly fauna within. Add to that the undisturbed secrets of the workshop. We have the making of an adventure. Oh, it makes me want to take him with me. The workshop was an unforgiving place even before the Exodus, and I doubt the years of neglect have improved it. Oh, there's Alize. The grass could certainly do with a trim. As I may have mentioned, Alize and I were still very young when we departed the Exodus. I envy you, Strola, for remembering the city as it once was. Yeah, because the twins are 16 right now, and if your Strola's like 35, right? So she was like 9? Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Puro Rogo, the unwashed. It's an unwashed Pirogo? Okay. Oh my god. Puro Rogo. Oh my god. Greetings, Ribbit, and welcome to my good mistress's relic. Puro Rogo. Rogo is my name, and I am honored to be your guide. Within, you will find a space dedicated to the making of familiars, along with a caravan and where the requisite ingredients may be had. I must warn you, however, the place has not played host to a single soul, much less a broom, in over 15 years. And will, I regret, be in some disarray. But rest assured, my brothers and I will see to it that you do not lose your way. Now on, Ribbit. Only say the word now, I will show you in. Matoya's relic now relic now accessible. I want to talk to all of them real quick. Small talk. I'm no stranger to porksy making, as you know, and that must count for something. Though it has been a while since I last joined the fray, I have followed Alize's example and practiced whenever possible. My healing magics are ready, as always. I was still a child when I last came here, but now I'm rather more capable. Not that Master Matoya seemed to have noticed. Mayhap she will when I have cleaned up the mess she left. I love just seeing their dialogue. So notice, shall I lead the van? Or would you rather I follow up the rear? Whatever you prefer, I'm happy to adapt. So come, let us go and make our other mother porksy. It sounds like we're gonna go adopt a child together. Or something like that. I don't know. Love this dungeon. NPCs have good dialogues. I need to do this afterwards. I need to do like the dungeons later on with our parties, right? What was it? It was... I just wanted to see. I'm not gonna actually do it. All around there. He can be our tank. That means Alfie can't go because I would be healing. All right, good fights, good environment, good music, good music. Is the music loud enough now, actually? I gotta double check that. Also, hi Menu, how are you? I think music is probably a good balance. They have voiced lines when you choose them. When? Oh.
I stand ever ready.
Oh, on? Let's like pretend. I'm gonna pretend I'm gonna really tank.
My strength is yours. My strength is yours.
Let's give it our all.
Victory will be ours.
I stand ever ready.
Okay. Banker says my turn. Sounds good to me. They have voice lines and you choose them, so I couldn't be more ready to watch a dungeon than this. Okay. I just made it home in time. All right, this is my last dungeon when I caught up to MSQ. And then, hi there, hanging out when on break. I hope work is going okay today. All right, ages are Thancred, Jushola, Eranje. Pompolino. Miss him. Thancred's 32 to count. I don't know if we account like mentally. If we account mentally, I guess that makes sense. But I guess physically, his age is one way, right? This is one of your. When do you want to use your pass for this one, by chance? Is now the oldest. Caravan? Best tank in the game is like 40. No, he's like dad twice. Are you ready, Ribbit? Just give me the word and I'll show you in. The twins were babies, like literally like one. Yes, okay, don't worry. When you get one per expansion, by the way. I like as a heads up, you get one per expansion or whatever, something like that. That one messed me up. No, the one that messed me up is Real, who was like 37, but he reads like 19, huh? I don't have passes, but I'd use it. Well, actually, I'm looking for mods. I'm looking for either temporary Shadowbringers finale mods and or mods throughout Endwalker. And I probably need to make a, what is it called? Some Google form, some kind of form asking when are you available? Are you available on the weekends? Because that's mostly on the weekends because that's when I do MSQ. And if you are, and if you'd like to mod for me, I will give you basically a pass to choose whatever dungeon or trial that I will guarantee you to join me in. Yes, something like that. I thought I submitted a mod. I have not put out a mod application. So that's on me. That's 100% on me. But watch out for that. I hope to have that maybe tomorrow or something. I would like to get paid in half a dungeon, half a trial. For at least the whole stream. The thing is, I understand if anybody gets busy. Like, literally, I'm so sorry I can't pay you. I'm so sorry I can't pay you. I can only offer this small, tiny little benefit of I'm happy to allow you to join me in a dungeon with whatever you're choosing. I usually will do like 1 per expansion, maybe 2 perhaps, depending on how Endwalker goes. You said you could can use pass be force you to run NPC? Can it force me to NPC? I don't know. I think about it. If 4 people had passes or 3 people had passes and they all said, I want you to do this one, and they want to join me, and they all said, go do NPC, I would do it. Maybe 3. Maybe if 3 mods used it. Do you all want me to do the... Wait, okay, question. Do you want me to do it with the NPCs and then maybe rerun it together afterwards really quickly? Because I'm down to do that too. What's the best? Because he's his best friend with her sister. I really like Papa Mimo a lot. We could run more with the party. I don't mind. I'm okay with that. You want to do it okay, we can try to do that. We can try to do NPC first, and then we can go ahead and do NPC and then run together. Hypothetical. I'm not trying to interfere. I'm just thinking, what would be more interesting, or would it be more fun to like take it as a slow pace and like go in with NPCs? Cyan Mark died. That's something that I didn't like really put two and two together until later on, but there was a lot of crying during that part. Like half the game, he was too strong. No, they nerfed the Scions. I mean, it's the same with Moon too. Probably better for stream. Okay, let me do an NPC run first, and then we'll do a run together because I would like to try to do it mine. So I'll do it for the story. I'll do it to see our friends together, and we'll do it together. This is not the most important one, but I'm happy to see with the adventure with the war. Technically, this will be our first adventure. Okay. Pretty much they pretty much had nerd Scions. Is there? Okay, I have to take Grawha, right? So he's gonna be our tank, but who else should I take? Who else do I take? Oh, okay, so I'm playing White Mage. Who do I take though? Well, if I play healer, I have to take Alizé and Yashilda. Never mind. Sorry, Alfie. Never mind. I forgot. Alfie isn't a flex anymore. I forgot Alfie doesn't flex anymore. He's only a healer. Unless I tank. No, then Grawha couldn't come. No, he could be a DPS. Okay, you did the best. No, I love Alfie. Alfie, we'll see you soon, okay? Here, have a head pat. We're gonna take it's a girls trip plus Grawha. Grawha can do all the things he can. All right.
I stand ever ready.
Victory will be ours. Let's give it our all.
Okay. So, how quick will Alizé limit break is my thoughts. Okay. Register for duty. Matoya's relic. Grawha is honorary. Girl, he is. It is the it's the girlies. You got all 4 rings? Nice. I'm trying to think, did I get any of the rings? Don't let Grawha get KO'd. It's okay. Benediction is his. Alright? Benediction is all for one ring limit break for Alizé. Okay, wait. I'm gonna pin this. I gotta pin this. And if it's true, it's gonna be amazing. Grawha would be honored to be included in the girls' trip. It's true, he would! He's joining the girls' trip because we would be safe with him. Yes, she was all bejeweled. Don't follow Alizé, she'll get you. Don't follow Alizé, she'll get you killed. Okay, all right. Matoya's relic, let's go. Relic? Wait, no, how do you say this? Is it relic? He does have hairpins. He can be honorary girly. Yes. Okay, relic, thank you. I'm excited. I'm a little nervous, but I'm excited. Oh, okay. Look at all the tomes! Look at all these books! I'm so sad I didn't play this during October. We should redo this during October. Look at all the Pirogos!
Right. To begin with, I need you to gather a few ingredients.
This is really good.
Listen well to what the Pirogos say, or you'll wish you had.
Okay, listen to the Pirogos. Got it. Alizé, listen. We need to listen. Listen to the Pirogos! Relic? Egg. Listen to the Pirogos. First thing, we need to harvest some clay. Clay can be had at the Clay Clock Cauldron. There's a portal. Clay. I hear Matoya's theme in this. Follow me, put down any pests. Okay. Go, Grawha, go! He doesn't stand in orange. He's doing so good. I'm so proud of him. Oh, these have a lot of health in them. Okay, wait. There's only 2 now. Okay, we need to find clay. We need to find clay. Gotta keep going. I'm so here. Happy for the story. Oh, I'm so sorry. We're doing, we're doing 5.4 right now, but I do have VODs of 5.3 still available. Oh, frick. Okay, what am I gonna do? It's fine. I'm fine. You okay, Alize? Allow me to assist you with the gap for a bit. Oh! Oh! So it's very, like, one area at a time. Oops.
I will not hold back.
Okay, we don't have limit break yet. We're working on it. You can force a big pull. It's a little annoying. Do you have to just like go past the Pirogo? Oh, it'd be so infested. Oh, I see, I see. Okay, okay. Oh, oh, it's a big rock. Oh, they don't follow you apparently. Son of Ziggy? Who's Ziggy? Who is Ziggy? Wait, where are they? I was like, oh, they're on the other side of the rock. Ziggy was the enemy from a... Oh! Oh, he was a boss in Anti-Tower? Really? Oh, I did not remember that. Wait, his pardon Spriggan? Oh, he's fun. Ooh, I don't like this. The clay is just across the way, but you'll need to deal with the Mudman first. The Mudman? Is that supposed to be a golem? I don't like the Mudman, to be honest. This is what happens when you neglect to tidy up. The Mudman happens? I don't like these. I feel like I'm gonna die.
There.
Kraha, turn him around. There you go. Good job, good job, good job. I don't like this. Oh, I don't like this. What does this mean? What? Ah! I don't think I'm doing this right.
Just the beginning.
No! I'm not doing this right. Oh, come on! Okay, fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. I did not do that right. Okay, I understand a little bit better now.
I will not hold back.
Which one do I have? Wait. Wait. No! I did this wrong. Oh, this is not right. This is not right. This is not right at all! Ah! No! Does that work? Maybe that does not work. I'm just not good at this. That's one way to do it. Fling it off.
I will not hold back.
Okay. We're fine. We're fine. Oh, okay. Nice, I did it! I did it! I did it! That was really scary, too.
You underestimate me.
We're fine. We did it. Look at us. Wow. We have our clay. Return. Okay. We got our clay. Got dunked. Didn't know that was possible. I didn't know how to do that. I didn't realize that you could do that either. Golf mechanic. We're learning. Next, we need to get water flowing again. Okay, I can do this. Oh my guys, mixed up. But you know. Okay, so the cauldron, please use this portal. We learning. If Ziggy is anti-tower, who's the boss in Copperbell? Keep close to me, Ribbit. Oh, who's gonna limit break? Wait, no. No one's limit breaking. I'm so surprised. Is someone saving limit break? Got a healing gear? Nice. I don't think they coded it outside the boss. Oh, the boss room. I see. Okay. Ah! Oh, wrong thing. Don't trust limit breaks on ads. Ah, okay. I see. Sorry for the flashbang.
I will not hold back.
There's some nice gear in this dungeon. Okay. Please wait while I move the lift. Can I go in here? No. Oh, are we just gonna go down? Oh, okay, we are. We have very strong legs. No damage fall if you don't have knees. Is that how that works? Okay, if Alize behaves like she did during my playthrough, the second she's in range, she's gonna pop. Okay, so basically during the boss, she's gonna pop immediately. Oh, let me go back. Oh,
Gloves are off.
gloves are off? I love it. Chalk up to the Pirogo magic, I guess. Pirogo, like how we don't. Like in Stormblood, the blessing, we didn't have to, or we could breathe under, we can talk underwater and breathe underwater. Ah, I keep pressing the wrong button. It's okay. I got him. Oh. The little spring yonder ought to put a spring in your step. Cute. Okay, remember the olden times where you had fall damage? You had fall damage in dungeons? That does not sound fun. That sounds really rough. Where's Graha? I've lost my cat! He's stuck in the gelatin! My cat is nowhere to be found! Love how Stormblood just makes you be able to breathe underwater forever. I love it, especially whenever you travel worlds, which we did have our physical bodies, so I understand that technically. My cat is lost in the sauce. Okay, he's okay again. Another lift, just a moment. You're right, it's not the first time he's been surrounded by a blue stuff. Wow, that's fall damage? I don't remember the times that you jumped off something. It was lower and then, really? I sense a mischievous presence, Ribbit. Please take care. Mischievous. Oh, that's a mount. What is this thing? A Nixie? I don't know if it's like a pixie. Interesting. Huh. Also, it's really interesting to see the inside. I'm assuming this is very Charlian architecture. I know it's like a, it's a facility still, but it's really, I don't know, it's just kind of neat looking.
There. I will end this far.
Oh, you stole a token! You stole a token from Alize! Become spears, things of flesh, bones, and pierce. Oh. Water flow, set adrift. I'm assuming maybe go, oh, over here. Oh, look, I gotta look at the stuff. We're the right way. I'm at the right place. Rude. This is very mischievous. More fun, more water. We need more water. It really is like a pixie. I'm gonna stand right here. I'm gonna trust Graha. I'm scared. Can we attack them? No. Do we just wait? Do we just avoid all of them? Oh no. I'm gonna stand here solo. I'm scared. Oh. I see. Thanks, Graha. I don't know. I'm supposed to go up. Got it. I didn't know what to do, but now I do. That's why it was an oh no. As soon as he said oh no, I was like, wait a second. I'm supposed to go up. It's like, why can't I attack them? Anyways. Now we know. I did the other mechanics right, except for that one. It's alright. Now I learned. Whoops. Blushed because of cat. I was scared. I didn't know if it was gonna hurt me, but I probably should have tried once. Okay. Stand not where he is.
Just the beginning.
Which one are we gonna get? Okay. Don't apologize. Got washed. I actually didn't. I didn't touch water once. Okay. Now it's having fun. And now they need to follow my lead. That's why they were standing away from it. Okay, let's go with this one. Maybe? Oh, they come with me if I go first. Oh, you want to stay up here until that finishes. Okay, got it. Makes sense. Why wouldn't you get the hint? Head in the clouds. That's cute. I didn't realize there's two sites for this. Ooh. Okay, we got this. On this side now. Come over here! Where are we going up, though? We're not going up. Why were they sitting next to me? We're fine. Why is she sitting on top of me? No. Okay, nothing is so bothersome. Why were you saying your show? I'm sorry. Alice has killed me before just like that. That was so scary. That was so scary. They have program places you have to adjust to them. Okay, I see. That was so funny. Okay, fire up the kiln. We can do that. I got it. Nothing's bothersome as a familiar created with an untrained hand. Ah, I see. Thank you. Step right through and safely guide you through the cauldron. Alright. Ooh, flame plantation. This is so pretty and terrifying. Try not to fall behind. Are we able to pull them forward? Will he pull them forward? Gay lava. You just have to aggro the next batch too? Oh. Ah, okay. I'll try it with the next one. over there. Oh. You can pull more, just run back. Oh, I don't think I can pull more than here. Strolla, move! Okay, she's fine, she's fine. She doesn't have any ley lines, though. I'm gonna sneeze. No, why you gotta move? I'm okay, thank you. I'm okay. Nice. Well, magma can't stop us for a bit. Whoa! Parted the sea! The lava sea. Oh my gosh! Hello. Oh, frick. I'm on my way back! Hey, no limit break start now. We can do this! I believe in us! I have my benediction anyway. I'm fine. I can press it. When it gets too scary. It's more fun this way anyway. And the free Fantasia? Yeah, there's another Fantasia as of 7.3, right? I think we picked it up the other day.
I will not hold back.
Nice. See, we did it. We did great. Oh yeah, I do need to do that one later on. Honestly, smite the fiend once and for all, Ribbit. Okay. Oh, he's turned it around! Hot lava. It's my fourth one to rot in your inventory. Wish I could sell them. That would be nice though. I occasionally use mine. I think, like for MSQ, I'll always be a Lala, but sometimes it's fun trying some stuff out. But not for a long time, really. I have no more Fantasias. I have achieved perfect form already. Hi, Wolf. How are you? Ooh, the cauldron. That takes care of the kiln, Rivet. Oh, really? Let us return to Master Matoya. Defeat the Mother Porksy? Okay. Alright, I'm glad we don't have to defeat a boss here, but still. Sleepy and hungry? Do you have anything plans for food? Hi, Marcus. How's it going? Also, hi, Sage. Is it, Seiji? Alright, time to bake ourselves a Porksy. Oh, wait! The Porksy over here! Was this always here? Was this Porksy always here? Beat the pork belly?
Right then. Let's get this over with.
Oh my gosh. The Queen Mother Porksy?
Newborns are wont to be difficult. Sure, who's in charge?
Okay, we got this. We're the queen bee. The queen bees are in our group. Plus Graha. Oh, it starts with an empty table and then the lump of clay. Oh, really? The lump of clay after the first part? That's so cool. Man, I can't jump over that like in Crystal Tower. I'm Atoya. I want to see. Don't show any fear. They can smell it. Wait. This creature will be anything but regal. Alize is taller than Matoya, and I'm so shorter than Matoya. Okay, let's go. Big girl. Tenderloin? What? Tenderloin. Wow. Tenderloin. That's funny. Ooh. You really gotta be in the right place. Oh, it actually didn't hurt that much. No! This is scary! This is scary! Oh my gosh, that one! I don't know, that's scary. This is so funny though. Rude. Hidden yourself, be quick. What's happening? What? Oh my gosh. Oh, it's this way, it's this way, it's this way. Wow. Oh, wait. That's so interesting. They're waiting for limit break too, I see. Who's gonna get limit break 2 first? Yashola was faster last time, so... Was this a healer check? Okay, so it's the same mechanic again. Huff and puff? Huff and puff. It is a little scary. Okay, I mean, one of y'all gonna limit break? No limit breaks? Very surprising. No limit breaks! No, 0 limit breaks! I'm so surprised. Everyone's just locked in apparently. I should have healered LB2. Oh, the little paws! The little hooves were really cute. Oh. This is cute. This is so cute! I should have taken a screenshot. No. I seen Graha behind you. Oh. Nothing quite like a fresh familiar. I never knew familiar creations could be so rough. Quite a fight she put up. She's switching. Is that normal? Have we finished then? Kiln fresh. Look at her! Oh my gosh, she's twitching. Is she okay? Oh, she is twitching! Whoa. Oh. Yeah, she is twitching. She's in there 100% right. Huh. I wonder if there's anything. So you could technically go back to the other ones. And then you can, yeah, we saw it earlier. Do you want to see the minion from this? Yeah, we can see it. She's eepy. You know, it'd be really funny and cute if she had a snot bubble. Like a snot bubble whenever she's like sleeping. That'd be really adorable. Look up at the walls. Which walls? Over here? Or over here? Honestly, I love all these tomes and all these books. It's so cool looking. This area is incredible. I guess it's smart to have the kiln like right next to the water, or like surrounded by water as well. This is just my downstairs area. Okay, let me go back. Very cool dungeon. Yashola had the mode to do it. Mincemeat, love the joke. No one stole Limit Break. I should have stole Limit Break. Graha has kitten energy. Alize is angry for stands off and directions. And then wait a minute, the wolf is supposed to huff and puff, right? Yeah, right. The wolf is supposed to huff and puff, not the pig. No, it's like truly all the little like, I don't know, little jokes, little puns for the abilities is really funny. I bet Mitoya could snap her fingers and make her listen, but she's like, screw listen to. Oh, probably. She could probably tame this little porky, the queen porky, but she's like, you know, this is your this is your payment. This is my payment for you to help you. That sounds nice though, Wolf. Like mac and cheese sounds tasty. Fresh bacon. How's it going? Pretty good so far. I was a little slow at the beginning of stream, but I'm enjoying myself and I'm excited for the next area too. Okay, leave the duty. Let's see, what's next? Yeah, we were doing NPCs for this one. Is she tame now?
There we are, quite tame.
Then all that remains is for me to imbue her with the magic. My friends, I'm afraid I must trouble you for your ether once more.
We got some to spare. Alize has so much ether. I could help this time. No, both the twins do, honestly. Just because, like, Alfie helped last time, too. Oh, Alfie. Alize.
That should suffice.
Good. Let's set her to work then, shall we? I want to see some porkses. Assuming that is, someone can spare the requisite energy.
I think I'm the only one left. Oh, no. Does Yashola have some?
A mere drop in the ocean for the great sorceress Matoya? I dare say.
That's why, It really does make me wonder how Matoya was in her prime. 3 Porksies! Oh my gosh! Will Alize name all of them?
Excellent. Our very own litter of Angelos. And we can make as many more as we want, simply by providing the mother Porksy with additional ether.
Okay.
I will require a moment before I try again.
It's still hard work, but a damn sight more efficient than making them one by one. Thank you, Master Matoya. Everyone, we're a step closer to our goal.
Distributed amongst the allied nations, they should do much to facilitate closer dialogue with the beast tribes. And given their present travails, I believe our friends in Limsa Laminsa should be the first beneficiaries.
Agreed. Though I must leave this errand to you. I doubt my legs will carry me out of the cave, much less to Vilbrand. Thank you for taking the lead in gathering the ingredients. I expect you would benefit from a rest too.
Oh.
In addition to the Porksies, I trust you've gained an inkling of how much effort goes into the creation of familiars. Or mayhap you attribute your struggles to old age.
Oh my god, Matoya!
If I said yes, would it persuade you to treat me like an adult?
Not with that pertness, it wouldn't. Anyway, assuming you have no other favors to ask, I shall be leaving.
I'm so glad that you got I'm glad that they got reunited. This is not about what we expected. Time to recuperate. There's so many of you out here. This is so cute. I hope somebody took a screenshot. Okay, so Yashol's probably going back with Matoya. Given it was her first time making a Porksy, Master Matoya did a fine job. Though she did have Angelo for inspiration. Forgive me if this is a silly question, but of all creatures real and imagined, why choose a flying pig? Not that I dislike pigs, mind you. You know, I wonder why Alize imagined a little piggy. Oh my gosh, wait. Angelo will get on your head? Angelo will go on your head? That's so goofy! Angelo will go on top of your head! Oh, that's so funny. And it looks like Angelo is like hanging on by a little hoof. On top of Alala's head. That's so silly. That's so small. They were only gone for a couple of weeks. Well, it could potentially be longer than that. It could, in theory, be months as well. And then, the water thing escaped the cave? The water thing? Which water thing? Okay, this hawk, this tarantula wasp thingy needs to go away. Alright. Let me see. Hi, Alfie. Lest you wonder, Master Matoya has returned to her cave with Stola. They are peas in a pod, are they not? Like master, like pupil. I'm so glad that they got to see each other. If I go back, do y'all think I would see Stola in the cave? Oh, the minion! The little silly thing! You may now enter Matoya's relic with a party of NPC avatars. To make use of this feature, open Trust Interface under Duty in the main menu. Let's see. Brilliant Minds, Rapier Wits, Humor Drier than Thanalan, Appearances aside, I'd say two Matoya's are the mirror image of each other. I love that. That's so cute. As I followed your deeds through history, I came across the names of many distinguished individuals as Commander Hex and Master Matoya, and it has been a delight to meet them in the flesh. I heartily look forward to making the acquaintance of the rest. Of the rest, not least the Azure Dragoon. Does that mean Estinian's gonna? Are we gonna see Estinian in this patch? I hope so. Didn't you build up this Lala army? They've always been there. They're in the shadows. They're hiding. You don't even see them. Also, hi Jay, how's it going? Look at that Popato half wall. When will that be a housing item? I mean, I should join y'all too. Wait, let me stand right here. Let me also do hum. Oh, I gotta fix it. There we go. I'm synced, I think. Yeah, I should be synced with y'all. That's a pretty good Lala wall, to be honest. Like, it's a pretty good job. I'm sorry, I don't have home. I don't have home or like insert print screen on my keyboard right now, so synced enough. We're basically synced. It's synced as I got outside and synced as of me seeing this. Back from your run, ready to munch? Yeah, I think it's probably a nice time to snack. Did you see the fun pillow from the dungeon? Yeah, we can see the dungeon, or the pillow. If you G-pose and exit, it will sync. Okay, you have to do... I just have a 60% keyboard right now, and I don't have all my buttons, but it's okay. I'm not too worried. I probably should put it on my stream deck, some extra buttons and stuff, but it's all good. It's just very cute. How many do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 Lalas, almost double digits. Are you all afraid? Are you afraid? Have layers? It probably does, but I don't know the extra buttons for it, like the extra function buttons. I had a 10 keyless keyboard, but I spilled a whole cup of water on it, and then I had to break out the 60% again. So yeah, my current sub goal is to buy a hard drive and also potentially replace my keyboard. So that's where we're at. I need to do some extensive testing on the, I'm assuming kind of dry-ish keyboard now. I don't know if the full functionality is there or not, so. What's going on? Oh no, a Wallafell. A Wallafell, that's good. Wallafell is cute. Also, thank you for the follows, welcome in. But yes, we have many Lala players here, and it's cute. It's fun. And I need to continue with MSQ, so enjoy the wall. I don't need a cup. Also, hi, Stellar. The Wallafell was pretty good. Even though that's no longer the first, basically the same. Don't worry about it. Missing context? Wait, let's go back. Nixie? Oh, it's Nixie. Thank you, Hilloa. Also, hello. Strolla's never gonna live. Strolla will never live down using Matoya's name. And like I said, I'm really curious to know Matoya in her prime, though. I think it would have been, I don't know, I have no doubt she was incredible. The Admiral's resolve. Alphano is eager to deliver good tidings to Limsa Luminsa. Well then, my friends, let us return to Limsa Luminsa and deliver good news to the Admiral. A word to the office in Bulwark Hall should be sufficient to secure us an audience. Wait, the Porksies look at each other? Oh, I didn't know that. That's cute. The Porksies will look at each other if they're close enough. Oh my gosh, the Porksy on your shoulder! Look at it! And sniffing. Alright, let's go back. Matoya wiping the floor with Louis. Well, oh, I can see that. Oh yeah, probably. But I don't think they would ever fight, though. But maybe. Yeah, I could see that, potentially. After 4 killed keyboards, I learned to have a lid on a cup. I also am currently drinking from I'm using my water bottle again, because before I just had a cup randomly, or just like a cup on my desk. But no, I have my water bottle. I love seeing them outside. It's so fun! It's so cute! I love it! Hi Sage, how are you? Would you name your heavy hatchling minion? I mean, I called my chocobo Egg. I'm not the best at naming things. Hi Nina, how are you? Thank you for the water, for the hydration. I do have Windows Shift and S. Yeah, I do have that. I technically also have a numpad as well that has some additional keybinds on it, but I also have F12. Actually, yeah, I have F12. I can just do F12, but I just have to remove my HUD is the other thing. How are you doing, Nina? How's your Saturday been? What would you name a fat chocobo? Do you have any Final Fantasy characters that you like, that you want to name it after? That's probably what I would do. Though the Admiral is not expecting us, I am sure she will want to hear out our report. Come, let us request an audience. If we offer them the means to cure their temper, the beast tribes are far more likely to listen. Even as we speak, we are weaving a new future, and when it all becomes history, I hope that those who follow may look back with gladness. Oh, that's so cool too. It's like, because in the future that Graha woke up, like coming out of the tower and everything like that, like, because we were all gone, like the Scions were gone, like this part of a future had never happened, right? Time travel eventually got figured out, but like curing the temper never did, because Alizé wasn't able to go to the first. And like so determinedly believe that that we could find a cure. Tidings for the Admiral, you say? She's presently receiving guests, but for the Scions, I know she will make an exception. Busy workday? Oh my gosh! Are you working tomorrow too? Or you get to relax a little bit? Huh. For the Cabals, I wonder if we show Gabu. Or if Gabu were to meet with them. My friends, what brings you here this day? Is this true? By the Navigator, a cure for tempering. As often as I've been in awe of you Scions, I would not have thought it possible. And yet it is, Admiral. We have done it. Here in Limsa, and productions of more familiars have already begun. You have my thanks. Truly, this will do much to advance the cause of peace, and I fear it will take more to close the rift twixt man and beastman. Bah, even to speak thus divides us. Welcome as it is, a cure will not guarantee reconciliation between our peoples. For though summoning and the temper may serve to fuel the conflict, they are but a symptom of it. I was gonna say, have we heard this song before? I don't think we have we? Is this like a fun little pirate remix? Why does it sound so familiar? Huh. Why does it sound so familiar to me? I'm gonna keep listening. If we are to resolve the primal problem once and for all, we must address the cause. We must strive for mutual understanding and find a way to leave our bloody past behind. 'Twas I who moved that the Alliance renew its push for peace. Since our ancestors came to these shores some 7 centuries past, we Lominsians have been at odds with those who share our island home. Save for a brief moment of cooperation with the Kobolds, our history has been one of constant territorial squabbling. Meanwhile, our struggle with the Sahagins for control over the sea has only grown fiercer, a matter made worse by the thrice-damned calamity, driving them to seek new spawning grounds. With survival at stake, each had no choice but to fight, so I dismissed peace as impossible. Impossible is a word coined by the weak. I proclaimed to all who'd listen, then gave up. You and yours put me to shame. Actually, I don't know what this song is. Oh, I see. It's from the before times. Since you led us to victory against the Black Wolf, you have achieved the impossible again and again and again. To mention the Black Wolf. But I thought it high time that I follow suit, hence my proposal to the Alliance Council. But no sooner did I reach out to our neighbors in Valbrand than my own people sought to thwart me. You speak of the pirates who failed to attend the meeting. Acting through a friendly faction among the Kobolds, we had intent to seek an audience with the prominent patriarch. But the bloody executioners will not hear of it. Their absence sent a message to the rest. Though they are but one of 3 pirate powers, they are the greatest, and any attempt at peace would founder without them. I'm given to understand that their leader, Captain Halfer, has been bedridden for some time with an ailment of the lungs. Correct. In his absence, his right-hand lead, a man named Sidcard, has recently risen to prominence among their ranks. Save for his disdain for authority, little is known about him. We have invited him to speak with us once more, but he will not come. I've tasked the Yellow Jackets and the Rogues with uncovering his motives, but they have learned not to value. Leave it to us? I mean, I guess, like, if they've, at this point, if they've done all this already, maybe we could try to help, maybe? I don't know. It's the starter music? Oh, it's good. Should I do ... I guess leave it to us. I don't think Frey would be happy, but I guess we gotta do something. We've a nose for the truth. Whatever this Sidcard wants, we'll find out. I wonder if we've met Sidcard before. Surely, I'd be much obliged. I look forward to hearing what you learn. Oh, you learn then. Good luck. Is Frey ever happy though? No. That's what we love about Frey. No, it's not that Frey is never not happy. It's just Frey wants the best for us, and sometimes we voluntarily throw ourselves into things that aren't always, you know, the best for us. But we're trying our best for the greater good. We just don't do enough self-care. The Admiral's right. The cause of the conflict needs to be addressed. We'll do what we can to ease the way, but ultimately it falls on the Limsonians to make peace with their neighbors. I know not of the city save what I've read or heard in passing, so in this matter, I'll follow your lead. I hope is he having... Graha, are you having fun on the adventure? By way of a first step, I suggest we split up and make inquiries around town. Somebody must know of this card. If you approach the pirates, notice, the rest of us will seek out merchants and adventurers. Okay. Throw the lala at the pirates. Alright, map. There's pirates, I'm trying to think. We can go to Aft Castle and Marauder. We can go to the Marauders Guild and Aft Castle. I like being a busybody for people, except when it comes. Send in the teenagers, the Godslayers, and the random cat. Close enough. Marauders Guild. I know. We simply tell Frey this will reduce the amount of problems we need down the road. It's true. That is true. I think Frey would understand, but also be grumpy about it. Which, once again, isn't that why we love Frey? I think I have to go up, actually. Up here? Yeah! Pirates! Oh, it's you again! I was thinking about you! I was thinking about the guy. Yeah, I was thinking about one of the pirates we met in Stormblood. Well, we met him before this, technically. Actually, we blackmailed this guy. Curious about Sitcard, are you? As am I, my friend, as am I. Sadly, I know nothing of the man, save the bloody executioners experienced a marked improvement in their fortunes after his promotion. Quite how he achieved this is a matter of some debate. As you know, the thalassocracy permits us to attack only Garlean vessels. Yet, these have all but vanished from the sea since the Empire turned in upon itself. In order to adapt, we Krakens have taken in trading with the East, but the executioners are less forward-looking. I cannot imagine they would willingly abandon their old ways. So how, then, are they lining their coffers? Whatever their secrets, they are not like to share it with their rivals. Mayhaps you will have more luck. Hopefully we know a person. Hopefully we know a guy. Or a gal. Or someone. Half Castle? I probably should have taken the... Yeah, I probably should have taken the Ether Shard. Let's see. And then you meet him very early on in the Limsa starter. My headcanon is Sataru is still blackmailing him. It's so good. I love it. I love how so many people are afraid of Tataru. Like, Astinian is like... Honestly, Astinian's pretty afraid of Tataru and Kryl. And I love it. It's really great. Oh, it starts in Limsa. It starts literally right here. I don't have time. I don't have time. I gotta lock in. I'll come back later. But the music's so fun. It's so festive. I think we talked to this. Huh, is she just smiling? No. Oh my gosh, that scared me so much. I thought she was just smiling. It's just her white lipstick. Sorry, it was actually... I thought she was just like full face grinning the entire time. No, sprint your little legs out, unless it's yellow. Can't remember. Well, you want to know about Sitcard? It's no, a wily bugger is what he is. Found some clever way to make coin, they say, and traded it for the Moonskate place at Helfer's side. There was a time we raced the executioners for our pick of the Empire's fleet. The Garleans are gone, and them days with them. Owing to which, we've all of us had to look for other ways to make ends meet. With that jumping Blige rat Sitcard landing the juiciest whatever it may be. Not that we sirens are struggling, mind you. We do well enough guarding fish boats from fisherbacks and other beasties. Get the first pick of the produce. No, it's the produce for our trouble, see? Quality stuff at a bargain price. This we pass on to our sisters, as we can't sail on account of getting old or wounded, or with a child. And they cook up and sell for a pretty profit. Simple. Oh, that's fun. That's smart. Oh, I miss the old days. Don't get me wrong, but when I see the girls with their little ones, I think to myself, a life of peace and quiet ain't all that bad. Huh. So are those sirens mostly, like, I wonder, just like predominantly like women? like in their ranks. That's bilge. Thank you. Are you good? He does not look okay. They're all women? That's really cool. I love that. I'm not giving you a choice. Get this boy another... Get this boy another drink? What? What's happening? Another plate of oysters? I don't think I can... What? Whoa! Okay, I gotta go. I gotta go. The sirens don't... Oh, wait, I want to read this too real quick. I smells me a man. Where have you been last? Huh? What? What's going on? What is she talking about? The sirens are wild. The sirens don't have time for men unless they're warm in their beds. Never change lips. Never change lips. This lady down here. Did you see what she said? I smells me a man. Where have you been last? Like an axe? She's thirstier than a Nor. Why not take a step closer? How about these girls? Why are we sitting like this? Why you see any bleeding chairs? Oh, wait! Look! Hey, well, this is a cat girl, but then also, like, this is not quite the Catboy sit, but it's the closest thing we get. Sirens don't get... No, the siren... I don't think the sirens do get enough attention. I think you're right. The sirens are wild. Don't get on the wrong side of the sirens. And then also, what she was talking about, how, like, even though they miss their pirating days, they seem to be happy to be able to, like, support their sisters, right? Yeah, the gangster squad. If let's see this lady. The Sagwins sirens to the top of the food chain in Limsa. You want to join the meanest crew in the sea? Then you best bloody cutlass and thicken your side? Sorry, I'm really bad at pirate speak apparently. Do they have any? Oh man, oh boy. There's a lot. If you want to see something wild, go over there to that lady and talk to her. Greetings and welcome to the missing member. No, really, all people are welcome to dine here. There's absolutely no danger or dismemberment. I trust her. Do you trust her? I trust her. Interesting, very interesting. What? You wish to sing me a song of your deeds? I trust her too. I do. Oh man, I should come back and do this quest eventually. We need to learn more about the sirens. Okay, so where am I going? I gotta talk to Alfie. Where's Alfie? Okay, we're going back. Yeah, I think I will give my full trust to the sirens. I have no reason why I should not trust them. So yeah. Oh, her? What do you mean, oh, her? Like every now and again, Momodi will allude to her previous... Really? To her previous profession? Oh, I need to go back and talk to her. It's been a while. You can also start Culinarian too. I really do need to start Culinarian. I want to. You trust her? We totally trust her. A Realm Reborn? No, A Realm Reborn was kind of wild. No, like there was a lot of things were happening in Limsa. I think one of the big things was people getting trafficked, and I know there was like brothels and stuff like that, which that's you know, as long as it's consensual or whatever, and it's not like people against their will, but anyways, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that happens. I've never been over there no, we have been over there to the sirens because for MSQ, but it's been a while since I've gone back. Walking through the city, one would never expect this. This was until recently a bastion of piracy. The admiral has been commended for overseeing so swift a transformation. As I went to make my inquiries, I chanced upon a shop that boasted a rather enticing selection of sweet meats. Perhaps we could take Gabu and Garha there one day. I love Alize so much. I was thinking that Alize was gonna start bullying Graha more. More like she does with Alfie. But honestly, I think Graha gained at least a couple of respect points for how willing he is to help Alize in really her, like, one of her goals, one of her dreams, to be able to cure people who are tempered, right? Like, he did a huge part in it so far. And like just his willingness to help her. So I think that's really cute. Hopefully we can take Gabu and Graha there one day. That's so cute. Okay, let's talk to Alfie. It's funny also, she doesn't mention that she's gonna bring Alfie too. Alfie does not get in the invite. Alfie does not get in the invite, but Graha, me, Alize, always. And then also Graha gets to come. I see everyone has returned. Now, who would like to go first? Well, we learned something? Not much, to be honest. So, just as their imperial prey began to disappear, Sidkar turned the executioner's fortune around with a mysterious new source of income. Are they smuggling weapons? Okay, just throwing it out there. Whatever it is, it's nothing to scoff at. According to a tavern keeper I spoke to, the crew has been indulging themselves as never before. But no amount of drink seems to loosen their tongues as to how they're coming by their coin. For my part, I spoke with a reporter from the Harbor Herald. The publication has been investigating the secret of the executioner's good fortune and making little headway. Plainly, the executioners do not wish to nature their business to be made public. And I think I may know why. In the course of making inquiries on the Hawker's Alley, an interesting fact came to light. Just as the executioners began to enjoy better fortunes, the price of crystal went into sharp decline. A sudden fall in demand, I was told. Curious, I contacted Hori Boulder to see who has been watching the movements of the beast tribes, and my suspicions were proven correct. Despite ever-worsening relations between the beast tribes and the Thalacracy, neither Titan nor Leviathan has been in appearance of late, suggesting that the kobolds and the Sahagians lack the means in which to summon them. So, do you mean the executioners are divesting them of their crystal? All indicators point to the conclusion, yes. Though we have no hard evidence as yet, we must investigate further. Agreed. So how do we proceed? Oh, I have an idea about that. In fact, I already have taken the liberty of making certain provisions. Oh, okay. So, what are we heading towards, Alfie? Maybe not smuggling crystals, but... Well, not smuggling weapons, but something about crystals. If Alphanos' theory proves well-founded, it would go some way to explaining the executioner's vehement? I need to listen. I need to hear the word. I know it's somewhere in there. It's somewhere in my brain. I know how to say it. I'm just trying to figure out where the emphasis is. The opposition to peace. Let's see. Do you remember how Alphino pretended to be some manner of merchant to infiltrate Yulmore? Well, I bet you 10 gil he's about to reprise the role. 10 gil? I wonder how much 10 gil will get you. Only 10 gil, Alize? It's okay. Maybe she doesn't have a lot of pocket change. That's I mean, so he's gonna try to buy some crystals. The search for Sid card. Vehemently? During my inquiries, a disgruntled merchant informed me that a wholesaler of crystals had been recently... Oh, hello! Hi, Chris! How's it going? Hi, Raiders! Is 1%. Chris Raid! Hi, Looney, how's it going? Hi, Nina! Hi, Chris! Hi, Arexia? Aria? Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm so bad at names. Hi, Florsona. How's it going? Hi, Colin. Hello, Raiders. I hope you all are doing well. Let me replay the raid message again. I apologize. I had them off real quick. I'm sorry, my brain's a little smushy right now. But hi, everyone. That's a little loud. That's a little loud, isn't it? You know what? I know why that's so loud. It's on the wrong sound thing. Frick. I was like, why is it so loud recently? It was on the wrong sound thing. Anyways, hi Raiders. How are y'all doing? How was your stream, by the way? Chris, what'd you end up playing today? Hi Raiders. Crystal Raid. Hi Liz. How's it going? How are you? House 5.4. Doing pretty well so far. I only cried a little bit. I've definitely, we've definitely gushed a little bit how cute Graha has been. He's been very sweet and very cute. And then also, I love the twins so much. Alize and Alphino, I love them. Gabu was cured from his tempering. We met Matoya again, and Matoya and Nishtala are so funny. I love them, and I'm so glad they get to be reunited. We're now searching for pirates, and we went to Azazla earlier too. We saw our friends, and so far it's been really good. I like it so far. It's been nice going back into MSQ. I miss it a lot. Also, so hi there everyone. Sorry, my name is Notice. I'm currently, I would say, kind of a Final Fantasy variety streamer, kinda. I play a lot of 14. We finished 9 a little bit ago, and I think we're probably gonna start up some Expedition 33 again soon. Maybe not this week, but maybe next week or the week after that. And I think I have a date for Endwalker. I think Endwalker is happening on my birthday. So September 7th. Endwalker start? Maybe, yeah? So this weekend, we're going to be finishing 5.4. So it's going to be today and tomorrow. And then on next weekend is 5.5 is my goal. I'm really excited and nervous. It's not my birthday yet. Not yet. Notice Walker soon. I know soon. I know. I love Gabu so much. Hi, Taylor. How are you? But what'd you all end up doing today? How's it going, Looney? How's your weekend been? Let me give you a shout out really quickly. Chris. Everyone go follow Chris. Chris is a great streamer. He likes to yap a lot too. Fellow yapper. You're doing Rebirth. How was that today? Hopefully good. Hopefully a lot of questing and cool characters and stuff. We're rebirthing, so slay. I love you. Final Fantasy VII. Ooh, so Final Fantasy VII is next on my list for the OG 7. I plan to play hopefully after I beat Ocarina of Time is my goal. So games to play very soon. Finish Shadowbringers, eventually start Endwalker, restart again Expedition 33, and hopefully finish it in like 2 weeks. It's like 1 to 2 weeks. Start Ocarina of Time because I've never played it, and then I want to also do so Ocarina of Time, and then start Final Fantasy VII OG because I've never played 7 either. One day. But I hope it was great. I thank you so much for the raid, by the way. It's always good to see you. No, the lineup is crazy. We have a lot of games to play. We have so much to do. And I don't even think we're going to finish Endwalker this year either. I think depending on how busy life gets in the next few months, I may not actually get to finish Endwalker this year, but we'll work on it. We'll figure it out. Friends list is still full. It's still full. I'm so sorry. I have not worked on the friends list at the moment. It is still at 200, and I need to unadd some people that I have not seen in a little bit. It's not my birthday. Don't let my chat lie to you. I hope everyone's weekend has been going well. I've I've been enjoying 14 again. It's nice. It's nice to get into MSQ. We ended up taking a good chunk of a break because we did a bunch of optional content. We basically did the entire trial series. We did all the alliance raids. We did the raid series, and yeah, I guess those are the main 3. We even started Baja too. We started Baja, which actually is there's a good amount of story in it. And surprisingly, if you did Baja before, like, if you did it and before you ended up doing 5.4, there's a little voice line that's a little different, like in the story, or it's like a little like nod to it, which is really neat, and I like that a lot. I want to clear up my friends list. I kind of want to clear my entire friends list. Honestly, Jenna, just do it. I would say do it, and then just make everyone like who actually is like active just add you again, or you add to them again. Honestly, that's not a bad idea, because like they'll still be on your friends list, and like they'll still have you as a friend. But like if you end up just clearing it and just make everyone add again, that's kind of not a bad idea. Like day 1 people that aren't there so much anymore. Yeah, I feel that too. And I know it's just life stuff. That's perfectly fine if people want to, like, you know, if people have to like step away or anything like that. But maybe that's a good idea to periodically just clear it and like force everyone to add again. Not just like, to be fair. Well, you don't have to be fair. It's your friends list. You can literally do whatever you want. Yeah. Sorry. I'm okay. Yeah, we did do Seed of Sacrifice rerun mine. We did cutscenes, and we also did the start of 5.4. I didn't go too far into MSQ yet. We are doing Search of Sidcard, which I don't know how many quests that's into it. And then didn't you only take like 2 months? Wait, 2 months? How long would Shadowbringers take? Okay, so Shadowbringers. Wait. Shadowbringers. So here's my VODs, and it took, where we're at now, it took like 20 something VODs to finish base. I have to check my calendar of like when I actually started Shadow. Oh no! Oh wait. I started Shadowbringers like right before Christmas, but then I also took like a 2-month like break as well. Like it was actually like 3 months. Basically January through March, I didn't do any Shadowbringers, kind of, mostly. I think I started back in March. And then now it's August. But let me go back really quickly. So 5.4 is Gabu. We did Gabu stuff. You're on the 7th one? Okay, thank you. We've done the dungeon, Matoya's relic, and then we did Gabu stuff, and then we also we did Gabu stuff, and then we saw Nero again. Now investigating pirates. Thank you for the recap as well. I appreciate it. Yeah, we ended up doing the relic with NPC dungeons that time because I just wanted to see it just for funsies. No. It was a solo. I ended up doing solo for this one. And then, you know, like peeps can be doing during character creations. Oh no, more like, you know, how people are during the character creation streams. My character creation stream was, I did it on my alt account, so no one actually saw, no one on this stream saw my character creation. Hi, Elvin. 2 cents on the friends list, and then I keep people in the group so I can keep track of like why I added them. That's smart. I probably should do that as well. Yeah, I probably should, because a lot of the people, like, I kind of also wish you could see when they last logged in, right? So if they haven't logged in like 9 months, it's like, it's okay if people need to take a break or anything like that, but if I don't recognize the name, maybe I should like just unadd them. And I'm like pretty decent at remembering most names, but that's probably a good idea as well. Talking about Baja, like Baja? Yeah, that too. So if you have to res someone, that'd be, no. I assume that's the sacrifice? No. That's the reference? Oh, I'm not sure. I maybe. I've been trying to friend Yilda forever. Exclusive list. You can sort by oldest friends. It'd be nice. Yeah, the oldest friends is nice, but it's not quite like login date. I just assume if the character is like a reference, it probably is. The friends list the friends list ultimate. The friends list ultimate, the hardest content in Final Fantasy XIV. Oh, also, did y'all know that you can ban people from your property? It's really interesting. I learned that recently. We did a test run yesterday at like, cause I saw that you can prevent people from like going on your house or whatever, or in your apartment. And it literally just takes them back to the very beginning of like your ward. It's really interesting. And you can take them on and off. And they can like basically like inch up towards before the threshold of like walking in, and they immediately get teleported out. Yeah, the bar from property has been it has been for a little bit, really. Okay. And it's a bit nice. And it's only, I think it's unfortunately only for like 10 days, but it was kind of funny. I got banned for clipping into the void. No, that's so dumb. Maybe the next calamity was the friends we were That's really good. The next calamity was the friends we removed along the way. That's really funny. Anyways, I'm so sad. Yeah, hi Raiders. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm gonna continue with 5.4. We like to be silly, talk a lot, and talk a lot. Enjoy the romance. So I only play dating sims or games that have romance. So if you want me to play a game, you have to tell me that it has romance in it or is a dating sim. And my goodness, yesterday we did the Scholar level 80 quest and there was romance in that, and it was so sweet and so cute. So if I get that, if that's in the game, I'm like, you're at like a 90% chance of playing that game. That's like, it's pretty good so far. The capstone, it's really good. The Scholar quest has been consistently really good. And I mean, I love Dark Knight as well. Like Dark Knight is one of my favorite stories at this point. But White Mage was really sweet yesterday. I liked it a lot. We talk a lot. Honestly, I would love a talk a lot. Okay, so during my inquiries, a disgruntled merchant informed me of a wholesaler of crystals that recently arrived in Limsa, offering wares at prices far cutting the competition. After asking around, I was able to gain an introduction, and will be shortly posing as a potential buyer in bid to establish the crystal provinces. The man is due to be at Oshon Embrace in Lower Nonosha shortly. I suggest we make our way there at once. Okay, are we gonna be Alfie's bodyguards? The merchant's hired hand? Okay, let's go back over here. Also, Chris, I'm so behind right now on your streams. Are you playing, is Rebirth the main game at the moment, or are you like are you playing a couple games at the same time? Let's go to the dry docks. I think the last one I was kind of like, the last one I could kind of watch, because I might play 7 one day. I might have to wait until the trilogy comes out. But I think the last one, I think it was Detroit Become Human, that I remember that you were going through as well. But I also may just be lost. Oh, is it this way? Nope, I'm not going the right way. This way, this way. It'd be cheaper and faster to leave from Limsa. Yeah, probably. But I don't know Limsa. Oh, yeah, probably this one right here, right? I don't know the Limsa exits. I'm sorry. One day I'll learn. One day we'll be in Limsa more. I mean, as we're doing Warrior, if we're on our Warrior arc, it probably would make sense. It was lower. Okay. Okay, Alphino, your hired hand is here. I will make sure he is protected. Is this the Lala who is selling the crystals? Or the pirate, the merchant? This appears to be our merchant. Wish me luck. Wait, if he truly is in leagues with the bloody executioners, he will surely be wary of those allied to the admiral. The Scion's not least of all. Compared to yours and notices, mine is an unfamiliar face. Let me play the role of buyer. I mean, maybe if he uses his Crystal Exarch voice, he can command authority. Command authority into, you know, being the merchant, right? I mean, I'm sure he could do that normally. But we do know that Alfie has the acting experience. Just don't give him any money. I mean, what is just a little bit for a treat. Gra's right. And even if you aren't recognized on sight, you look too genteel to be mixing with society's underbelly. Exactly, professional identity hire Graha Tia! Graha Crystal Exarch Tia! Too genteel. Genteel? But, I mean, but very well. I leave it to you, Graha. Doesn't his clothes look too... Well, no, I was gonna say, does his clothes look too nice? But, I mean, merchants would ideally have nice clothes or something. Got business with me? Got business with me, catboy? You're the crystal wholesaler? Staring him down. No, Graha! Don't smile like that. He needs the hood. Get this boy a hood. He needs his hood so badly to, like, properly have his identity. That I am, but you are no merchant, so what do you want the crystal? The suspicious merchant. That I am, but you're no merchant. What do you want the crystals for? Pull out the Crystal Exarch, Graha! Why would you look over here? Don't look at us, you idiot! You'll give yourself away! He needs a hood so badly! He needs a hood so badly! Oh, I see. You're a weaponsmith, am I right? And you need crystals to make staffs like that fine specimen you got there. That's right. I am indeed a weaponsmith, and I use naught but the finest materials. I bid you to show me your wares. Oh my gosh, I should have just glamoured myself. And went over there. Graha's gonna get ripped off! He's gonna get ripped off! He's so bad at this! He's so bad at lying! Why do we send him over there? Remember? I used you! Why would we send him over there? How could we do this to him? Remember his one line! He told us I used you! He could never lie! No, this was terrible. That's actually one... There is one worse candidate than Graha. Who is the worst candidate than him to send over there? How do you do, fellow kids? Nerd. Oh my gosh. Why is he... You gotta stop smiling. Don't smile at merchants. Just smile at us. Well, we don't invite just anybody into our storehouses. It takes time to establish trust, you understand. Look, I have a large and urgent commission. If the quality is not satisfactory, I will not quabble over the price. Alright, it's plain you're no ordinary crystal adorner. No. That's no crystal adorning your staff. So I'll make an exception. Come with me. No. He's gonna get mugged. Our catboy's gonna get mugged. Don't look over there. No! God! Why would you thumbs up us? No, it seems to be working. Let's follow them. He's gonna get his staff taken from him. Okay, no, he's strong. I trust, but he's gonna be missing so many things from his pockets. All right, I think he's literally like somebody's gonna Somebody's bound to... Somebody's bound to take his money from him. That boy is gonna get an he's gonna be an organ. He's gonna get an organ sold on the black market. That is so real. It's gonna happen to him. Somebody's gonna harvest his organs if we don't get over there right now. You're so right. You're so right. I need to save my cat boy. His organs are on the line. Did you go? Oh my gosh. He went into a dark cave? Oh my gosh. He went into a dark cave with who knows who. I need to go save him. I need to go save him. He's not okay. This is not gonna be alright. No. Given how long he spent playing the Crystal Exarch, you'd think Graha would be a better actor. Right, that's what I was saying. I was like, that's what I was saying. You need to give him a hood. And then he should snap into character, I hope. You would think, honestly, if he hadn't been for that staff, if it hadn't been for that staff, we must remember to thank Tataru. Be glad I've experienced sassing and being controlling towards socially inept nerds. It's so true. She does such a good job at it too. I can preemptively catnap him. I swear I only have pure intentions. It seems like they were in dire need, and I do have a spare, so... God, no, you're not allowed to give your organs away. No, you need all of them. We spent a lot of time and effort to get you back, alright? I'm not giving away my cat. I'm back? Why are we selling organs? Graha's gonna get his organs sold on the market if he doesn't get out of that cave. He doesn't know how to act, okay? They went into the tunnel quietly now. He does not know how to act around people. He can't lie. He tried one time, remember? Okay, he's fine. He's fine for now. More merchants, I guess. Selling crystals and whatnot. Are these all pirates dressed up? I don't like that Lala's smug face. You won't find any finer, especially not for the price. I don't think these are merchants. I think these are pirates. Indeed, I would expect to pay more than double for such quality. How could they possibly be so cheap? There's nothing unlawful about them. If that's your worry. They're from, Ogoromo. If you take my meaning, stuff as pure as it gets. You won't be disappointed. So, how much do you want? Ogoromo. Taken from the Cabals, just as we suspected. We're about to meet Sidgard. Sidcard? That's enough. Shut your gobs and turn around slowly. You're not sneaky enough. Have we met you before? I don't know. The hair kind of looks distinctive, but I'm unsure, to be honest. I'm Sidcard, acting captain of the Bloody Executioners. No need to introduce yourselves. We know who you are. Scions. Minty fresh, right? We also know you've been chatting to the Admiral. Got eyes and ears everywhere you see. Comes with being the only true pirate crew left in Limsa. So, we've established you ain't here to buy crystals. The question is, what are you here for? Go to the meeting! You're bold to reveal yourself to us without knowing our objective. That would explain your swift rise to power. You You have spoken plainly, and so I shall return the favor. We came to learn why the bloody executioners oppose the Admiral's will. We have our answer. Should Limsa Lominsa make peace with the Kabuls, you would lose your source of newfound wealth. That's right. Just to remind you, though, we ain't breaking any rules here. The law forbids us from attacking any vessels, not flying the Imperial flag, but it don't say nothing about beastmen. Only reason to keep our operations nice and quiet, because we don't want no one taking our business. Wait, just listen to the end, will you? For what it's worth, I have the highest respect for you and yours. Her, especially. While the Maelstrom were worrying about dirtying their fancy red clobber, you lot stormed Okaramo and battered Bleeding Titan himself. Raise the mug to you when I heard the news. And now we're following your footsteps, making sure the beastmen never summon their stinking gods again. Practically your successors we are. When they were still Imperial ships about, we did our bit for Limsa and went after them. But with the Garleans gone, there's no one left to ply our trade except beastmen. So let us have that, eh? Well, it's only fair. Contentious. Though some may find your views, it's true you have broken no laws. That being so, I see no reason why you should not state your case directly to the Admiral's face, unless the acting captain of the only true pirate crew left in Limsa has some other cause to hide in a cave. Well said. Well said indeed. He's a terrible liar, but he's so smart. Alright. I'll meet with the Admiral. They even provide the venue. The Astalicia? I trust you won't turn down the invitation. I'm really concerned about like where the captain is, the real captain, because he's been sick. But wouldn't you think that they would get like their best, or like find the best Kyurgens to cure him, unless it's like an incurable lung disease or something like that, or that the captain would oppose of stealing crystals and selling crystals. I don't know. So we found Sidcard though. He's in the cave. Those are some small footsteps. Pitter patters. Though I have some passing knowledge of prior events, I'm still ill-qualified to meddle in Limsonian affairs. It was not my place to argue with Sidcard, much as I would have liked to. Nay, it is for the Admiral to deal with him and the bloody executioners both. By bringing them to the negotiation table, we have played our part. I don't trust him. I don't know about you, but it was all I could do to stop myself from punching Sidcard in the smirking face whenever he opened his mouth. Alize, you, same. Yeah, you and me both. On rough seas, Alphino is keen to report back to the Admiral. I thought myself the hunter, but it turns out I was the prey. A timely reminder that pirates' powers of Lominsa are not to be trifled with. But all's well that ends well. Gratia's timely provocation had the desired effect, and Sidcard had agreed to a meeting. Let's hurry back to Limsa and pass his invitation to the Admiral. So where is this place though? The Atstalia? Astalcia? I don't know. That place. How close am I? Where am I on the map? Map? Joining area? What if I just... I'm gonna TP. I'm gonna just use the money. I don't care. No. Excelsior? No, not Excelsior. No. The meeting place of like where Sitgard wants to go. Oh wait, where am I going? I can just go behind me. Pitter patter. You have 6 million gil? Yeah, I'm kind of running low right now, honestly. TP costs are not your problem. Oh, true, I guess. Oh, well, I gotta save up. I gotta save up for a house. I gotta save up for a house in the Imperium. Yeah, we gotta go in. We got some news. Me with 2.8. I'm sorry. 6 is nothing when you have to buy a house. Yeah, I need to buy a house. I can't even afford a medium house. I can only get a small. You want a large? Yeah, maybe. If the opportunity turns up. There's only one large I want. There's also only one small I want. I don't know. Would I take a medium? Yeah, I'd take a medium. Yeah, there's one medium I'd want. There's one of each I'd want. Not me fretting over having less than 3. I need more teleport tickets. I need them so badly. 300 is a good chunk. The Bank of Major is open. I appreciate you. But I do have a little bit of money. I do have some, like a little bit of money in my retainers as well. Do Blue Mage for around... I don't have Blue Mage unlocked, actually. So these are the ones I do have unlocked. I am a healer main through and through, and then I am dabbling into tank, and I really just like Dark Knight, mostly. Paladin is fine. You too? Closing in on 30? 300? That's a good chunk. Blue is unlocked here? Nah, I'm good. I'm already working on Warrior. Okay. So this one, Astalcia is the very last place for such a meeting. The Admiral will be marching right into the Quarrel's Den. I hope we don't end up regretting this. Such card does not want for confidence, that much is plain, but I have faith in the Admiral, and she has dealt with far worse. When we have no assurances Sitkar will be amenable to reason, there can be no compromise without discussion. No. Welcome back, my friends. What news? What's news? Or what news? Yeah, so we know who Sitkard is. So they've been stealing crystals from the kobolds. My thanks for solving the mystery and securing a meeting besides. Suffice to say, I accept Sitkard's invitation. I would have you join me as my guest. The future of Limsa hangs upon the outcome of this meeting, and I would have the Scions present to bear witness. Oh, it's on a ship! That's fun. Ugh. We all want to punch him on the face, in his face. I don't know.
Look who's come crawling! Traitor!
This is not a pirate.
Your pace.
Welcome aboard, Admiral. I'll wager you don't remember me. Sickard, acting captain of the bloody executioners, at your service.
'Twas kind of you to invite us. Now, if Captain Hillfear has a message for me, I bid you speak it.
We have just the one demand. That you forget this bilge about making peace with the beastmen. Ours is a nation of pirates. Always has been, always will be. Deny us our right to plunder, and you deny who we are.
Too bloody right! Pirates till we die!
What we take!
Piracy has no place in our future.
What'd she say?
Pirates have no place.
Our nation has prospered through piracy, 'tis true. Yet it is but one part of our long and storied history. Centuries ago, our ancestors led a failed rebellion and were driven from their homes with little more than the shirts on their backs. In fear of their lives, they sailed south until they came to these shores. Finding the land occupied by kobolds, however, they were forced to turn to piracy in order to survive. And survive they did. But not so long ago, when the Empire threatened to crush everything we'd built, we set aside piracy and joined hands with our neighbors. This too was in order to survive. And survive we did. Time after time we fought the Empire, and time after time we won. And through trade with our newfound allies, we prospered more than we ever did through pillaging and plundering. The Empire teeters on the brink of collapse. Ere long, provinces like Wurlit and Bosnia and many others will regain their freedom. When they do, our matchless fleet will lead the world in a new golden age of commerce. The tides favor us, and the ocean beckons with her vast bounty. But if we cling to the old ways, this great ship we call Limsa will trade the boundless seas for a lagoon. Shall we scorn the world's wealth for a plundered pittance then? Or shall we embrace change and thrive like our ancestors before us? The choice is yours. But if we are to prosper in the coming age, the whole of Vilbrand must become our ship, and a kobold and Sahagin our crewmates.
Rousing words. Might even be some truth in them. But pirating's all we've ever known. And we ain't about to give it up just 'cause you say so. Still, we're all the Mincins here and no one wants a war. So where does that leave us? Long before you became Admiral, I heard you was captain of the League of Lost Bastards. That true? If so, you'd know how we pirates settle our differences.
Okay. Is it gonna be a duel?
A duel.
Oh, okay.
Very well. As Admiral of Limsa Laminsa, I accept your challenge.
He's not gonna play dirty, is he? Oh, the duel! Yu-Gi-Oh! I didn't think you'd jump us into that so fastly. He's very, very confident, right? It seems like for him, he doesn't feel like there's any possibility that he'll lose. This lady in the back just chugging. She's too good.
This ain't over. Not till one of us is dead. Finish the job, or I will.
Captain!
It's the captain! Captain Elfair!
Ye fool! 'Twas over afore it began.
Captain!
I'm assuming they knew
Seems
each
the
other.
whelps have been yapping while their master was abed. Listen well, all of ye. Since the signing of the Galadian Accord, we all of us have been part of the same crew. The crew of the good ship Lemsa Laminsa. At the helm of that ship is the Admiral. And 'tis she who decides where we sail. Was I not clear on that point? Or did you forget whose deck you stand on? Nay? Then what in the seven hells are you playing at?
It's all we know, Captain. If we ain't pirates, what are we?
You're bloody idiots is what ye are. Idiots with your own lives ahead of ye. Ye can do anything ye want. Be anything ye want.
This is a good captain.
We're pirates, aye. And we pirates love our loot. But that ain't our first love. Our first love is the sea. The sea! And what she brings us. Freedom! So hold fast to that. Let the brine-crusted husk that stands before you now be the last of them as knew naught save out of steel. And make of yourselves a new breed of pirate! Lad, I made ye me right hand 'cause I saw something in ye. And I still do. You've the makings of a captain. All you lack's the belief.
Oh.
Well now, it seems we're of one mind after all. Apologies for the misunderstanding, Admiral. We're with ye, wherever ye be headed.
You have my thanks, Hilfir.
Oh. Can we help him?
Your choice of dueling pistol did not escape my notice. Good old Annihilator.
Annihilator.
Ender many a proud pirate's voyage. Mistbeard's vanished into legend, and it won't be long before I take my rest in the depths. Yet be that as it may, the old ways can only truly die when we've dealt the Empire the telling blow. There'll be stormy seas ahead, no doubt. But I'm trusting ye to steer us through to the other side.
Awesome pirates. Ugh. I'm assuming if they haven't been able to find the help, it's not something that's potentially curable. Oh, that was good. Honestly, for such card, I think like I liked how they, like he said, there is truth in that. There's probably truth in that. But then also it's really more of like, once again, it's like his identity, right? It's just so tied into being a pirate. It's like what else there could be. And if that's your entire identity, or if that's like so much a part of your life, it's like, it's really scary to think like, if you take that away from us, like what do we have left? Like what could we do? And it was just like Halford was saying, it's like, you have to believe, like, it's the confidence. He's lacking the confidence, and he's able to do anything, really. I like that. I like that, I don't know, just the little part from him. And it's just, they weren't ever gonna, like, I'm glad they weren't, like, antagonists for us to, like, it was gonna draw out for, like, many quest lines. But it was just like, them realizing and learning that, like, you know, like, how they were, like, why they, like, you know, why their ancestors did piracy was to survive. They weren't thriving. It was to survive and to be able to continue on and to, like, to be able to thrive for their, you know, for their children and for everyone else, like, after them to survive or to actually thrive. And also, it's when Alfred said that, like, the battle was already, like, the duel was already over before it began. Because, like, why would Merwib lose? Why would Merwib miss a shot? I'm sure Sidgard is you know, a good shot. I mean, to be, like, the right-hand man or whatever, but, like, Merwib was never gonna miss a shot. Her other one is named Death Penalty. Oh my gosh, the Annihilator. Pirate names their guns like Destiny weapons. Annihilator, Death Penalty. Has killed a lot of pirates. It's also a huge shift in their ideals and in case she's trying to build a community when she spares the sky. Yeah, I'm really glad for that too. Like, I know he was like, some of his pride was there saying, like, if you don't end this, I will. And it's like, no, like, because the captain was like, no, I see a lot of potential in you. Like, this is not how it's gonna end. And it's also, like, great to see, like he has somebody who does believe in him and, like, wants, like, him and the crew to do well. They're like, this doesn't have to be the way, like, the only way to resort to this. Probably has as many duels as we run dungeons. Oh, probably way more than that. Seems near, let's go back as a reminder. She was a killer pirate herself and a force to be reckoned with, 100%. And then also we got Miss Beard over here too, which we did end up, I think, doing a little bit of the optional dungeons in A Realm Reborn to get a little bit more of that for the questing. I wonder where Miss Beard is. I can almost feel his presence. Feel his presence. Man, the legend of Miss Beard, that's wild. He's faded into the background. Probably their favorite alliance group is C. Annie. If 14 was rated M, the speech would be more colorful. Oh yeah, I see that. The cutscene was brought to you by the public service and the public broadcasting system. Generous donors, just like you, like viewers like you. And then Merle does not miss. Pot of Greed. Allow me to draw 2. Karibo in defensive position. It's time to duel. Where's Orange? He wants in on this too. Okay, I'm okay. I think there's like an eyelash in my eye or something. Alright, we should be okay for a little bit. That's my Admiral! Pace, walk out, break out Moogle to chuck at other person. If they pull out their dual disc. Wouldn't you download a blue spell? Maybe not. Wouldn't you download a crystal? I also feel like we definitely have seen, like, I don't remember where it was, but we definitely have seen Sidgard before. Or Sidcard before. I feel like it's probably in a meanwhile somewhere. A while ago. But I don't remember where exactly. It doesn't really matter at this point, since we've, like, kind of resolved this point. I know the pirates are going to be there whenever, if there's going to be some kind of big last battle with the Garlingians, so if they get their shit together and essentially, like, make a last stand or something. Or if Xeno scares everyone together into working. I don't know. We'll see. We have more things to do. Let me talk to everyone first, and we'll continue. Miss Beard is dead! There are times one must stand one's ground, even if the cost of failure is beyond reckoning. The Admiral did just that. I have nothing but respect for her. And as she continues to steer her nation through this period of transition, I pray the Navigator will see fit to fill her sails. I like that. And I like that, like, you know, Limsa is trying to change for the better for their people. and then like they're all crewmates. When the discussion gave to a duel, I fear what may unfold. Yet, only a fool would underestimate the Admiral, as Sitcard soon discovered. While I don't condone Sitcard has been doing, I know it's difficult. I know how difficult it can to change course. It took me long enough to join the Scions, didn't it? Yeah, Alisaie just kind of did her own thing for like 2 expansions, really. Like Mistbeard before him, Halfred chose to trust the future of our nation to Admiral, and that was the moment I believe that the good ship Limsa Luminsa finally embarked on her new course. I like that. Though I anticipated a duel, I did not foresee Halfred would intervene. But full glad am I he did. 'Twould been a shame to kill the boy. Instead, the whelp has learned a valuable lesson, and we have made peace amongst ourselves. All that remains is to do likewise with our neighbors. On the rough seas. I don't know. It's always sad to see a good character, you know, like, there, I guess, because you did see in Halfred, like, he is, like, you could see it in his, like, face that they made him definitely older and everything. So, not everyone can live forever. Not everyone can be immortal. I mean, if the Asians had their way, like, everyone could, technically, but... Okay, I just wanted to check if this is all the same. Ooh, wait. Is this the Annihilator on the ground? I don't like that. Also, okay, before I do that, before we start this next quest, I actually have to change my headset, and I might as well take an ad break really quickly too, because it has been a hot minute, and also we've been streaming for 8 hours for doing it. Also, thank you for the follows from earlier, everyone. I appreciate it. Okay, so ad break, and what else am I gonna do? I'm gonna change my headset real quick. Headset, ad break. Great ship of Valbrand. Yeah. Okay, I'll see you all in a little bit. The ad probably will take it'll take 2 to 3 minutes or so, and it'll disable pre-rolls for an hour. And oh, dang it. I just realized it was question mark. Pretend I didn't see that, that's fine. But we're going to do that and continue. Have we made okay progress? Maybe? Perhaps? A little bit? I don't know. I talked a lot at the beginning of stream. I talked for like 3 hours, alright. We recapped, we talked, we did a trial for like 3 hours. So I'm not sure of my pacing, to be honest. Do you want to know? Maybe not. Should I continue for... Okay, I'm trying to think. If I stream for another 2... Wait, what time is it? I'm trying to think. Is tomorrow's stream gonna need to be long in order to finish... in order to finish 5.4 is my question. You've done a number of quests. There's at least one in each. There's at least one in each batch. Okay, how about... I guess my question is, if I go for another hour, right? If I go for about another hour, will tomorrow's stream be long? Highly unlikely. The next one is beefy. Is there a good stopping point after this next quest? Is my question. Perhaps, maybe. If there's a... Yeah, is there a good... That's my question. End up. Okay. Alright. I didn't expect it to lock it... Well, to lock in after this. But I guess I'm technically par for the course if it's like 3 hours and Annie did it in like 5, so I would take like 6 or 7. This is the better stopping point. What's this quest name? Well, it's question mark. I feel like this is probably the best one before the end of the patch. Now I have to think, do I want to stop here? Or... Huh. Do I want to stop here, or do I want to stop? Or do I want to continue for tomorrow? Okay. Marauder time? I mean, it's true, I could do Marauder stuff. I just don't know. I'm just thinking, if this one is beefy... If it's beefy, my only concern is... Like, if I end up streaming past, like, 2 a.m. I don't think it's gonna take 4 hours. I don't think it's gonna take 4 hours to do that, but... Or 3. I think it's Marauder time? Would it be better for me to take that break and then do some other related stuff? And then maybe just, yeah, other related stuff and just finish tomorrow? Do you think it would feel better to finish tomorrow? Is what I'm thinking. Yeah, you can stop here. Okay, that's what I'm worried. Like, if it's really beefy, I might be, like, struggling the rest of the night. It's already 3:44. The stuff that you have isn't long. There's lots you want to, but there's lots you'll want to, yeah, but, I see. Okay. That's a good point, too. They might hit me with a meanwhile at the very end. I don't know. It would be very Final Fantasy 14 of them to do that. Okay, alright, that makes sense. That makes sense to maybe if I end up just saving it for tomorrow, and I would, like... Yeah, if I save it for tomorrow, and I lock in... If I save it for tomorrow, then I'll have time to, like, discuss and take more notes. That's probably gonna be nice, too. Which quest is it? Oh, here. I will show it. This is... I didn't accept it, but... Oh, wait, sorry. Merwood. This is the one. Agreed. You could lock in and complete it quickly, but... But the thing is, if I want to talk about it afterwards, it'd probably be good for me to probably finish it tomorrow. If I finish it tomorrow, then I'll have extra time to, like, talk through it and take more notes, potentially. Otherwise, if I'm too tired later... If I'm too tired tonight, then I'll probably just kind of, like, feel very tired, I suppose. Hi, Super. How's it going? Thanks for the bits. Thank you. Thank you for the what was my brain trying to say? Thank you for the 25 bits. I appreciate it. Save for tomorrow? You think so? Okay. Yeah, getting close to the Switch, decent amount of lore set up. Yeah, I could see that. Like, as not in a way to allude to anything or any like that. But it might be nice for me to, like, have the time tomorrow to go into the last quest and then also, like, properly, like, write more notes or, like, write more theories and notes of, like, what we've done so far. Because honestly, I feel like I've written a good chunk, but I wonder, because I feel like what we've done so far is, like, we've wrapped up a lot of, like, loose ends, which has been really good. That's really good for the story, but I haven't felt like I gotten more lore in terms of, like, what's to come, right? Or what the end of Shadowbringers will be, or what the next patch will bring, or anything like that. Because it was like, so, you know, we helped Gabu, we saw Matoya, we learned more about, we learned some more stuff. Graha memorized it. We're on an adventure with Graha and Alizé and Alfie. And I kind of just stopped taking notes after that. I stopped taking notes after the Allegan stuff and the iconic corruption, right? And then us being able to help Gabu, and then also, like, earlier when we were rewatching that cutscene about, like, Xenos, I just took more notes about Xenos and Fandaniel. And then we learned about the Popularis and then the House of Brutus as well. And then how Fandaniel's, like, how he acts around Xenos is very, like, Jester-like, which is interesting. And then I took notes about the ether thinning that we were discussing earlier, about, like, that came back to mind, and that's something I'm worried about, especially with Hydaelyn and Zodiark and everything. And then we know about Lord Nerva, which is in the 3rd Legion. And then who they're being backed by, which is House Brutus. Yeah, so if tomorrow, at the end of the patch, it'll probably end up taking more notes and just kind of like clarifying what we understand and know. You'll have plenty of time to get through tomorrow, and you won't need to rush. Okay, that's a good idea then. I will say this isn't the last quest, but it's close. Okay, that's fine. I'm good with that. It's not the last quest, but it's gonna be beefy for the next little bit. Okay. All right, sounds good to me. I'm trying to think. What do I want to do? Do I want to do warrior stuff? Do I want to do warrior stuff, or do I want to like wind down? I don't know. I'm thinking. What time is it? It's almost 10. It's actually 9:50. Pretty good. Unga Bunga? I mean, if y'all are down for Unga Bunga, we could too. Because I'm still Marauder technically, but I'm like level 36, so I have a chunk of quests to do, so I could do that. So we could be a pirate. We could be a pirate now as Limsa is like changing. You'll always want to know when the last patch is, because the name. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. We haven't hit the name yet. But it'll be time. Time to become a warrior. Oh, definitely reach warrior then. You can only reach warrior. Only Limsa Job Roulette. Only Limsa Job Roulette. I can do. Okay, what can I do? I can do scholar. I can do summoner. I can do warrior, and I can do. I don't think I have anything else in this area. Oh, Sage. Sage started here. Oh yeah, Sage started here. I probably should do Marauder though. I think Unga Bunga could be a dating sim. But no, you think Unga Bunga is a dating sim? You think so? Okay, I have not unlocked Ninja yet though, or Rogue. Wow, one leveling roulette took you, yeah, 16 to 21. That's what happened to me too. That other night when we were doing Marauder stuff, yeah, I went 16 to 21. It was fantastic. Oh yeah, dancers from here. Forgot about that. Well, I don't think I have many dancer quests, and I also heard the dancer quests are interesting because there's a Lala you want to punch, is from what I understand. Ninja quests. No, Ninja quests are fun too, plus Rogue is basically pirate business. More pirate stuff? This was also a Marauder. It's basically the Yakuza series. Okay, I do know the Yakuza series is definitely a dating sim. And also you do karaoke in it. And, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. You do karaoke and it's a dating sim. And I don't really know what else about Yakuza aside from, Yakuza as in, like, the gang. Okay, all right. let me change my headset real quick again. But yeah, Super, you essentially, it's really funny. You actually essentially came to the end of the MSQ portion of the stream because it is 9:52 for me. I was focused. I was mostly focused. But we're gonna do Marauder things. Warriors bait. It's pretty much a dating sim. Okay, I'm ready for it. I think what I'm gonna do really quickly is I probably will do an ad break, and I'm gonna hydrate, and I'll eat a snack later after stream. Probably clean my glasses because I cried a few times. Mostly for Gabu. Anything for Gabu. I'll do anything for Gabu. That's sweet, with this sweet little baby. And also, Graha is so sweet. He's so dumb. He's so dense. But he's so funny. Alright. Where's my Marauder? Let me accept this quest as a level 36 Marauder. Bring Gabu along, give him an axe? Wait. Do we give Gabu an axe? Do you think that's okay? Or do we give him a gun? Do we make him learn machinist? Wabu. A warrior Gabu? Wabu? Oh my gosh. Axes are less dangerous than guns. So true. Give the baby a gun blade? What are we gonna give the baby? Is he gonna get a gun blade? Or is he gonna get an axe? Or a gun? Gabu gun. We would give Tataru a gun. Do you think Tataru would do well with a gun? Maybe Machinist is the class that she's missing. Give him a gun. I mean, we could have a compromise. You can have a gun and a blade. Honestly, I'm really curious later on for the Gunblade storyline and seeing how that will turn out. Also, the view from Merweb's office is like really good. Like, look at this view. It's really good. Can you technically tell where, like, this is in the world from her office view? Like, which... I mean, it makes sense which direction, but does it line up for the outside? Gabu Reaper? Aliziz was the one looking out for him. Clear. He should be... he should be a red mage. That'd be cute. Gunblade has excellent lore. Gunbreaker? Well, he could get a Gunblade. Give the baby a Gunblade. What could go wrong? Wait, can I sit here? You can sit here! Oh, it's a shame I can't bring all my friends in here. We could sit on this really long bench. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. I do need to throw an ad out real quick, and I need to get up and not get blood clots or something. Get up, stretch, some more water. Why are you taking a bath? Y'all want to meet in the Marauders Guild? Wait, who won? Oh, you two won! I was like, who won? Oh my gosh, both of you. Oh, the little uniform is so good! And it's red to match you. Okay, Marauders Guild, I'll see you there. We're slowly working on, getting good, I guess. Slowly. I do need to get to level 50, because then once I get to level 50, I can do Praetorium. Okay, Marauder. So, did fictional men make me cry today? Yes. Did the begging work? No. I still cried regardless. That's a good thing? Well, my title says begging fictional men to not make me cry. And we definitely cried today. So, it's their fault, not mine. I take no responsibility. And also, look, Setato and Elka are here, and they're so cute, and I'm so happy for them. And it's so cute. Okay, that's it. Oh, no, running prey is a good thing? Yeah, running prey is a good thing, so I can get some extra levels running prey when it's warrior time. Because prey has a good chunk of XP. But, I mean, I'm sure there's better things to run. But prey is, like, very mindless. Or, like, the Masonera ones are very mindless to me, so I'm chill with it. I'm chill with it. Okay, leave space for notice. Wait, let me third wheel real quick. You can run prey. No, pray for the cutscenes. Yeah, I can just, like, turn off my brains when we run prey, because there's so many breaks in between, and also I can go do laundry while we do prey. Veil, I don't want to do. No, don't make me do Veil. I'm tired of Veil. We did so much Veil when I did Dark Knight. And no more. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll see you in a little bit. I'm gonna play an ad real quick and get up and water and hydrate. And I forgot to make tea today, so my throat was kind of tired, but it's okay. Okay, I'll see you soon. Veil's fun though. It's fun when I'm not getting rescued everywhere. It's almost 9 minutes. Okay, fine. We'll do Veil. We'll do Veil when it's time. But I don't know what level it is. Okay, I definitely need a stretch. I'm definitely a little sore. Oh yeah. 3 times faster than Praetorium? Yeah, I guess. We can do it eventually. Why am I so sore? I'm gonna go to the gym again. Keep getting PD in my main scenario roulette. I think I prefer doing prey. I know it's longer and probably it's not the best for like it's not the best like XP per time or anything like that. But you get breaks and you don't get to think too much, and I like that. We're doing warrior, 3 warriors, 1 scholar for all the dungeons, right? Yeah, we can do that. We can do 3 warrior, 1 scholar. It's the perfect balance. It's actually what the Nimians would have wanted. We're just following tradition. After you do Veil to get to Prey, you're right. Is the worst option in main scenario roulette? Please bless Ken. Better options. I think it's most active work and it's the least reward. Meh. I don't want more active work. Sometimes, like, isn't that why you play tank, to turn off your brain? Right? I'm pretty sure that's what all tank mains have told me. You unga bunga and you turn off your brain. I don't want to stare at my hotbar. That's what healers do. And everyone else's hotbar. Okay. It's the most fun. It's the most fun. Fell cleave. I don't think I have that yet. I need to get it. Okay, let me get up. Let me hydrate. I'll be back. Know what's gonna be really exciting? Since if we're gonna be able to finish stream early tomorrow, that means more Witch from Mercury! Sorry! Witch from Mercury! We can start earlier and watch more episodes from Witch from Mercury! We can watch like 6 episodes. Maybe. Yeah, the earlier I finish tomorrow's stream with adequate note-taking, so with adequate note-taking and adequate, like, you know, processing time and, like, taking in MSQ stuff, that means more Witch from Mercury, which will be great. I'm really excited because next week, honestly, next weekend with 5.5, I'm gonna say I'm gonna call it, and don't confirm or deny, but next weekend with 5.5, I'm gonna assume I'm not gonna have energy to want to watch anything afterwards. I think I'm just gonna have to sit there for a little bit and also, like, take in the realization that I'm gonna hit credits, which is gonna feel really weird. And, like, what a journey. What a journey to potentially hit credits. I mean, it's not even here yet. We're not even at that weekend, but I mean, as we finish 5.4 tomorrow, it's gonna be literally one step closer, and it's gonna feel wild. I think the dungeon pulls are slightly more interesting. Ultimate weapon is just standing in one spot for the most part. And then, but I gotta move occasionally, and I don't want to move too much. Okay, alright. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm not gonna think too much on it. I'm gonna put my cardigan on again, get comfy, and learn how to be a marauder. Or a warrior, actually. Let's start some questing for this. And then in a little bit, we'll probably, after a little bit more questing, we'll probably end up like winding down for stream. This is actually our wind down. Mountains that stride. Axmaster Warren requires your assistance with a troubling development. Oh, Kujita. Do you recall the lad whose parents were slayed by the beast Kujita? The boy's the boy's grandfather, Nedard, but recently contacted us with worrisome news. Young Siddard has gone missing. There have been sightings of Kujita in the area, and it would seem the child felt compelled to seek the creature out. As you're familiar with the boy and his tragic tale, I would have you attend to the matter. His sister, Sulklub, awaits you at Bismarck. She has been apprised of the situation and will aid you in plotting suitable course of action. Okay. Sometimes it feels very nostalgic hearing that A Realm Reborn accepting sound. Alright, so we need to go to the Culinarian Guild. Cactpot Early Bird? Yes, Cactpot Early Bird for anybody who needs a reminder. Okay. Over here? No, over here. Sometimes you should eat a Citadel Buster just to feel something. Maybe I'll understand what that means soon. Ah, notice. I assume that you are here to discuss the missing child, not to sample a bowl of mutton stew. First things first, I would advise against rushing off to peer under every rock in the countryside. We need more information to direct our search. First, let's see. I suggest we head to the Red Rooster Stead and learn what more we can from old Nedard. Okay. He is over here, which is the closest from... It's the Mist? Mistgate? Market Board? Wait. Miss Square? Laura Lenosha? Can you take a ferry here? I also do what healers sometimes. Will this do damage? 40%? Boring. That's the oh, it's the residential area. I see. Thank you. What's the closest ether? Instead of learning where the exits are, for Limsa, I'm just gonna take a TP everywhere. Oh wait, where's the Chocobo Porter? Wait. Over here? Yes, please. I would like to go. Thank goodness, I don't have to think for 2 minutes. I'm so happy. Also, my head hurts a little bit. Maybe it's because I've been staring at a screen for like 9 hours. You know what? That might do it. Staring at a screen for 9 hours and not looking into the distance might give you a headache. Actually. It's fine. Baby numbers? Yeah, I've done a 10-hour stream before for MSQ. It'd be like that. Head hurts? Oh no, couldn't be stream related. More likely dehydration, right? Yeah, it's hydration. So I'm not staring at the screen for so long. And me not looking out into the distance, because you're supposed to like look out or like 20 yards, 20 meters away for like 20 seconds to help like your eyes. Over time. That's what the optometrist tells me. Maybe I should just close my eyes for a little bit. 9 hours of screen, that's just the start of the day! Hey, that's the spot where Graham was being a dork! He cannot lie. Like, why did we think, why would we allow him to do that? He can't lie. He said, I used you! How? He can never lie to us. Me who's staring at a screen for 14 hours? No. I don't know why my head hurts so much. I usually stare at screens longer than this. Maybe it's because I also did not sleep very well. Yeah, that could be it. I woke up at, I think I went to bed around 2:30-ish, maybe 3. And I got up around 8, so I got like 5-6 hours of sleep. And ideally I want 8 to 9. Alright. Where are we now? Where's this grandpa? So that could have been it too. Oh wait, was this the place with the... Wait, was this the area with that, the person who claimed to be, claimed to be a warrior of light or something? Oh, he might be inside, yeah. Yeah! Right! That guy was in here! Yeah, that guy! Leviabius? Okay, leave the talking to me. Thank the gods you're here. Seems like me grandson is set on causing naught but trouble for ye. Oh no. Avenge an angel and showed him the strength of your steel and lit a fire in his belly. He's just a little kid though, he shouldn't be out there. Okay, spotted Neil Airport. Find me a little Siddard and before he gets himself stomped to death? Yeah, we gotta go find him. Our course is clear. We must set out for Elport at once. Stands guard at the gates. He might know where the lad's whereabouts are. I hope so. I'm just gonna TP. Marauders Guild dropout? Whoa, he was on wait, he was the Marauders Guild dropout? I can't follow in his footsteps. I don't want to be a dropout. Okay, so over here. Right? Yeah, I think it's above. He's in the little bar, and that's a little bit more standalone. Ah, I see. Oh, it's below over here. Wandering by himself. As a matter of fact, me and my fellow gate guard watched a young lad trapezing off to the north. We were arguing whether or not to abandon our post and bring the child back ourselves. Large pack of jackals have been prowling the wild of late. Okay, we need to go rescue him. Where is he? He failed the he failed the boulder smash test. He did. Oh, I forgot about this. It's been a hot minute. That was also part of like the wine. Wait, no, was that part of the wine quest? No, it was different. I think that was different. His. It's nice to be a little bit stronger than all of them, because I am level 36 right now. Oh, is MSQ? Yeah, it's been a little bit. Challenge you to a boulder smashing contest, failed to smash his and tried to cheat by sabotage. Okay, I kind of remember parts of that. I remember that he was not the best. And I remember parts of that part. Yeah, parts of it, but I don't remember all of it. We found any sign of him? So we found it has more holes than water in it. And then a satchel that would probably need an arm strap and a bottom. He must have been in a desperate hurry indeed to cast away his belongings in such a careless manner. I wonder if he kind of like threw it out as like bait. So they God's below. Notice over there. Yes, we gotta go in. His boulder was smaller than ours? Yes, I do need it. I 100% need to do an EU replay. I do want to do that. No! Why is he up there? Oh no. Oh my gosh! Oh. With jackals around! What the heck was... Notice. Oh, he passed out! Oh my goodness. I need to save the child! They're dead. There's more of them. There's so many of them. Where are they all coming from? More have found the scent. Okay, we got this, we got this. Maybe I'll use it as an excuse to level your ult. I don't know. I might still stay Lala if I make an EU ult though. Maybe I might still want to play Lala. I like playing Lala. It feels weird if I don't. No food? You're missing out. Wait. Can I eat food during this? Step aside. Oh, he's here! Well, the guildmaster is here! Orn? Bon, join us, Banvala. He breathes yet. Please. We withdraw to the Red Rooster's stead. Follow my lead, Notice. Is it gonna follow us? Are we gonna have to take care of it if he's roaming around out here? Okay, I definitely missed XP. I forgot to eat. I'm sorry. Wait, is the egg redeem still up? Or did I turn off the egg redeem? Here, let me eat. Let me have a smoothie. Thank you for the egg redeem. Okay, we have to go back to the Red Rooster real quick. Go to the dry docks. And take a chocobo to order. Anyone else hungry for a steak? Ooh, yeah, I'm down for a steak. Medium rare, please. Medium rare. And then, if I have it butter basted, ideally in dairy-free butter, please. Got a steak in the fridge? I'm jealous. Be ready on Tuesday? Are you like, are you drying it out? Okay, Red Rooster. If I could have steak. Oh, I'm so sorry. Can you not even like really lean steak? Or is it just not worth it? Salt cure? Oh, I see. Honestly, I'd just be down for some barbecue. Like even like maybe some like some like veggie skewers too. Veggie skewers would be nice. I would just be down for some like skewered like proteins and skewered veggies. You can't eat red meat. I understand. Oh, have you ever tried, I mean, if you kind of miss it a little bit, have you ever tried like those burgers? I'm trying to think. Those like meat-free burgers. Hi Noah, hi Lily, hi Harry, how are you? Thank you so much for the raid! I hope y'all are doing well. I'm so sorry. This is not 5.4 at the moment, but I am doing pirate stuff. We are doing pirate stuff. Hi Yuri, how's it going? Hi Ritz. Hello Noah. Hi friends. I hope you all are doing well. I hope stream was fantastic, by the way. Hi everyone. My name is Notice. We're currently Shadowbringers. We were working on 5.4, but right now I'm doing a little bit of warrior questing, and we're gonna try to become. Well, I'm a marauder right now. We're trying to become a warrior and become too mad to die, and do our best with that. But yeah, I've been enjoying 5.4. It's been good so far. Unfortunately, despite me begging, I did cry. Fictional men made me cry today.
Subscribed. Is this the Chocobo taxi?
No, I love taking Chocobo porters. I don't want to think. This is 2 minutes of me not needing to think because I'm taking a porter. It's fantastic. Thank you so much, by the way. Thank you for 20 months. I hope your stream was fantastic. What'd you end up doing today, by the way? Hi, Raiders. Hi, COVID. Impossible. Yeah, the impossible meats. That's the ones that that I think I've tried before. I literally never seen this. You've never seen this? Did you do Marauder? Did you level up tanks as well? Well, I felt like no, 5.4 was a dating sim. Oh my gosh. I was like, we were giggling so much at the beginning of 5.4. Honestly, I kind of want to go back and watch some of the cutscenes. It was like really good. Oh, the porter? Hi, Dina. Oh, the porter. I love doing porters. I do porters all the time if I can find them properly. It's like, I could just get somebody to drive me, but you know, I just rather take a porter. How are you doing, Dina? How are you doing, Ritz? Warrior, not needing to think. The job, though. Yeah, exactly. It's nice. It's nice not having to think. But I highly recommend Chocobo porters if you aren't getting chauffeured around, or anything like that. Because, like, sometimes, like, especially when you're, like, doing the Chocobo porters where you fly, it's nice to kind of just see the scenery. Now, remember, Reborn, it's just, everything's on the ground, which is chill. I don't care. I'll drive for you for 6 million gil. No, I'm not giving you my savings. I need to buy an FC house, okay? We're doing 5.4, but then I felt like doing a dating sim. No, like 5.4 was actually kind of like it was leading. There was some dating sim moments in 5.4 is what I'll say. But thank you, Noah. Thank you so much, by the way. I really appreciate the rate, and I really appreciate the resub too. Let me see. I want to know what you're playing right now. Also, how many hours? Okay, somebody update me. How many hours on the subathon clock right now? How many hours? I've been lurking, but I did not check to see if it went up today. And then a bridge, 5-star guarantee. No. I will drive you to your FC house, 5-star guarantee to get you there. And 5% of the time. 40 right now? Ooh. Very interesting. So are you gonna go till Christmas? Do you think you'll get till Christmas? So hi everyone, my name is Notice. I play a lot of Final Fantasy at the moment. I think we're actually gonna try to binge Expedition 33 very, very soon. And probably the last week of August, I think, and maybe the first week of September. Speaking of first week of September, September 7th is my birthday, and Endwalker is starting. Okay, so I'm finishing hopefully Shadowbringers next weekend. I'm starting and hopefully finishing 5.5 then, but I think Endwalker is starting on my birthday. Yeah, right. Stop, don't put it out there. I mean, well, at least last until my birthday, though, right? The subathon will last until my birthday, right? He's gonna make it to your birthday? Ooh, it's just a little after Christmas. Birth month buddies! We're gonna have so many Virgo birthdays, it's gonna be great. If anybody wants to join me for the birthday stream, I'm probably gonna start Endwalker, but also, do you want to join me for an all healers Orban run? All healers, only Orban. It's gonna be so great. It's gonna be so good. Before? Oh, dang. Okay, all right. Because I think there was a couple of December birthdays. I'm mixing around. Before. Got it. Hi for birthday and for Endwalker. I'm gonna go do a healer run. Yeah, join me. If anybody wants to do an all Orban healer run, that'll be on my birthday. Because last year we did all tanks Void Arc, so I'm #1 scholar and Notice Land. Please join us. Everyone is welcome to join. I think it'll be silly and fun, and I think there'll be a lot of rescues. Honestly, if we rotate it, can you all just rescue me to the next point and I don't move at all? We could potentially do that, right? Just blue healer count? No, you have to be a green healer. And then I did an all healer run for the 3rd year and ran it mine. Oh my gosh. And we were encouraging PvP. It was hilarious. That is silly. I'm #1 chaos rescuer. I think some of y'all are gonna be fighting for that spot. There's some people in the community who want that #1 spot. I only play green DPS though. It's okay. What you can do, no, don't worry about that. You can play green DPS or healer DPS or rescue DPS, whatever you want. There's a lot of options for the day. We can just, honestly, Saray, do you want to be our tank? Do you want to cardia yourself? And do you just want to tank for us? And do you want to tank for us? And we'll just heal you? You could imagine Sage only. Sage only would be silly. It took a while, but 24 resers, it's hard to wipe. I like it. Everyone cardio 1%. Wait. Can we do that later? Wait, can everyone turn to Sage later? And I want to see how many cardios can be on one person. I really want to see that. When I get back to the Marauders Guild, can everyone go to Sage? And I want to see how many cardios can be on one person. Okay, everyone cardia Saray. I want to, yeah, or cardia me. I want to see the cardios. Sage only, all parties effects on. It turns to Star Wars. That'd be kind of really funny. I think that would be hilarious to do in a Discord run. No one can beat me as the rescue champion. Okay, so apparently Ritz and Kexinger are gonna duke it out for the rescue champion, and I'm just gonna go ahead and kill myself at the beginning. So you two just try to kill each other by rescues. Probably only within your party. Yeah, it's the max 8 cardias on one person, right? I want to see it. I want to see that happen. Technically can do 57 cardios. Okay, so all of my favorite things I've ever done in this game was healer. All healers, Endwalker. Okay, I'm so ready. I'm so ready for Endwalker. I want to do all healer runs. I think it'd be so funny. Oh, the buff limit is 60. Okay, I see. We both rescue Notice. Not if I run away. Not if I cleave myself. We PvP? Well, PvP is Puppet's Bunker, though. We'd PvP each other. I've met some good friends doing all healer runs. They're very fun. I think it'll be a lot of fun. I'll do all the healer runs. I mean, I also have to admit, the other thing is, it's how fast can people get into my alliance and whether you can actually rescue me or not. Rescue into a tank buster! Notice tries to run backwards. Everyone rescues her to the end. Yeah, okay, how about let's do that? I actively try to share all... I actively try to off myself, and you have to keep me alive long enough to rescue me. I'm gonna actively try to run away. I don't think we can top up the last Puppet's Bunker run. It was quite a time. I don't think we literally made Win nearly run out of oxygen. We nearly asphyxiated Win basically last time. I rescued into a tank buster, killed 3 people. No, Yuri is a victim. Are you okay, Yuri? Oh my gosh, I feel like at some point we have to make an ad. Have you been personally victimized by Kexing or Ritz via a rescue or a tank buster? Have you? You may be able to get financial compensation if that is the case. You can get 8 cardias on one person just by being a sage and cardioing yourself. I want to see it. I'm ready for it. Call 1-800-RESCUE now. 1-800-RESCUE now. Wait, is that to get rescued or to get compensation from being rescued? Yes, I've done this. Yeah, so wipe by tank buster in one of them. It's so much fun. Both. You can either request for compensation or to be rescued. Okay, got it. Please call 1-800-RESCUE now. Okay, I gotta lock in. I'm so sorry. Welcome, Raiders. We were just being silly now. I need to pay attention to the warrior quest because I gotta get mad and actually become a warrior because right now I'm just like a pirate or something. Which are kind of illegal? No, they're not illegal. They're not illegal in Limsa, but they're, you know, things are changing. So, must concentrate. Pray not disturb me. I wish we could heal him. You brought him home. I don't got the words to say thank you. Thank you. The lad's past the worst of it. He struck his head in the fall, though. And maybe sometime before he opens his eyes, he's in a coma? Thank you for coming, brother. If you hadn't scattered those jackals when you did. I've done naught to earn your thanks. When I learned of the situation from Aleport, I realized the dangers were greater than I anticipated. No single marauder could ever hope to fend off such a number in time. Pray accept my apologies, Nedard. You turned for us for help, and yet your grandson now lies before you, broken and battered. You risked your lives to save him. Now, how's a man to fault that? It's me who had to be begging forgiveness for the wounds you took protecting the foolish boy. Yeah, we're perfectly fine. There's not more we can accomplish here, Notice. It's time to return to the guild and focus on other tasks. Give in to your rage. I'm gonna try my best. Oh. Poor boy. I lost me wife and son and me daughter-in-law to the aftermath. The calamity took them away? If it weren't for me grandson, I reckon I wouldn't have much reason to linger on. Oh. Is this a reason to live? Have you done the event? No, I have not done the event yet. It's on my to-do list. I might do it. Honestly, maybe we could do it tomorrow if I have enough time. Maybe. But we're also watching Witch from Mercury tomorrow too, though. So, we have... I gotta lock in to bed. Enjoy your stream. Thank you, Ken. Have a good night. Sleep well. Thank you for joining us for today and hanging out. Okay, alright. Are we gonna do... Can we do the sage thing real quick? Can we do the sage thing real quick?
A ham clears through asterisk. Have you been injured by a rescue from your white mage? Call 1-800-RESCUE now, as you may have a claim on repair bills and mental harm for your party against your white mage.
Let me put it again.
Have you been rescued recently by Iris LLC? You may have been awarded damages in a...
That one's pretty good. Wait, Ritz LLC. What about Kexing LLC as well? You may be awarded damages in recent class action lawsuit by Notice and Associates. Honestly, super. You should redeem the points. The points to make that a command. Notice it's an LLC. Wait, who's getting the rescue? Wait, who's getting Cardia? Wait, is Surrey getting Cardia? It's 4 Cardias. It's pretty great. It's pretty good. I can't wait to see 8 Cardias on it. I am. You are Cardia? You're just trying to rob me of my baby shark plans? I'm aware of your game. Alright, let me go back. Jumping, have you done the... Yeah, I need to do the quest later on. I love how similar, how we did similar runs to kill everyone. We were the one with the healer who gave the crab minion at the end over... Oh, okay. I see. Should we pin this one? Call 1-800-RESCUE now. You could have pinned that message as well. Okay, I gotta lock in though. I gotta go Marauder again. I'll see you soon. I just gotta finish this part. I'm glad the lad will live. I fear that this will not be the last time Siddard abandons caution for his thirst of vengeance against Kujita. The wound in his heart festers and seethes, feeding his impatience at our seeming inaction. We must not think ill of the boy. Instead, we let his helpless rage be a spur to our efforts. I say again, notice. Kujita will fall by your hand and will shape you into the deadly weapon you need to be. I'm not a blunt object, right? That's not the weapon shape I am, right? Please tell me otherwise. I don't want to be a blunt object. Okay. So he wishes to set you a trial that will hone your skills, your strength and skills ever greater heights. Okay, wait. It's level 25. All right. Level 25. I'm level 36 right now. All right, let me use my brain real quick. Let me use my brain really quick. It's currently 10:30 as well. Words are very blunt. Okay, I'll try my best. 8 sages will be able to keep 100% uptime on Hamiya. Ooh, that'd be fun. I think that'd be great to do. Okay, so we gotta play sage and we gotta do silly stuff. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready for silly sage time. It's gonna be so fun. It's gonna be so fun. Okay. I could. I'm thinking right now. All right. I think sorry, what is my brain trying to say? I think we're winding down now. I think I probably should end stream and probably have dinner. And probably, yeah, get ready for bed, plan out tomorrow, actually wake up early again. Wake up early again and start at like 1-ish is our goal. And then honestly, we might have a little bit of time to do, we might have a little bit of time to do, did you do jumbo cactpot? I don't have any. I don't have any at all. Hi, Quantum. Yeah, I didn't end up doing it. But yes, I can. So yeah, wind down. Brain. Wind down. Have dinner. Plan out tomorrow, and then potentially optional things we can potentially do. Well, tomorrow. By the way, if you we are going to be hanging out during like around 4-ish. Around 4-ish, we're going to go to we'll have to go to that Dynamist. Sorry. We're gonna go to Dynamist to go to a wedding. We're gonna go to Jenna's wedding. If anybody needs to make an alt account. If anybody needs to make an alt account or just wants to show up for the after party, we're gonna be doing that. So as a heads up, that's gonna happen around 4:30 to 5. The ceremony is at 5. So wherever I am in MSQ, gonna go do that. Gonna do wedding in game. Gotta go see the wedding in game. Maybe do the Moonfire Fair, and maybe we'll jump the tower. We need to finish 5.4. And what else am I gonna do? What time is zone? It is EST. What time is it now? What time is it now? Right now it's 10:30. Wedding colors are blue and white, but please wear anything you like. Okay, perfect. Thank you, by the way. Thank you for the heads up of like colors. But we're gonna go to Jenna and Biscuit's anniversary wedding. Yay, my time zone. Yes. So we're gonna be doing that tomorrow. We're gonna finish 5.4. I'm sorry. I guess I'm fading fast. 5.4, and hopefully we're probably gonna be taking a lot of notes tomorrow. I think tomorrow is gonna be the notes day. Today we ended up like referring to a lot of our notes, which was really great. We took a couple of like reminder notes, but I'm glad that I have taken so many notes thus far in order to go back and be like, we talked about this. I thought about this before. I remembered stuff, and I'm really excited to move forward or to go forward and. Soon TM finish Shadowbringers as well. Tomorrow, EST at 5, Dynamist. Yes. If you don't want to make an alt account, there's gonna be an after party that we're gonna just hang out for. We're gonna hang out for a bit and be silly. But if you want to attend the ceremony, you will need an account. You will need an account over there in order to get an invite. But yes. Everyone, thank you so much for being here, by the way. I really appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with me this entire time. It's been a long stream. It's been 9 hours. It didn't feel like it. Honestly, it did not feel like 9 hours at all. I mean, the first 3 hours kind of flew by, and then we did 6 hours of MSQ, so pretty good. I mean, I had a couple breaks here and there, but not bad. I will say what I need to do better is take breaks a little bit more, maybe like every hour or so, like during questing, just to play pre-rolls, and then also just to get up and stretch because, you know, it's good for us to move around and not get blood clots or whatever. So can't invite off server. No, you have to, you cannot attend the actual wedding portions if you don't have a character native to that server, but there'll be an after party later on. But yeah, so if you just want to come on your normal account, then yeah, don't worry about it. You did good today. I've tried my best. So tomorrow I'm gonna be starting stream again around like 1 p.m. EST. We'll probably like talk a bit for like an hour or so at the beginning. Just kind of recap things, like maybe watch cutscenes, like some thoughts, and then we'll hopefully quest. And then also just like focus and lock into like the MSQ and like write a bunch of notes, and then hopefully we can like end and wind down and have some fun like hanging out with Jenna and Biscuit for the wedding. Yes. That part's yeah. Wait, it's really sad. I wish you could invite like people not native to your home server. It's so silly. Like ideally you just have your friends. Like ideally you are going there with like you invite your friends regardless of the server you're on. Yes, and then afterwards. So the other goal is after we end up finishing stream for tomorrow, we're gonna be watching Witch from Mercury. If anybody does not have an invite to the Discord, I can get you one tomorrow. But we'll be watching it in Discord, like a watch party, and I'll be deafened and muted, so I'll be like recording my reactions. But we've been enjoying it so far. So far, we have watched the first 6 episodes. If anybody wants to catch up, which you can watch them subbed or dubbed on YouTube. If anybody wants to join us tomorrow too. All right. Solana Sunday. I'm so excited. Okay. There's so many things I'm excited for. Sorry. Burst of energy. I'm so excited to see what 5.4 brings us, to get more answers. Honestly, 5.4 is really interesting because it wraps up a lot of loose ends or a lot of things that have happened in other like expansions, and it's really like it's tying things neatly, right? But it's doing a great job of that. But surely there has to be more because we have so many unanswered questions. Like, what is Xenos doing right now? Who the heck is Fandaniel? What is he doing now supporting Nevra as well? Because like there's the prince, the crown prince is like still alive. So, and well, they don't know he committed regicide and patricide. So we have so many things to think about, and like I'm nervous and excited, and like brain is like so smushy. Oh yeah, Funny Daniel, frickin' Fandaniel. We gotta deal with him still, and he's like lurking behind the scenes, doing shady stuff. He's doing shady stuff, and we gotta figure him out, and like what he's up to. And also, like I wrote this down earlier, it's like, does he even care about the rejoining? Now that there's no unsundered Asians? Like, what is his goal? What is his end goal? Does he want to just sow chaos? What does he want? What do you want? And also, like, I'm a little nervous about Xenos X Zodiark. That scares me, and I hope that's not something that happens. But I'm scared about that. And I have so many questions that I have answered. And then after we wrap up 5.4 and we go to the wedding and have a party and have a good time, it's Solana Sundays, and Wish for Mercury has been really good, and I really like it, and I've been crying like every other episode. I really like it. It's like the first, I've watched a little bit of Gundam before, but this is the first Gundam series like I'm like really like locked into. Tasty Zodiark snacks. That's easy. Redacted, of course, redacted, which is ends in redacted. Play the game. We have so much to think about. We have so much to go through, and I'm really excited. I can't wait. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be so great. My brain is really smushy. I'm okay though. It's fine. Okay, so I'm gonna raid a friend, right? I'm gonna raid a friend I have not been able to raid in a while, actually. It'll be good to see them. But I'm also gonna shout out another friend who is currently going through MSQ as well. Currently Shadowbringer. She's just right behind me. So I'll do a shout out for her. And then I'm also going to raid another friend who's doing MSQ. This MSQ is further ahead of me, so I will not be able to look. I'll not be able to look. But let me give the shout out first. Okay, so one thing at a time. I can do this. I can multitask. Okay, I just have to have a prioritization list in my brain of what to do. So Amanda right now is right behind me. Oh, where is it? Right behind me in MSQ. We're going to go say hi, actually, to Siren. Siren is doing 7.3, so if anybody is not caught up, or if anybody needs to, like, look away or anything like that, oh, please do. But yes, because we raided Amanda a couple times, and I'll definitely want to raid her again. But this is another friend that I haven't not been able to raid recently. So let me do this. Let me start the raid. Everyone, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate your I really appreciate your company, and you have been fantastic company. And I hope I was good company back. Energy levels have been a little up and down for me today, but I just need to make sure tomorrow I eat properly or have like a better breakfast, and then better breakfast, and then cut halfway for lunch. We have so much planned, and I'm sorry, I'm like really nervous because like we're so close to the end of Shadowbringers. Like, how is this the case? I don't know. I don't want to think about it. It's fine. Anyways, we're gonna start the raid. Let me unpin this message, and then let me start the raid for this. So here are the raid messages. I have 3 raid messages. If you are a sub, use the 3rd one. If you are not a sub, feel free to use this first 2. But we're going to, like I said, Amanda is, so the person I shouted out, Amanda is doing Shadowbringers patch stuff. And Siren right now is actually doing Dawn Trail, I think 7.3, I believe. So if anybody needs to cover their eyes, please do. But I'm gonna go say hi, and it'll be really nice. And also go follow Jenna, by the way. If you're not following Jenna, you definitely should. Because we're gonna hang out with Jenna tomorrow at her wedding. But have a good night, everyone. Sleep well, take care. Good night, Marcus. Good night, Illuminati. Good night, Cyber. Good night, Osito. Good night, Quantum. Good night, Siji. Thank you for being here. Good night, Thistle. Good night, Elvin. Good night, Saray. Good night, Tuesday. Good night, Jenna. Good night, Super. I really appreciate you all coming here today. Good night, Ritz. I'll see you all tomorrow. I'm fine. I just need to recharge the brain cell again, because I think it's like losing it's losing capacity. It's on like 1% right now. We're on like extreme battery saver at the moment, and we need to recharge. Good night, Cam. Thank you for being here. I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you for the chill stream. Thank you for being here, and thank you for keeping me company too. All right. Okay, so go say hi to Siren for me. If you need to look away immediately, because Siren is doing 7.3 as a warning. Remember, that's a thing. Good night, everyone.